It smells really good.
I forgot this was on.
Of course. Of course you
Man,
did.
I went to see KC talk, and they do not like KC.
No.
It's
No.
amazing.
Isn't it though?
Casey, that's
It's
impossible.
so fun to watch.
Dude, is it like it's
Why do
amazing.
I get off on seeing my friends get hated on? Why is that my fetish? Yeah, make fun of my friends. Just let me know. It takes about 3.5 minutes to make the popcorn. Because
You better
Casey's like,
hurry.
hey, because there's a guy hosting the space, and then there's these two women co-hosts, and Casey's sells the women on the idea of bringing their whatever into spatial. And then the guy goes, "Hey, Casey, you're talking about metaverses, right? How much you know about metaverses? Not that much." So funny.
Did you like that?
Dude, I was dying the
I'm
whole time.
like, okay, he wants to say that I'm not an expert. So let's say I'm
Mm,
definitely not an expert.
yeah,
I'll lean
yeah.
into
Cast
it.
the first stone on that
It's
one.
fine. I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
What is wrong with you?
What?
What is wrong with
What
you?
did I have a watching my friends and made fun of them?
Exactly. What the heck? Like, and of all people, KC, who's so lovely.
So-
Like, what is wrong
Because
with
it's
you?
real. Because it's real. It's not real if you
Yeah.
don't have failure.
Oh, wow.
It's like non-local BDSM.
Nice. Richie Rich. Hello, Elizabeth.
Do you have something to say about non-local
No,
BDSM?
because my battery's dying. I thought I could plug it in where I am, and
Uh,
I can't. So,
I believe in you.
actually, my hand was raised before the BDSM came up. I do have questions about that, but that's not when my hand was raised, and not something I'd like to address at this time in a recorded space. It's freaking cold. There's stuff coming out of the sky. I'm not sure what it is classified as because it could go a lot of different directions. My dog's gonna bark. I'm gonna go ahead and go back
Is
out.
it chemtrails?
No, it's like, see, there's three different ways for, there's gas, right? Solid, liquid, and gas forms. So you've got your ice, you got water, and you've got like air vapor things. I don't remember what I was gonna do with that joke, but it didn't land well, so I'm gonna quit.
What about dry ice?
Ooh.
Well, here's the thing. I can barely hear you right now, but why was my hand raised? My hand was raised to ask what space you were talking about just now.
The
Pandas.
pandas.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep.
And they were not
I
happy.
like that guy.
They're like, "Hey,
Damn it.
I was talking to those women. You don't talk to them."
Well, I don't know if you were there to hear the previous part of the conversation or not.
Yeah, probably was.
I saw you drop in and out a little bit, but there was like, I was totally playing speaker co host and just giving him T balls on his project. Like,
But
He got hit by
it's almost to the point.
he got hit by a bunch of trolls last night. Like Raymond was there. He's a Bitcoin maxi. These two guys came in and put all this porn in the nest. I think he's got a really good heart. He's so enthusiastic. But like I could understand if things went weird.
It was so great.
so,
KC went to their table, picked up the girls they went on a date with, and then left. It was fantastic.
dude, you're horrible.
Like, how do you get to pick them up and I've been buying your drinks all night? What the hell?
It's that sultry voice.
Yeah, Casey doesn't know.
Oh, KC.
He laughs that off, but you think he makes an impression on women? You should see the impression he makes on men.
I bet.
Oh,
That gravelly voice? What's going on?
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute. Right? That's what guys are thinking. They're like, hey,
Hey.
I thought this was business. Now you're taking away our women.
Okay. So he's somebody that I would really love to like have connections with because for several reasons. I think he's got a good heart, but he also he did the DMV like his family is the DMV.org, and like a massive connection. God.
Yeah, he does have some stuff going on. That's no lie.
He is no longer with the family runs DMV.org now, but I think he did the website originally like 20 years ago when he was 21.
Yeah.
So but he's got a very unique take on life and like spiritual things.
Well, he's pretty into psychedelics, and
That's
you're
great.
right that he's been pretty much attacked relentlessly by people. I was listening to people attack him, and then that's why I spoke up and asking him nice questions. But as soon as it turned back to Web3 metaverse stuff, he got defensive again. I didn't know there was a history,
It's one of my favorite moments of Twitter Spaces, actually.
Yeah, that's
right?
He's
That
Canadian.
discovery.
It was really fun to watch, I gotta say.
So his name's
You know?
Raj. What's his last name? Frick, I can't remember his last name right now. He sent me a panda, so now I have a panda.
Yeah, he sounds like a coconut, right?
He is one. I just can't say it.
He's
I couldn't
coconutish.
say it because I'm weird.
No, you
still.
can't. No, you can't say that.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, good.
That's
So
that's why we're
the right,
team.
that's the right default. Good. Thanks.
Yeah, I can pretend to have your Overton window, and you don't have to agree with the one I express.
Oh, it's not the agreement part. It's just like I don't want to be. I don't want people to think I'm a bad person.
No, for the record, if anyone's listening, I'm the bad person.
Well,
Ewish
I
is a thing.
appreciate that. You've clarified that for the record. Because we all
Yeah,
already knew that.
I'm a bad person. Look, if you would get my references, you'll find out that I'm a bad person.
Speaking of, I was talking on the Lex line. I'm in like an hour or at noon-ish, and Ira Rothkin, who's Kim.com's attorney, actually was talking about how we're all being surveilled now, and how that's a real thing. Like it used to be 10 years ago. If somebody came in and said that, you'd think, this person's Looney Tunes, but honestly, we are all being surveilled in our phones and stuff. And I could not help but think of one of our favorite alumni of the Syndicate, who is a Bitcoin person themselves. I'm talking about
that person who you're talking about, she posted a picture just recently saying she started smoking now, so that's a bit concerning.
Marijuana or cigarettes? What's wrong with
Cigarettes.
smoking cigarettes? I'm doing it right now. It's a good
Well,
way to
it's
pass
pretty
the
bad. I
time,
mean,
and it makes you look cool. Come on, Dan.
are you seriously a smoker?
Yeah.
Or?
Love it.
Okay.
Can't get enough.
Well, most people who smoke, they sort of start young. So it's kind of strange for someone to, I don't know, I shouldn't say strange. It's unusual for someone to sort of pick up a habit that they know is bad for them later in life.
Yeah, okay. Well, real quick, is she the director of the Crypto Legal Journal? Because I googled Crypto Legal Journal, and that doesn't exist, except on her profiles.
You mean someone made up something and put it on their profile?
I hate her. It's so cool.
The other day how there was that Lucas character and had a big following, and I noticed he had 5,000 plus hours in Twitter Spaces. So I did the math the other day because I'm like, well, when did Twitter Spaces start? So it started in December of 2020. And then I work out, okay, well, how many days have been from, I don't know, 1st of December 2020 to today? And it was like 790 days. And then I worked out, okay, well, if he spent 8 hours a day, 700, I think it did come to over 5,000, but
He said
like
5,000 in Twitter Spaces, and it might be a joke.
I thought it was 5,000 plus hours in Twitter Spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it is doable. It is doable, but he would have to spend like, an average of 8 hours a day, since Twitter Spaces started.
Okay.
But you know, I mean, you
but
only
can
need 8
confirm that
hours
that's
to sleep,
possible,
so.
because I spend 16 hours a day on Twitter, and I'm only on Twitter if I'm in Twitter Spaces. So that feels really easy to do. Mike can confirm.
Oh yeah. I'm no doubt that some of you guys have clocked up that much as well.
Casey, did you get my most recent DM? Because he'll do those. It's a no-cost consult.
Oh, right. I think so. Yeah, I did.
And
Thank
he's
you.
a really good guy. We talked about him maybe working together as an advisor for equity on DJ. I didn't say that out loud. Mike, do the erasure, please, real quick. You know, I think I've got it from here. Okay. So now that is cleaned from the record, yeah, really good guy. He's in the Northeast, and he's a really big supporter of Sarah in general, like as a person. So hopefully he's not a bad. Okay, so we meet these random people, random PFPs on the internet, and I do seem to like get along with a lot of people. And Dan, I'm not sure how you feel about Lucas, but I like him. There's the panda incident with
Oh no.
Raj.
I mean, I wasn't
No,
criticizing him or anything. I just thought it was a kind of
it's a weird flex.
it was a funny thing to put in the
It's a weird
profile.
flex.
That's all.
Yeah, but I'm saying like with Raj, like I think he's a good guy, has a good heart. I'll go in his space and support what he's doing, but then I start to think like, where do like I don't know. I don't want to connect people to the wrong people, if that makes any sense.
You can't know because water and oil sometimes.
Well, I mean, like so if you turn out to be the world's slowest drug besides the Fed, if we're all here, some sort turns into some sort of weird.
Oh, you don't know? I'm with the
I don't know
CCP.
what that means.
Sorry. Oh, Chinese
I
Communist
thought you
Party.
meant crypto cloud punks.
One might argue with Binance they overlap.
Oh, right on. So, like, I wouldn't want somebody that I care about, or a PFP that or even somebody I don't care about to get hurt by a connection that I made. But clearly, Doll likes you, Casey. That's awesome.
So,
Oh my gosh, this looks great, Casey.
I got lucky, man.
That's awesome.
It was a easy find on Sketch. Well, not an easy find, but an easy
Don't be modest.
install from Sketchfab. But I'm working with Doll and the AI Fashion Week,
Yeah.
and you know what I'm talking about?
No.
So she's involved with a group of people doing fashion shows with AI fashion, and they were going to just do Twitter Spaces and art for sale on object, and that was the game plan. I'm like, okay, well, I have this spatial. What do you think about that? They're like, holy shit, can we do that? I'm like, here, it's ready to go. Have fun.
You just put on. Wait, hold on. Did you just do what you said you just did?
Yeah.
And
So
that's awesome.
So we started talking, and then I started showing them a couple more, and now we're like going back and forth, and they're like, "Can we do this? Can we do that?"
And then on my invoice, here's my Venmo, here's the ENS, here's my Cash App. You've got to set. You need to do the donation link on your site at the very least.
Dude, my fucking tips are turned off. You know how? Why do we even have tips turned on Twitter? Nobody ever uses them.
On Twitter. You
Yeah.
should put that in your bio.
I feel like if they don't understand that the tip button is turned on, it's not worth asking for.
Oh, but you just copy the Ethereum address, and then you go to your wallet. Well, that's harder that's extra steps. I thought you just pay through the app, but I guess that's probably what they're working on with the.
I'm giving you my MetaMask address. If you want to tip me, have a blast.
That's a really nice poem. I'm giving you my MetaMask address. If you want to tip me, have a blast. So I wrote that. I'm gonna drop to listener.
So anyways,
Sorry.
Jesus, I don't know where to go from there. All right, so doing the AI Fashion Week setup for them now, and the only thing that's complex is that they've never actually used spatial, though they instantly had access to it and were like, yeah, I popped in, looks great, blah, 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 blah. I don't understand people. I don't know anymore.
Well,
Uh,
right, but you got to warn them about like duplicating stuff, right?
warn them about
Yeah,
duplicate.
because when I went in there to spatial, I ended up like making copies of all of the things instead of accidentally, like, or it was by accident, and then I couldn't figure out how to get rid of them.
For you.
On my
Yeah, okay,
phone.
okay. Building on your phone is
So
not fun.
might be a good idea to take one or two of them on a tutorial of how to not to fuck up using spatial. I saw it go
Well,
down with the Wizards when they did their event. It was interesting.
a mess, right?
I wouldn't. I mean, there were. It could. That's a word that could be used to describe the situation.
It gets messy.
It was, but then again, if you've ever like hung out with the Wizard Council for any period of time, you'd know that wizards have not been able to conjure up a spell for organization at this point. Bless their hearts. I thought that was
Horrible,
funny.
horrible pun reach.
I mean, I thought it was funny. Hi, Dan. Hi, Meta Baby.
Hey, Dan.
Meta, how are you?
Meta baby.
Hello, folks.
Ish.
What's going on?
Everybody.
Somebody wrote
Hey,
in the first
Casey.
chat.
Hello.
Hello. No, that didn't happen.
I literally just came up to tell you that I fucking loved your song. I thought your song was great. You did a really good job.
Which song?
The one I wrote.
Just now, she dropped
some beats.
some really great, some beats, some lyrics.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't remember what they were though. Luckily, it's recorded.
Hey Dan, guess what?
What's up?
I just did Power Hour on my paper trading account, and I made like $200 whole. What?
Yeah.
What?
So wait, what's
I'm
the that's awesome. So what's the paper trading? Walk us through that really quick. I need refresh around that. That sounds like you're doing fun stock trading without nearly as much of the roller coaster pain as everyone else. Can you
Right.
can you teach the class for a second?
Right. So I'm like all about like my risk management, right? Like I'm a broke ass bitch. I don't have money to just throw at the casino for it to take it from me. And that's one of the biggest risks that people say when you get into like day trading, options trading, things like that, right? And so on Webull, I'm sure there's some other platforms that have it. But you can sign up for a paper trading account. And because, you know, in order to trade anyway, you have to have like a certain amount in your brokerage account and all this stuff. But you sign up for the paper trading account and you can, you know, supply you with however many funds that you want to. And then, yeah, you can play the game, right? I think it's like maybe like a 15-minute delay on some of them, like the times. You can subscribe to like the higher quotes or whatever, but it's really good practice. You know what I mean?
I gotta
Especially
play
if you
that
want.
because I would love to do. Like, there's a part of me that wants to learn options, but then there's a part of me that's like, is there any? It's it's like, is there any way I can learn sword fighting without cutting my arm off? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
you know what I mean? So, uh, and then here's like the funny though thing too is like after I get to the end of paper trading and I'm like, oh, I get it. It's the algorithm. I thought it was the stock, right? Whatever the big realization is, right? At that point, I want to be like, okay, erase, take me back, and it goes, takes me back to this moment, and it says, and it gives you a prompt. Here are the 4 prompts to give MetaBaby at this moment. Oh, that's interesting. Not really interested in that, you know. Whatever. Like I have to stop the timeline. But anyways, that's really cool. So that's Weeble. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I told you because I remember you said the other day that you were starting to like get into it and wanting to kind of do some stuff with that. So I thought, Casey, you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
When you say paper trading, you mean setting up an account with fake money, right?
With fake money. Yes, fake
Yes.
money.
Yes. That's awesome. So Webull allows you to practice your options. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, you can practice your options trading, and you can just trade like there I need to look around in it because I haven't figured out how to like set my stop losses and stuff on there yet. So I don't know if it's like totally fully functional. Maybe I just haven't found it yet, right? Because I just learned that existed like 2 weeks ago. But so I don't know if it's like 100%. But yeah, as far as just like the actual options and things like that, it works, and it's pretty real time. I trade. I listen to like Twitter Spaces, and I'll try to trade with them too, and it's pretty accurate as far as following along with their profits and things. So I really love it. I'm really excited about it. I had a friend in a Twitter Space tell me about it. So and yeah, financial literacy, woo. Hello, Kiwi Dan, with your hand.
Hey, Meta Baby. Yeah, just with that paper trading, so it's a kind of good way to like learn about trading and stuff without risking any real money. Um, but yeah, I don't know, like with trading, it's a bit different to sort of other things in life. Like, and with trading, past performance is no predictor of future performance. So it's not like in real life where you can say past behavior is predictive of future behavior. So you might do really well on your paper trading account and then think, yep, I'm ready to do trading in the real world, and who knows what could happen, right? So the markets are pretty unpredictable. So yeah, I don't know. There's
And they're pretty
uh
heavily manipulated too, you know. I kind of have
yeah,
recognized that, right? Like that even the best technical analysis and everything like that is still just assumption. You know, it is like playing a casino in a lot of ways.
and because I actually studied some of this at university. um I did some finance papers, and basically technical analysis, if you talk to any like finance professors, they basically, or like even any of those quantitative finance people, like those geniuses, they basically treat it like the astrology. They treat it like it's astrology. You know how it's like astrology to astronomers. Like it doesn't have any scientific basis to it. Like when they've done studies on technical analysis indicators, they didn't hold up, basically. So I know
And it's
there's
funny, I
there's
watch them a lot. Like I'll follow a bunch of people that do it, and they'll throw out their technical analysis, and they're like, "This is gonna hit this number at this time for this wave," and then it fucking doesn't. And I'm like,
yeah,
"Ooh."
and everything is obvious in hindsight. So they're like, you even hear some of them in some, because they've got technical analysis Twitter spaces with like thousands of people listening to these technical analysts, and they'll say things like, I knew it was, had reached the peak or whatever, and I know blah blah blah. Like everything is obvious in hindsight. But yeah, no one knows when the peak is, no one knows when the dip is. uh it's basically all bullshit.
I really agree with you there. And there's a strategy that I've found that people do that I appreciate. And if you have some insight on this, I only have like 10 more minutes, but I'd love to hear your feedback on it. And it's where they play the price action, right? And they read like the volume, the order flow analysis, and like the tapes and things, like reading what's coming, and they play the calls and the puts in the money, right? So for a very short amount of time, like intraday minutes, right? um and so it's, you can lose. You have to, once again, you have to be careful with it. But a lot of them, if you're only trying to go for like a little bit of a price range, and you play them around that money, like around like the $5 up or down, it seems to be relatively profitable pretty consistently. Do you have opinion on that?
I would kind of point you to, like, there's a couple of classic books. One of them is called A Random Walk Down Wall Street, and that talks about stock market movements. And then there's another book, I think it's Soyuz referred to it. It's called the Boggleheads. Like there's a actually I'm probably getting his name wrong. Is it John Bogle or Bogle? Soyuz, you there?
I'm here. If that's who you're talking to, I don't know. I heard you say
No,
Walt.
talk to Michael, the host. If it's a book that he recommends. Basically, there was this guy. He set up the Spider index funds, and he wrote like this book or manifesto or something, and basically explained like a lot of people wasting their time on the stock market and trying to pick stocks. Yeah, so yeah, but the random walk down Wall Street, if you read that, I mean, I can't remember all this stuff. Like once I sort of read that book, it like the penny dropped and it's like, oh, there's not really much point paying attention to like trying to predict the stock market. I mean, there are like big firms that do this stuff, but they've got teams of analysts, and you're competing against them, and they're like consuming news, and as soon as it happens, so they're responding to news. The other thing in finance, they've got something called the efficient market hypothesis, and there's like the strong form and the weak form of it. And basically, it's kind of like by the time you say, all right, there's been some news that Microsoft get releasing a new product or whatever. And by the time you invest in Microsoft, the price has already changed to reflect that news. So for most people, you're competing. Look at the people you're competing against and how quickly they're reacting to the market. uh, you know, you're better off trying to look at like investment strategies rather than trying to trade. But that's my own personal take. I might be completely wrong, but just remember that some people will beat the market by chance. So you take 100,000 people, they're all investing in the stock market. After a few years, some of them will be rich just by chance, but most of them will probably lose all their money.
How dare you? How dare you?
Well, really quick, I want to say this really quick, and then Manish has his hand up. I did have this idea for me to do that. I know you say investment strategy as well, so I know that there are really solid like ETFs and things like that that are good for investment for long-term investment. And so I envisioned having like a split, like having like a savings and like an investment portfolio, and then having like a separate, like just tying it up to trade with. You know what I mean? Like on like the side. So kind of like doing both of them. Like I said, this is very new for me, but that's the kind of the way that I envisioned it, right?
That's not a bad idea.
Money. Go ahead, Nish.
No, two thoughts came in my mind. Is one, the app is Weibo. I mean, what's the name?
Webull, yeah.
Okay. Is it priming the users to and giving them false sense of confidence to say that
Are you saying
jump
they hacked
right
the
in
tool
them?
to front run the
Yeah,
market?
They fake
That's a good
it. Is that
business
what you're
idea,
saying?
yeah.
actually.
They are
Holy
priming
shit.
the users to put them
Damn.
into the market only to lose the money.
It's,
Control
I don't know.
control your room.
That's
Jesus, please.
so funny.
You allowed them
No,
in
I
that
Meta,
love
room?
that.
I put a post at the top. It's called The Most Successful Investor of All Time. So there was this guy in the 50s who did the math, and he says, wait a minute, none of you hedge funds can beat the S&P 500 over a time span of 15 years or more. And so what he did is he built what's now, I think, a $5 to $8 trillion investment company based on the fact that he knew that individual traders could not time the market. And all they were doing was betting other people's money. And when they lost enough money, they would ask the taxpayers for a bailout.
So is this like a wasted rabbit hole, you think? Because I guess I'm just constantly looking for ways out of the rat race.
It's not a wasted rabbit hole, but you just don't want to confuse a trap with an exit.
I would say it is a wasted rabbit hole. You're better off putting your money in like an exchange traded fund or whatever they're called.
The ETFs.
No, yeah, ETFs. I've forgotten what it stands for. They invest in like a basket of
Yeah, they're
the
index
top
funds.
50
Yeah.
companies or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, so
and
that guy, Jack Bogle,
S&P.
about the most successful investor, he invented the index fund with Vanguard.
Woo!
What, like that's
Room
hard?
is
yeah, that was his name. Yeah,
this room is
that
trash. It's trash.
I don't think it's trash. I find it extremely informative and helpful.
Look,
Yeah,
Raucus just wants to shit on millennials who lost their tech jobs, okay? Let's have it, Raucus. What's the doom and gloom that you're enjoying this week? You know, KC, I noticed that a lot of millennials are really hurting right now, and you're like, why do you sound like you're enjoying it? So, like economic BDSM or something. Like, I'll show you, you whippersnappers. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's a generational. You know how we say we like conflict on class? Maybe also conflict on generational cohort. Interesting.
You are a conflict hound dog. You sniff out the conflict wherever it may be, and then shine the brightest possible light on it. And I come back for more. Don't think that I don't appreciate it, because I love it. I really do. I like saying stuff like that, though. It's fun. Thank you very much.
I want to say
Thank
if
you.
I was the only one enjoying it, I would still do it.
See,
You know?
that's the sign.
And this is for my personal enjoyment. I don't know what you guys are doing. But yeah,
That's how I know it's
Jack
real.
Bogle. I used to have my financial licenses for mutual funds, for seg funds, for life insurance during and before the crash in 2008. And when I realized Jack Bogle's thesis, which is linked to the top, and I'm like, oh fuck, this guy like mathematically proved that these guys couldn't beat the market over a time span of 15 years or more. Just for like another little tidbit, if you Google Buffett's bet, it's called Buffett's bet. Buffett and Bogle bet hedge funds in New York that they couldn't beat the market. And the hedge funds gave up in year 5. They're like, fuck, all right, you win. Buffett's bet.
I think what confuses people as well is they do see like the odd successful fund or the successful trader, and they think, geez, that could be me. And a lot of the time that success, or they put it down to skill rather than luck. But then, a couple of years later, that trader or that fund has gone bust, or they're performing worse than the average or worse than the S&P. And, then people start to say, oh, maybe, it's their skill gone down. No, their luck has gone down.
Well, they say a rising tide lifts all boats. So when you see someone investing in an economic boom, that person can point to their success and be like, look at my success, when it was the market, not their individual trading strategy, right? So you could have been a very unsophisticated investor and made a lot of money with NFTs, precisely because you were unsophisticated. Now, a lot of those people, if you look at Coin Confessions, wrote it to the top and to the bottom, right? So it's not how much money you make, it's how much you keep. Yeah. It's I'm so happy that you're going down this rabbit hole, because you're ending up in the right place, which is it possible for people to predict what's happening in the market using black shoals and all of this shit, right? And the truth of the matter is we live in a world of manipulated markets. And we can make stories about what's happened in the past, but they're just that. They're stories.
And when everyone else is using those same Black-Scholes equations, then that changes the market itself, So
My
it's
buddy,
like,
my buddy's a VP of sales at a hedge fund, and he told me that 80% of the market was algorithmic 20 years ago. So God knows what it is now.
Meta Baby, when I was younger, I went down a bit of a rabbit hole, which was trying to earn money playing online poker. And I spent hours on that, you know, and I read all these books and I'd spend hours playing. And then I realized one day, okay, I'm down like $500. And I realized basically I've been wasting my time. It's like I've got to cut my losses and move on to something else. And the people who were making, and then I read some other books where it was like 90% of poker players lose money, and then it was like 5% break even, and then 5% of making money. Poker is one of those things where it's a combination of skill and luck. But if you're playing online poker as well, you're also you've got the website taking their cut. So that even if you're a winning player, that would be cutting into your profits as well. So yeah, it's kind of like you've only got so much free time, and you're probably better off putting it into like building some other skill.
I definitely see your point. And I've heard this from a lot of people, which is why I try to like talk about it and get people's perspectives on it and things, because I guess like I'm very curious about the world around me, right? And this was something that like I didn't know existed. I didn't know about how it operated, anything like that until like very recently, right? And so you see that and you're like, okay, let me go explore this. Let me see, is it profitable? Can I do this? Does it make sense? And like forming those opinions on it. And it's so vast, right? Like there's so many intricacies that people do in it. And I noticed very quickly that it is manipulated on a level that I don't think we can even comprehend, right? Because that rabbit hole right there of market manipulation and the Fed and what they control and what they don't, that's huge, right? And it's massive. And like you said, you can't really go up against stuff like that. So
the individual is not going to be bailed out.
Yeah.
Right? If you look at what's happening with Credit Suisse, and they look at, to speak to options, they look at, have you ever looked at how they calculate the derivative exposure of a bank? Have you ever looked at that list? Where it's like, what kind of derivative exposure does this bank have? Oh, 20 quadrillion. It's like, how does that even, is there even that much money that exists? It's like, no, it's just like, this is their exposure. And so, I mean, the counterintuitive thing of all this is that people naturally think about investing in terms of making money when things go up in price. But there's a whole nother world of making money when things go down in price. And these are all very dark arts. And again, large businesses can do it because when they mess up, like in 2008, not to say that they can reasonably expect a taxpayer bailout, but you know what I mean? Like, they have that on their side. And that's you ever read the Creature of Jekyll Island? Scariest book you'll ever read in your life. 2 chapters in, I stopped reading. I was like, okay, I give up, Uncle.
Oh no, I don't like scary. I don't like to raise my cortisol levels. But I just want to say for a second, like this conversation really falls into the what you see is not all there is. I really appreciated that tie for a minute.
I try to remember that, But then again, the amount of learning achieved is relative to the amount of surprise experienced.
The more shooketh you are, the more you'll figure it out, the more you'll read about it.
Mm-hmm. I would ask Ruckus what we're investing in, but I know he's investing in the in Revelations, I think. So.
Oh my gosh, I've had a great few 3 weeks, man. It's been awesome. The signal went out. The buy signal went out January 6th. So I mean, the market's been the mid stocks have been great. So, but to your point, I did for like 2 years. I've always wanted to trade Tesla. I was just terrified of it because it's a very hard.
Tesla has sunk a lot of hedge funds that shorted it, right? So you're not wrong to be afraid of it.
Well, I last year in June, I was listening to a space, and the guy was like, he knows Elon inside out, and he, when Elon was going through buying Twitter, he was saying Elon hates the courts. He just hates it. and his name is Ben. I can put it in the room, but he called it. And he gave me the confidence because everything he called about Elon happened. And so once the stock split, we opened up a short position, and it just, I mean, it played out like clockwork. I mean, the guy hates to be in court is one. And Ben called that he would borrow, he'd sell his shares in Tesla. He'd have to. And then he did. And then Elon came out and said he did it to, what did he use? His terms that he used was, I can't remember what he used. Dry powder. So basically for a rainy day. But those decisions and those pulling the trigger on those takes months to study and to learn. But to me, it's just a transfer of like energy, transfer of money, $1 to the hand of another. I've lost before, and so that's how I look at it.
I think the big thing is to recognize that the stories that we tell about why things are correlated or causally connected are just stories.
What do you mean, like, what kind of stories? Like, when I think of stories, I think of fable.
For example, like, we can conjecture that this happened and therefore this happened. And it's because we look at everything on a graph with two axes, right? Because, we can only hold 5 to 7 things in working memory at a time. So our brain artificially compresses reality into this, a set of 5 to 7 variables.
But the markets were created
right?
on a set of an unscalable amount of variables.
It's right. And so we can't compute those things. There was a guy that said that the new crucifix was a pie chart. And he said in a complex world, the pie chart is religious because it pretends to make a very complex scenario comprehensible. I guess I've been around the markets enough to see people who were right be wrong. So, for example, Michael Burry, he made a lot of money in shorting the U.S. housing market, lost a lot of money shorting Tesla. Now, should Tesla be worth what it is? It actually doesn't matter. Right? One might argue he lost most of his winnings by shorting Tesla.
Well, isn't the flag if you're winning all the time? Like, you're not expected to win all the time, right? Isn't that the red
challenge
flag?
is when people get a hot streak, they start gambling more and more. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Kathy Wood, Michael Huang lost $20 billion in 72 hours betting on FANG. And Michael Huang was the person who invested in Kathy Wood. So this shit goes back so far if you follow the talent. If you follow how these people are connected, it's wild.
But it's greed too, right? When you say that's mostly greed and ego?
I mean, it's like sometimes you can be at a racetrack so long and you make enough correct bets that you think you know a little bit about horses. All right? And again, a rising tide lifts all boats. You know how many people got a rude awakening in the last year? Because this was the first taste of a recession. Not even recession. There was maybe a recession in digital assets. Call it that. They'd never experienced that before in their life. The OGs are laughing. They're like, oh, fuck. We went down 80%. You should remember that,
First time
being down 99%, right? So there's a portion of the people laughing at the new people losing money.
First time.
First time.
Yeah.
Right? And look, there's a whole study on this by Nassim Taleb. He's probably one of the most popular, unpopular writers. And he wrote all about this survivorship bias, that we hear the success stories, but we don't hear the failures. And a lot of failures are born in a boom market where all of the decisions they were making were right until the interest rate or the environment changed. And so the problem was they didn't know why they were successful. They thought they were successful because they were good investors. They didn't know that a rising tide lifts all boats. No, the whole market was going up. That's why you were successful. And so they created a story that was false. And so when they tried to use that story in a different climate, they lost even more money. If you get a chance, follow Coinfessions. It's called Coinfessions on Twitter, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Scary stuff. I'm not saying don't look into it. I learned so much from going down the rabbit hole. Like, I used to teach the licensing course. Like, if you wanted to get licensed to sell seg funds and life insurance, you had to take a course that was run by somebody like me who had a license to sell and teach. So yeah, it was only when I started teaching when I realized, oh fuck, you mean all the hedge funds are lying about their ability to outperform the market? Oh no. All right, I'm leaving finance. I'm gonna do stand up instead. I need to get away from business.
But let me ask a question. If there are signals and there's signals and noise, so if in you and KC both, if the Fed says they're going to hike interest rates, isn't that a signal to say for some to get out of the market? Isn't that a signal to say that there will be some job losses tied to that interest rate hike?
That buy the rumor, sell the news. How much of things are already priced with that assumption in mind, right? Because people are actively betting on that number, and they're actually hedging against that number. Like, large supply chain companies will hedge and trade in oil futures. So if the price of oil goes sideways, they don't lose a lot of money shipping their next product. It's a complex world.
But the cost
so
to borrow
crazy.
goes up, right? Like,
Sorry?
the cost to borrow,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yes. But again, how much of the expectation of a federal announcement is already baked into the current price of things? That's a known unknown. Does that make sense?
No,
Because everyone is speculating on that number.
okay.
So people are shorting it, people are longing it, and all of those things create a frictional equilibrium.
But isn't that the noise and not the original signal?
I mean, look, if you want a signal, ask Pelosi's husband what the trade.
Right.
Right. And then you would find out the most counterintuitive, non-technical analysis shit in the world. The reason that Warren Buffett is a good investor is he can call up Elon Musk and say, hey, Elon, what's the real number? And Elon will be like, all right, look, this is what the real number is. The Cybertruck is going to be like 2045. And he'd be like, all right. You know what I mean? Like, the differential access to information.
Hey Mike, can I, before my lunch break's over, can I
Yeah.
ask your opinion on something really quick? In this same vein, so I've come across, so we know the crypto swarm AI that comes in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they use that to kind of place bets on trade, to see
Mm-hmm.
who's going to go up and things like that. And then I've also come across one recently called Rocket Scooter AI, and it looks at all of these variables and finds where the hedge pressure is, like where the hedge funds are putting their money. And so we're talking about, these insane amount of complex variables that go into these, and many of them are unknown, right? So when you figure AI into the equation, what's kind of your opinion on those avenues?
A model is only as good as the data that it trained on. People spend what, $35,000 for a single Bloomberg terminal so that they can have faster access to the latest prices. So I think, though, the kernel of what Crypto Swarm AI has is that it turns out, so far as I can tell, in a prediction market scenario, Crypto Swarm's idea of humans in the loop with the AI that has access to the data is better at predicting the future than just AI alone. And that's, again, there's Crypto Swarm AI, but have you looked up Unanimous? Unanimous AI is the patent holder.
Oh no, can you tell me about that real quick? It's just
Okay, yeah. So Unanimous AI is headed by an ex-military guy called Dr. Louis Rosenberg. And this guy, Dr. Louis Rosenberg, has been looking at hive intelligence for a long time. I'm going to put the thread to the top, and you can see if you scroll down here. Let me find his bio. Oh, about Louis Rosenberg. Yeah, so if you want to know the person who conceived of all these models and directed the research, it's Dr. Louis Rosenberg. So that's the core of crypto swarm AI.
Thank you for providing reading material for my rabbit
Yeah,
hole.
no worries. That shit'll blow your mind. Swarm intelligence? What the fuck is that? You know what I mean?
Right? Exactly.
What?
I've heard that because I understood kind of the theory behind it, and I've heard that because, and it's funny, I always relate things into simple, but waiting tables, right? People are very hive minded, like just by nature.
Mm-hmm.
Like they really genuinely are. It's very creepy.
The bigger thing I see is that we've been worshiping the human brain with the way that we conceive of AI. They're looking at the brain not from a human perspective, but from an animal socio-biological perspective. And that opens doors that nobody knows what comes out the other end.
Thank you so much. It's 4 o'clock. I've got to go wait tables now. I'm glad I got to talk to you for a minute. Thank you. And bye, Casey. Bye, Dan. Manish and the other Dan.
Bye.
See you, better baby.
Yeah, when I saw a guy that applied the dolphin biosonar signal intelligence system, I'm like, so hold on, you mean to tell me that there's a whole world of animal kingdom AI just waiting to be discovered and properly applied? What the fuck do we know about anything then? I was like, who commissioned the research? Oh, let me guess. Yeah, okay, yeah, DARPA. Okay. So wait a minute, you guys knew about this in 1982? Well, fuck, what the fuck could I possibly know?
You mentioned Louis. I know that guy's name. I think I follow him on LinkedIn.
Dude,
Yeah,
what?
lots of good stuff from that guy.
That, oh my God.
Was there a book that you had for swarm intelligence, or you just were throwing out?
So what I did is I interviewed this guy, Crypto Swarm, and when I did some digging on the project, I found out that the patents were held by Unanimous AI, and so I was like, all right, so who's in charge of Unanimous AI, and who's actually the person at the keyboard doing the keystrokes? And it's this guy Louis Rosenberg. So again, as a recruiter, I look at people. I don't look at companies so much. All right, so I'm like, just tell me who the person is. Oh, who do they work with? Who were they taught by? Oh, okay. I've heard of DARPA before. They've done some good work. Yeah, a lot of times if you can find out who someone's mentor was or their teacher was, you can learn a lot about them. You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is.
Do any of you guys here have a mentor?
I feel like I have a number of them.
I kind of trade them based on who I meet at Starbucks. But yeah, mentors are great. I'm a mentor. Let's everyone mentor. Everyone here is a mentor, really.
Yeah, but they are mainly like full-blown degens, so you know.
Do we have
I
to
guess
call
it
them
depends on what you're
mentor?
looking for.
What about womantor? Guys, we're kind of taking this 2022 language into 2023, and I'm a bit concerned. Mentor? Come on, guys. Everyone in the pool.
But seriously though, you know how if you read any of these like self-help improvement books, they always talk about finding a mentor. But I've never really heard of someone. Actually, no, I have heard of some. I've read some people who have a mentor on Twitter, but generally their mentor is someone they're paying like thousands of dollars to. So I see them more as a coach rather than a mentor. A mentor to me is someone who, like, you could get advice from without having to pay for it, basically.
Well, I think that goes to what Dan said, because I feel like a lot of you guys are my mentors. Like Ruckus teaches me how to be further right. Manish and Web3 teach me Python. You know, Dan teaches me about narration all the time and just like freestyling, right? Dan teaches me about grease and kneading, right? So yeah, iron sharpens iron, maybe. Like, I don't think I would have touched AI art if it wasn't for Dan. And that means my wife wouldn't have touched it either. Probably.
Huzzah! Come, all of you, come stand and kneel before me, and I would turn your water into wine. Yes, I am here for you to change. You are here, but simple peasants, and I have brought you everything. Yea, it is not the broad brand that brought you greatness, nor Google. It is I. No, but you would have found out eventually. So it's not like it's like,
Can I offer up myself as a sacrifice to the gods?
oh, yeah,
You offer yourself as tribute?
that's already
And
happened.
I'll roll down Chichen Itza.
The way John the Baptist did it, he basically went out to the crowd and said, "One of you shall be called to be on spaces, and shall run a space that is like a square and of degens." Yeah, so you've already been sacrificed just by being a host.
I was sacrificed the whole time. It has been a large cross to bear.
Who's John the Baptist and who's Jesus?
I don't know. This is a Bible fan fiction.
Ah.
Is that heresy? Is that what you call that?
Oh, I don't know. I was just trying to figure out.
Ruckus.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Did you get some mentorship on the topic we discussed the other day?
Don't do this. I knew you were going to do this.
What am I doing? I'm asking you discreetly about a topic that I haven't named.
I knew you.
Ruckus, shut the fuck up. Sorry.
Yeah, don't talk
I thought you were an ally.
I did look it up last night.
Did you hear that? He was just talking over me even before I said that. Don't do that.
I'm sorry.
So much about women are not being cut off in Twitter Spaces.
I'm so sorry, lads. I'm sorry, but I read it. I read up on it, and I'm good. We don't need to discuss it any further. I'm good. I actually went down the rabbit hole of Reddit, and that was like not good. So
yeah, you should try renting somewhere in New Zealand.
Huh?
Or buying, either one would be a challenge.
I didn't know that was a big. I didn't know that was a big thing.
So we're talking, sometimes you just need, the income of 3 people to manage having a roof over your head.
So I learned a new term, thruples. Am I saying that right?
Thruple, just like couple, but thruple.
Thruple. And I didn't know what it was, and now I do. And I'm done with that. That's closed. Well, we're going to move on from thruples. And
I don't know what it is.
Yes, Ruckus, tell us.
Lags can probably. I mean.
No, Ruckus, I would, as a mentor of thruple topics to you, I would like to see my mentee become a mentor himself. So I pass, my knowledge on to you. So now you can be a mentor in thruple topics.
So again, guys, mentor. Do we have to gender the mentor?
Why don't we say?
Can we just keep it just mentor? Like, do we gotta fuck up every word that we had?
Women's tour.
We do have to fuck up every word we have, Dan.
Ugh.
I mean, we can just go with they tour, right? If anybody feels
Yeah.
uncomfortable with man or woman tour.
Or what about
the-
Skeletor? Because we all have a skeleton. We can agree on that, can't we?
Yeah.
Hey, Lags.
Well, then should it really be a friend or just a filth? Because don't we just want to, you know what I mean? Isn't it all just a filth kind of thing? Aren't we all just
Yes.
milfs to each other? You know what I mean?
MILFs? MILFs?
It just depends on how you want to interpret it. But I'm a nilf, or wait a minute, is it filth? Filth. Sorry.
Oh. So
I'm here for both.
I do have a question about thruples. Is it successful? I mean, like, are we talking years? Like 5 to 10 years? And are there children involved? Like,
I thought it was a balance sheet decision.
That well, I read that they can live together. They're living together,
Mm-hmm.
right?
All right, you just made me Google what a throuple is. Okay, so it's 3 people in an open relation or in a relationship.
Not open. It's not open.
It's not open.
No.
It's closed. It's closed to just those 3 people. Okay.
But it's a financial.
I remember seeing a documentary on that a very long time ago. Yeah, that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah, it's I found.
So there is no quadruple.
How do we measure success in a relationship? You know, living together and having kids doesn't make it successful, right? We have a good example of someone living in Alaska who's in a relationship for 15 years. That doesn't seem very successful to me personally. But is that how we measure success? Just living together for a certain amount of years? Is that success? I don't know.
I guess that's relative, right? Like it could be like, yeah, it could be relative. Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that you thought it was a great success for a toxic couple to stay together for 15 years. I had to intervene and say, I don't think that's a great idea, but we clearly measure success very differently. So I don't know if I can answer your question.
Well, I look at it as, there was an incident with Rihanna and Chris Brown. And I remember this vaguely. It was on Oprah Winfrey show, and Oprah, there was a toxic relationship, and there were women in the audience that were like, "Hey, if they enjoy this toxic relationship, then let them. He enjoys beating on her, and she enjoys being beat on. It's fine." And I was like, "Whoa, that's different." But and that was on Oprah Winfrey show like years ago, and I was like, "Well, that's for them. That's fine for them. I don't enjoy beating on anyone. I don't enjoy getting beat on, so that's not fine for me. But it's okay for them, So
yeah, I think we might have to distinguish between a BDSM kind of relationship and just abuse. I don't think abuse is okay ever.
Yeah, no. But again, I can't. I can't say what brings pleasure. I know it brings pleasure to me, and I'm not going to say. I'm not going to pick and choose on what brings pleasure to other people. It's just too broad of a spectrum.
Yeah, but being in a abusive relationship is never a pleasure. It might be something that person is used to and endures it because they don't know any better, because that's the way they grew up. More often than not, that's the case. Where their parents had a similar relationship and that's how they grew up, and that's why they don't know that there's anything wrong with it. But abusive relationships are never okay, and I think we do need to distinguish between I like to be smacked on my ass or whatever BDSM stuff people like, compared to mental, financial, psychological, emotional, physical abuse.
I think I'm trying to think of where does the throuple come into this discussion, because I guess if you got three people, one of them could kind of act as a referee. But on the other hand, you might get two ganging up against the other one.
Yeah, but
Oh, is that the Byzantine general's problem?
That's why we need one more. Yes, that's why we need one more. Make it quadruple.
Sounds like you need a blockchain proof of work. Enforce a decentralized competitive mining scheme for the relationship.
You know how it feels like, and you can help me with this, explaining this a little bit. But it feels like Rome when there was a box for all gods, right? There were in Rome. They worshiped everything. And they even had a box for an unknown god. And in Rome, you just threw your god into that box, and everyone was fine with it. And they moved around each other with different gods. And that's how it feels like today, that everyone has different beliefs and values, but that's how I feel. Hey, just put your belief and value in the box and we'll move around each other. And there were so many gods in Rome that people worshiped that they just had an altar for the unknown God. Whatever God you serve, whatever your values are, just put in the box and everyone's okay with it.
Yeah, I think what's happening though is that the frictional relationship is that my God says my belief in my God says that your belief in your God is oppressive. And that you're just laundering your actions through ritualistic things. I mean, the Mongols believed that they were inheriting the earth too.
It's interesting because you talk about God, and uh, it's more about the capabilities, or you say natural forces, and you draw parallels with mentors, and therefore you need multiple mentors because you take some or the other things from them.
But I also like the term friction, um, because it seems like there is friction. Phylax, there is friction. So is that where like a progression of where like a different phase of it?
Well, I think then we are not, uh, you know, thinking of God as the ancient people used to. We have conflated it with, uh, you know, ways of thinking. This God thinks this way, that God, and therefore there is a friction. So maybe over time we have introduced our own uh, agendas. That's my perspective. But mentors and gods, you can draw parallels with it. You can, think about gods as capability, like each god having a one capability, like god of wind, maybe god of waters, like.
Well, you're talking
But
about
when
the law of three stages. You know, Kant, he said that we move from worshiping all of the nature to uh, polytheism to monotheism. And then he said after that, we went from monotheism, we move on to the scientific stage.
Oh,
yeah,
that makes sense.
and, yeah, and the god of unknown, right? And when you talk about it, like today I heard that there is a Hindu god which does not have gender, And I
Allie,
don't know. I
Manish,
really don't.
Manish is talking about what you taught him.
What did I teach you?
Oh, you're doing
No,
ideological
I didn't.
subversion.
What's going on? What did I teach you?
Ideological subversion. No, it's not that. But what I mean to say is there is always an unknown, right? And you have to put that in that box. So that you are comfortable with it until the time you get to know it, know about it. For example, you say, I don't know. Yeah. You start from there and then, oh, now I know. So there is another God in that category. And you say, oh, I understand. Okay. But the unknown box never goes away because everything is emerging from that box.
You know, for $9.99, I can show you what's inside the unknown box.
Oh my God.
Join my Udemy class now. What's inside the unknown box? Well, you just have to learn these 7 steps to opening it up, and you too can predict the future like Nostradamus, only more accurately and on the financial markets. Bitcoin, Ethereum, silver, gold, Forex, future, you, Lambos, beer, you, models, you, Lambo, you. Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, Steve Jobs.
My thought on thruples was like I see 3 spoons and people sharing the same peanut butter jar. At 7 or 8, that was fine, I think. But as an adult, I don't like eating. I would not eat for anything. Sure, 3 peanut butter jar with 3 people. It's just
Well, what if you had 3 different spoons though?
ooh. I'm good. I'm gonna back off. Let you guys enjoy. Have it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know
So
what I mean?
you want your own jar of peanut butter.
I think it's just too many spoons in the jar.
The parenting, like if you had 3 people to take care of a baby,
You could sleep through the night,
oh my
Ruckus.
God. Right? What family would not love an extra pair of hands?
Well, a
I
nanny.
mean,
I'm not
that's
banking.
how Arnold Schwarzenegger did it.
Oh my God,
Right?
no, that's not, no, I don't think that's the same
That's
thing.
not okay. Maybe I read the story differently.
Yeah,
Bang the
throuple, they all know about each other.
Oh, throuple, they know about each other.
Yeah, they're all in on it.
So for Arnold and the mistress, they were having a throuple unbeknownst to the wife. Is that
Yeah,
accurate?
yeah,
Okay.
I guess so.
I don't know. A throuple is. I had a friend. He was married. Well, he was married, and they brought in and he came home one day and found shit on the yard. All that they put him out, and so it's. But the way he explained it was this, a scientific way and religious way, I guess, of 3, and
There's a book called Sex at Dawn that talks about this, about how early stage man was polyamorous in
yeah,
his engagements. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Oh,
that.
and it's like that psych study I was a part of. Depending on where you are in your cycle, you're going to be attracted to different types of males.
You ever hear that, Ruckus? That women are attracted to different guys depending on where their egg is?
What?
Yeah, tell them.
Oh yeah, I was part of the psych study when I was in university. It was so interesting, where they got a bunch of participants and they ran you through basically what was speed dating, and they electrode up your face and they just like see how you react to different types of people from who you could be attracted to. And what they noticed was that depending on where you are in your cycle, you're attracted to either a really strong, dominant type of male versus like a kind, compassionate, like more loving, emotional type of male. And what they found was that when you're ovulating, you want the more masculine, domineering, large human being. And when you're menstruating, you're looking for the kinder, more effeminate, softer type of male. It's wild. It was so interesting.
But what about in a relationship? Now, maybe dating other people, okay, but when you're in a relationship,
First of all, men should have the same sort of thing that Allie's getting there with the whole women's side, like optional
Men
sort of.
have, yeah. Men have a testosterone cycle as well. It's about 33 days. So you probably have different attractiveness depending on where you are in your cycle as well.
So like if I'm out of gas and I have to like, I might be thinking about, I want a bottom bitch kind of thing because I got to get to the gas station and get gas. But later on that day, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just making stuff up. But I do think there is, you're right, there is probably something connected to testosterone. I was trying to make a joke and clearly it didn't make. Thank you for listening to the Syndicate. And again, here is Ruckus, our last race. Go ahead.
All right, we'll close this one. Probably exhausted this topic, so we don't have to go into thruples anymore. We can.
Just before we go off the topic of thruples,
Oh my God.
what was the context of the disagreement you had with Lagerfer about the merits or not of thruples?
I don't think it was a disagreement. I didn't disagree with her. I just learned the term a couple days ago.
Do you think we were agreeing at the time? That was my Lagatha. I haven't tried it. It's hard.
Wait, that was Lagatha? That's too
Yeah.
high pitched, man. You got to bring that lower.
Do you think we were agreeing?
Okay, that's pretty good. A little bit lower, and I want you to be more cynical of the fact that I'm even talking to you. Go.
If that is what agreeing sounds like, I guess we were agreeing. Yeah.
That
we were totally on the same page.
That's getting a lot closer. I like that a lot.
I'm trying to follow your direction. My voice direction. We'll get it. We'll have a few sessions in the booth.
I don't think I disagree. I don't know enough about thruples to disagree with it. It's just not for me. You know what I mean? Like it's cool if it's for that or whatever, but I don't want to talk.
Germans have a different sensibility, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes I just say stuff to see what you'll agree with. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a big world. And it's a big world. We put it like there. It's a big world.
That's fantastic.
The big world.
Really enjoying this.
It's whatever floats your boat, man. Yeah. And I don't know enough, Dan, to disagree with her what thruples is. I just kind of like, I'm done with it. I've learned enough for the day, and I'm. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, you can't keep the Overton window completely open. You're gonna let the bears in. Yeah.
Was that a recorded space? Because I wouldn't mind listening to the replay.
Oh, no. I'm sure it was.
No.
I'm sure it was.
No. That I made a post, and then Lagatha and I were talking in DMs, and I was just like, I had not heard of it, and I told her I would look it up, and then I knew, I was like, I'm not going to mention it to her again. I'm not going to bring it up because I'm uncomfortable about it. And sure as shit, she brought it up, and I was like, all right, Lags, I'm done with it. I don't want to talk about it because, but she must have sensed that I didn't want to talk about it. So that's why she brought it up.
Of course. She wanted to drag you on to a public square for a flog.
She did it because I ended it in DM. I'm like, yeah, we're not talking about this. I'm done with it. She did.
But from an entertainment factor, I'm glad she did. I'm just gotta say, putting that out there. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
That's interesting. We covered a lot of ground between Meta Baby and Lagatha.
There's your classic saying again. It is what it is.
And that's Dan's. He hates that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I actually never realized you said that all the time.
Put that in the box, right?
It is what it is. Sure is. Let's get these cuffs on you. Yeah, it is what it is.
It's Rome. You just put in the box, and it is what it is. And I know this is recorded again. If Lagatha hears it, she must have known something that I didn't want to talk about it, but she's pretty interesting.
Hi. The following has been recorded and will be used for sensitive training and education material with other people. Thanks for providing such great content, for defining who the human race is today, and why we need to get the fuck out of here.
You know, when you phone your insurance company or whoever, and they're like, "Are you okay?" You're like, they'll do their disclaimer. It's like, this video phone call may be recorded for training purposes or whatever. Has anyone tried to like flip the tables and been like, "You don't mind if I record this phone call I'm having with you about my insurance?" See how they respond.
I haven't thought of that. When someone says this call is recorded, I always say, well, I'm recording it too. It depends on what kind of mood I'm in.
Yeah, because I wouldn't mind doing it for like, because you know, like no one reads their home insurance for, fine print, right? So, but sometimes when you call them up, I'm like, okay, well, let's say that my oven catches fire and after a rat crawls in it, it's like, well, am I covered for that? And they're like, yes, you're covered for that. Am I covered for that? You know, like you can ask them some hypotheticals. Um, and then like if you're recording that and they're like, oh no, you're not covered for that. And it's like, well, would that stand up in court to say, well, actually the person on the phone told me I was? Trying to give a situation where it might be useful to record a phone call.
I would, I do would like to add to the mentoring thing. Um, my wife was my mentor. I started out teaching. We're in a factory, and then I went into teaching, and it was just horrible. My wife is an analyst, so I ended up working in the summer at her company as a temp. And through her mentoring me, I became like I understood the data, I understood how it moved, and I created another um, profession. And I always tell her like I'm your greatest student, and she's my mentor, and I still learn from her to this day. And reinventing yourself it's painful. It's very very painful. But if you do have a mentor there, and I guess I'm very fortunate because I'm married to my mentor. And you guys have heard her. You've listened to her. She's very eloquent. She speaks very well. She knows what she's talking about. I wing it because, I get the basics of it, but when it drills down into the really gritty data stuff and formulas, I'm lost. The tools do it for me now. So, but she was there when she was born into it. So I think having a mentor is very, very important, or different or multiple mentors. And I do enjoy my wife being my mentor when it comes to data as well.
That's pretty cool. Can't say I have any mentor, to be honest, but you guys are kind of like mentors. But yeah, we're all learning from each other.
I also think coupling with your mentor is, going to be exposing you to a certain amount of bias. Meaning, like, are they really trying to advise you, or are they just trying to sort of get in your pants? And you won't know that. That's the problem with that relationship, Ruckus. You don't know if she's just trying to get in your pants, or whether or not she is actually really trying to mentor you and really care about what you're thinking.
You mean like before, if you're not married or
No,
before?
I'm saying specific to your wife. I mean, you don't know if she's really, because she could just be trying to get in your pants. You wouldn't know any better. You know what I mean? And so you you're compromised. And now, so you have that whole, like, what was it, survivorship bias or whatever. I just think that makes for a difficult thing. And if this is coming across in any way, and in the sense that it's sort of being serious, then I think that in itself is something that not only deserves a huge round of applause, but just something we should all really take a moment and think about.
No, that's fine. I hope she does try to get in my pants, but she's not getting into my pants because I'm smart at data.
I mean, again, you. Thing is, you don't know because you married your mentor. I hear you going, Tone. Like, I benefited from getting in bed with my mentor. I just don't know if that's the best thing. I don't know if that's the best advice for everyone going forward, and I think you should be really careful about that. Again, it's something that Lags and I talk about a lot. Sandra, go ahead.
Well, with the exception of all the married people and Ruckus because he's racist, I'm trying to get into everybody's pants. Just wanted to be clear on that.
I'm racist. That's a joke, right?
Yeah, of course it's a joke. Man,
Okay,
you got
thank
the
you. Oh my God,
I
I was like, wow, it scared me there for a
It's a
second.
tough room, I
It's a
know.
tough crowd. Jeez, I thought that was pretty good. Oh well, I'll
You did.
work on
You
it.
got. How are you doing, Sandra?
Okay.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, I look at these different like trading programs and things like that, and it's like, oh my God, this stuff's like, and it's the funny thing is I used to sell like all these different trading books on Amazon for years because they would come up in my ranking program and candlesticking, all that stuff, and I never really looked at it. And now that I'm kind of looking at it, I'm like, no, I'm not. I know my limitations. This is not for me. Like I would lose my shirt immediately. So it's just depressing to be a stupid person. I'm just like I said, it's a bell jar thing. Like there's nothing worse than being just smart enough to know you're not smart enough. That's just, it's a sad state of affairs. It really is.
I think we're all in it together, right? I mean,
I don't know. It kind of sounds like toxic masculinity to me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring them. I really did not mean to. I'm
It's
making
okay.
fun of myself. I mean, I'm very sorry. I didn't come in here to be a pain in the ass or anything. I'm sorry.
No, we had that segment with Rogers and Lagatha. It's fine. It's a good time. Yeah, I think that's what we should call the show: toxic masculinity. You thought you were an ally? Oh yeah. Let's see. It could be like a game show. It's like those Japanese game shows where you're constantly being assailed by like different things coming at you with foam padding on it. Right? That's kind of like the obstacle course I see Ruckus running with Lagatha. It's like, oh no, I avoided the thing. Oh, oh no, fell into the water
Yeah,
again.
those are the best. I love those shows. I'm not afraid to say it. I live for those.
It's painful sometimes, eh?
Very much so. But
I'm surprised people don't break their nose more on those shows.
talking to Lags is like stepping on a rake and hitting yourself in the face. That's exactly.
Great episode.
Yeah.
So hold on, your side show Bob?
Tom and Jerry, when he runs around the corner and he steps on the rake and it hits him in the face? That's like talking.
Yeah. They did that with Sideshow Bob, but he kept on, the grass was full of rakes, so he kept stepping on rakes. It was Fraser. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
Jerry, what's his reference?
Huh?
I love that Tom and Jerry is his reference.
Dude, he's fucking old, guy.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
He remembers Looney Tunes when it was really racist.
Stop it.
You know?
But that, I'm going to keep that in for my heart. That was great.
Tom and Jerry. It's great.
It's great.
Fucking, we thought this guy was a boomer. He's like a traditionalist. That's a different cohort.
Well, conversations are tough today. They used to be, I think they used to be very easy, but conversations are very tough to have with so many politically correct topics. Because you just don't want to offend anyone or step on a rake.
I thought you were doing it on purpose.
No.
For the show? You mean for the entertaining? I would have really appreciated it if we did.
Sort of half, I don't know, just the way you kind of approach the topic.
by people who are upset at people who don't know things. That I would love to, just impart information. If you don't know information, I give information. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a reason to be upset.
But what happens if you're not getting through to a cis sounding white sounding gender male, I guess it would be, Takes on a different context. Because you don't know what's misunderstanding versus willful blindness, you might say. Because they don't know if they're having a discussion or if you're engaging in a denial. That's a hard thing.
Oh, interesting.
Mhm.
See, okay.
Are we having a conversation in good faith, for example? Speaking of good faith,
Hey, Rich, the floor is yours.
Oh, hey guys. Hi Sandra. It's good to see you again.
Hey, good to see you.
Well, I noticed an update on your profile of what's the Crypto Legal Journal? Is that like a new?
I'm hoping to have that up. I know I keep saying things like this, but in the next month or two, because I mean, with ChatGPT, why not? I can probably,
100.
yeah. But I used to work on a state con law journal every year when I was at Rutgers, and I figured that I would do like a state con law issue with crypto legal issues separated from Bitcoin legal issues since they're not the same thing. So yeah, I'll have to make a different legal journal just for Bitcoin. Otherwise, people will get all pissy, and you know how annoying that can be. But anyway, yeah. So hopefully that'll be done in the next couple months, month and a half or so. We'll see.
Well, with ChatGPT, surely it'd be
Yeah,
sooner than that. Actually, like
yeah.
I feel it, but that's interesting. That's
It's in
cool.
my
Have
wheelhouse.
you
I feel
looked? Yeah, have you looked into doing practice? I'm sorry, guys. I'm completely derailing for an AB
Yeah,
conversation
I have
that
an
I haven't seen
interview.
each other in a
I
while.
have an interview Thursday for some work, which will be, if I get that, that'll be very helpful.
Right. I was going to ask actually, have you considered like practicing in the space?
Well, I'm active in New Jersey, so
I mean, like Web3 type
oh
stuff.
yeah, of course. I have to. Getting better at it in terms of recognizing, the direction of where things are going. I probably could handle sitting through like a legal education seminar for IP.
I'd say, well, maybe I'll just DM you about
Yeah,
some different attorneys I've met so far in this space. But Near is a good follow. I'll DM you her handle. She's an IP attorney, and then there's a community, a Twitter community that talks about crypto. It's crypto lawyers.
cool.
And then on top of that, though, like I feel there's not going to be a better a better source of learning about uh, Web3 legal stuff than being in on Twitter. And then Lexline is a daily Twitter space that's hosted by Carlo and Ray Jinko, who are both attorneys practicing in the space. And I go and hang out with those guys. I think you should join. It's 11:30 to 12:30 Central. I think it's Tuesday through Friday every day. So anyway, just
Excellent.
something to think about.
Thanks. Definitely. I mean, I'm getting a lot more comfortable with those sorts of issues that are coming up because when you read through the bankruptcy stuff, you come across all that stuff in one form or another, as indirect issues. So I feel comfortable talking about it, and I'll definitely check that out.
All right. What were you guys talking about?
Nothing. How was your birthday?
It was good. It was actually the day itself was amazing. I felt a lot of love from a lot of different places and friends. And then I was supposed to celebrate my like family style birthday on Sunday evening, family dinner,
How
and
was that?
that wasn't. So it got a little derailed by the kidney stone that I had. And
Ah,
so I still haven't my dad brought me a cupcake the next day, but I was in the ER for a good like 4 hours like total, like enter to leave, which is also not that bad because I was able to pass the kidney stone, like right. The CT people, like, they read the CT scan and it said that like seconds. And this is TMI. I never mind. Anyway, it was painful. It was not good.
Was that all of a sudden the kidney stone, or was it? Did you, or was
Like about 3 p.m. or maybe 2:30 that afternoon, I started like feeling something. I was hoping it was like a pulled muscle because I've been running recently. But no, I've had them before. When I was 16, I was in the I like had a bad one, or I think there were 3 total that I passed, and went to the hospital. But I haven't really had an experience since then.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, it could have been so worse. Like they could have had to like blow it up. But yeah, it was not ideal.
Well, I'm sorry that. Yeah, I had a coworker who had to have his bursted or something, or
Yeah, they blow them up. They like go in and they blow them. They go up inside from the
okay.
outside.
That's. Thank you. It's
My dad had to have his one surgically removed, so he like had as a scar. They couldn't even they couldn't detonate it.
wow. That turns it into powder, right? Like powder.
I don't know what it turns into.
Never mind. Okay. Happy birthday or belated
I
birthday.
love that you care enough to ask these follow-up questions that end in awkward results, Raucus. That's nice.
Well, I think I was just being a part of that morning, and
Oh, and Peter didn't unfollow,
yeah,
so we're all good.
yeah. So
I didn't get abandoned by my husband on my birthday. What a way to find out. My ex unfollowed me on Twitter.
yeah,
It's over.
yeah. I'm glad everything turned out.
Yeah, it was nice. Thank you for spending those the morning with me.
I was nervous. I was like, kind of like you don't know what to do. You know that awkward hug where you're trying to console someone, and you're like,
Yeah, because it was weird. Like, who was the other person with us?
I can't remember. He's an
But
engineer.
they didn't get it.
Yeah, he was just like, that guy, if he comes in the room and he was just like, yeah, I can't relate with that. So, because none of this is real, so have a good life.
He was like, "Yeah, I don't get offended when people unfollow.
Yeah,
You just gotta shrug it off."
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but he comes in here a few times. But yeah, I'm a big proponent of spending time with family, like birthdays and stuff like that. So, glad you had fun.
Ooh, I've been trying to get back to my mic button to say, yeah, it was great. Thanks for asking. How have you been?
It's good. No complaints. This week's been kind of a blur, but training and it's fine. So no complaints. It's cold here and it's snowing, so that's fine. As long as it's cold and snowing, I'm okay with it. Oh, speaking of the that guy, it's kind of awkward now because like we thought he did you dirty, and now he's back, and it's like, side eye. Peter,
Ruckus.
I didn't like you for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I didn't.
Was it the Australian thing?
No. Oh, so I don't know if everyone, so Saturday we thought E-Rich's birthday. She was alerted because she thought that Peter unfollowed her and left the chat room. And so that caused a lot of anxieties that morning, Saturday morning. And I was just like,
let's not overblow that. I was just like, why? What's going on?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's my friend. I was like, we're friends, and why would you do that? And, we were like, Peter's a dick, and what was wrong with him? no closure or
That's
anything.
not. We did not.
Well, we
go
were like
on a
going
date.
on. We were like there, like what the hell is his problem?
This is weird.
Well, it was weird, but because we've never met each other, but 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 it was
I
just
thought I'd done something wrong.
it was a big misunderstanding. Peter was
Thank
having
you. On.
quote unquote technical issues.
Was it just like accidentally clicked on the unfollow button, or what happened?
No, I think Twitter did the Twitter thing. I've had it happen with other people where it'll, like, I'll look at their profile and it says I'm not following them, and I'm like, what the fuck? I know I follow this person. What do you want about? But at the same time, it happened the other way as well. Like, I don't know, E-Rich unfollowed me, but she might have done that just to get my attention, unfollow and then follow again. I don't know, but my Twitter does that sometimes. Like, it happened with Paul Frederick. It's happened with Dan Rockwell before. I'm not sure why exactly. I'm pretty sure it's happened with Michael. It just seems to do it to me because I don't know. Must think I'm a bot or something. I just lost like 50 followers overnight as well. So
You think?
We've all
Wait a
been
minute.
losing followers actually.
Do you think these people are not following you because of me?
no, what? How'd you get that
Oh.
from that?
I don't know, because
Do you
you
want me to think
mentioned
that?
my name, and so I had to come in and like show up.
No, I'm saying I've had it unfollow you for no apparent reason before, like my Twitter account.
Oh yeah, well that's just because you're an Aussie prick.
I thought it was because the algorithm fears him.
I do think, honestly, I do think Twitter is in a state of cryogenic sleep. Like this version of the of the software
Oh yeah.
is totally being abandoned while they rebuild it underneath. Because I've just been talking to other folks, and I do feel like something's messy in it. But also, it's a good time to check out other platforms and things. We have to go find where the people are, people. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Well, Dan, I went to that link you shared yesterday on the chat for Clubhouse,
Yeah,
the power of the subconscious mind, which is quite a few people following that. But then I figured out later on, oh, wait a minute, I think pretty sure this is just a recording.
it is. It was a loop, but you know what? It still was really good for about 2 hours. I got a lot of work done while listening to that. I mean, the guy had really cool music in the background while he was talking, and it was good stuff, So, yeah, I've actually been playing a lot more time in Clubhouse. I love it. I love the interface and user experience on it so much better. But and just kind of hunting. Now there's going to be a space on there tonight. I think 7. I don't know if that's Eastern or Pacific, but it's called the Casting Lounge or whatever. And they had a bunch of casting directors on there, so they were all voice actor casting directing people, and they were just all sort of talking. There was like 6 of them there, and they're all just talking about the industry and the space and stuff. That was really pretty cool. So hopefully be part of that. Yeah, I don't know. I've been checking out the social network called Post. That's a group of Twitter employees broke off, started another social network. It's kind of like Medium. It's a little too clean, and again, it's like I can't. There's no one particular like. There's nothing worthy there yet, other than yet another. Did you hear what Trump wrote? Oh my god. Yeah, let me guess. I'll go to another network. They'll tell me that.
I think that post, because I remember hearing about that a while ago, and I think their selling point was that you could buy news articles on there like individually rather than like doing a subscription to the Washington Post or something. I think you could like buy one article or something. That's what I'd heard anyway. So I'm interested to hear what you thought of it. Is it kind of like I don't know, has it got the network there yet, or is it still sort of trying to find its feet?
I don't know. Post it doesn't feel like it has a whole lot of momentum to it. I know Mastodon probably has a lot of people doing different stuff on it, but I used that a long time ago, and it was really, I don't know. I was looking for another better user experience. It was kind of hit or miss there. So I don't know. I want to stay in the honestly, I don't know where content is. I don't know where good content is anymore. We have to go find it.
We are the content. Sorry.
Yes and no. We have to. We're basically the folks that help get people to the stage, and we can prod and create conversation. But
Well,
no, we got to get in pools where there's more traffic. You know what I mean?
so Mike, your Substack thing, that was great. About the rich guy.
Oh yeah, nice.
I shared it with another group chat.
Nice. Jack Bogle.
Not financial advice.
Trees don't grow to the sky.
And I joined your whatever. I gave you an email address of mine.
Yes.
I never do that. That's a big deal.
Digital mercenaries. That's how I always look at us. Digital mercenaries.
Why?
Because we're together alone.
I miss this.
You know, one thing I've been struggling with recently is I've mainly been working from home, mainly because I have like a sore back and sore neck whenever I go into the office, but I am missing the social interaction of the office. And also now I'm going for like a swim at lunchtime, so it kind of doesn't, so I go to like a pool, like a gym pool. So then I'm thinking if I went back to work, then it's a bit far for me to get to the pool from my workplace. But yeah, it's like, is digital interaction a substitute for real interaction?
Definitely. A good one though is a different question.
Yeah, is it a good one? That's what I'm thinking. Because the more time I invest in, say, Twitter Spaces, that's less time investing with people in real life.
I don't. I kind of miss it, but then there are more pros than cons, I guess. I do miss the camaraderie. I do miss there's the communicating, but then I don't miss the commute or the toxicity. Um, I do miss putting on pants and going to lunch, but then
You
just
miss pants? I don't miss pants.
you don't miss pants.
Well, I didn't wear them that much anyway because I'm kind of a skirt dresses type of, but no, I don't miss pants. More comfortable for dudes. Sorry, I totally killed the conversation with a really, really stupid interruption.
No, that wasn't stupid. I agree with you. I don't like. I mean, I'll wear them if I'm, doing house related stuff. But I usually I'll wear a dress or a skirt. It's just easier. Anyway, yeah. Dan over there is wearing a skirt.
I have a kilt or not. I don't
Yeah,
have
I
a
love a skirt, a shirt. I knew a guy once that had like the sparkle short skirt where it was maybe extra short kind of skirt and it was all like glitter. And I was like, God, I love it when you wear that on stage. It looks so good. And that's for as much as you had to take it off all the time. It was even better on. Just want to say that. And yeah, that was a club experience. But still, it was a legit. It's a true story. And she lost those shorts one day.
Dan, are you in? Not Dan Rockwell, the other Dan, um, real Dan Tate. Are you in a leadership manager's position, or is it just you? Do you manage systems?
I'm not in leadership. No, I'm probably fairly similar job to you actually, like analyst type work. Um, although actually no, aren't you? Are you a team leader now? Are you?
Yeah. So yeah.
So okay,
Sort of.
like yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm not leading a team or anything. So if I had to do that, I'd probably be expected to be in the office more than I am. So I basically can do all my work remotely. And kind of like what you were saying earlier, that the benefits have outweighed the costs. But recently, sometimes I get a little bit depressed if I stay at home the whole time. Like, I'm not living by myself, right? I've got a partner and a roommate as well in the house. So it's not I'm not completely like socially isolated, but in terms of like I don't know, I'm just trying to think about there are some merits to in real life friends, interactions, that sort of thing that I guess you can't really get virtually, or can you? Sometimes it's like, am I just tricking myself into thinking that this is a good enough substitute for that?
Well, I mean, that's why I really enjoy the Dan Lagertha laugh. Like, I feel like he's right in the room with me when he does the Lagertha laugh.
I think I can get more value here, like on Spaces. I can just use it for background noise, or I learn a lot, and then that's what I would not have if I were back in the office. So I've grown a lot just from Spaces, and the content that's in Spaces, and you guys as well. So,
Well, mostly me though, right?
of course.
Meh.
Come on,
Come on.
think about it.
Seriously?
Seriously.
No,
Well,
I am. It probably would be from you, Michael. I think I've learned the most probably from Michael. Learn a bit from the others, and I learned quite a bit from Paul too, actually. Sorry to anyone else, but yeah, everyone. I've learned from everyone, but yeah.
no, you haven't.
But
Don't try to. Don't try
especially me
that.
though. Especially me.
Try to clean it up now.
Let's let's be honest.
He's got his favorites.
Uh, Casey has said on a few occasions that I'm the reason for his success. So I just want to throw that out there. What are you laughing about, Allie? It's his words, uncoerced, no less. I have him
Yeah,
on.
I'm doubtful about that last part. How much did you pay him to say that?
If he accepted, does that mean he doesn't believe?
Good question.
All I know is dues are coming up. We're all gonna have to, cough in some bucks to keep the foundation going.
Maybe we can have like a union.
Totally.
Right? It's a union where everyone sorry. You ever do the long run in your head and like, oh yeah, it's communism. Never mind, go on.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, that's a short run. Oh, the long run. Oh, okay.
I live in like a very, how do I put this? You guys have a construction union over there, like in residential and that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't.
Oh.
So it's very, Wild West of construction industry here on the residential side. And apparently they've tried before, but what ended up happening is just a whole bunch of people came in and undercut the union, and the union basically just folded and gave up.
I thought you were going to
Completely.
say some people had their knees broken. Okay.
Well, you could say they swept the leg, I guess.
Ciao. Hugajame in judo, they call it Hugajame. No, I just made that up.
I was about ready to buy it because I know nothing about judo.
You ever try to make up fake words in a meeting to see if anyone's really listening to what you're saying?
I
When
can't
you
say
think
I
about
have,
the higgy,
but
when you think about the higgy jiggy coefficient, right? Yeah.
it reminds me of that video. I have to pull it up and post it and link it, because if I try to just say it out loud, I'm going to get it all wrong. But it's the one where he's talking about some really, fake technology stuff, and it's just like a string of nouns, your favorite string of nouns thing.
Yeah, pre-noun association. if I put in enough real world things with technology words, what have I created?
I did that in a legal brief at the appellate division, because when you get into the appellate division, you're looking at like maybe 50, 60 pages. So I don't know. I was young, okay? And I don't recommend you do this as a lawyer, but I probably slipped in one or two sentences in either a footnote or like maybe page 34, just to be a goofball, which you really, you're getting paid for that work, so don't do that. But it wasn't to the point where I would have gotten in trouble for it, but it was just kind of like self-satisfaction, I guess, because it was dumped on me at the last minute. But yeah, I've done that, kind of, except sentences. And no one noticed, by the way. Not a single stinking person.
What?
You know, after you write one of those like 100-page papers and you're like, you read this fact somewhere, but you can't remember who said it. I'm gonna cite some fucking thing and I make it up.
You make up Janky Jank and AL. That's funny. Yeah.
One of these,
Yeah.
I'm gonna cite this.
Yeah.
No one's ever caught on. Oh, no one's reading this. Fantastic.
You know what? That would be a great website. Generate me a fake bibliography or a true one. I wonder if there's an AI that would generate the bibliography if I wrote something. That would be useful.
I tagged you in the video and I pinned it up top as well. The turbo encabulator thing. I think I'm rugging.
No,
No, I can hear you.
Oh, it's that damn Ruckus leaving his mic open again.
Did I leave my mic open? I didn't leave my mic open, did I?
No, I don't. Oh, it's okay. We expect a bit of that, you know?
That's it. I'm going to unfollow and blame it on Twitter.
Man. Dude, when I learned about that shit about Jack Bogle and how he made trillions of dollars by accepting the fact that he couldn't beat the market, I was like, damn, so what the hell has everybody been told this whole time? You know, with your money and my ideas, how can we lose money? Kind of thing. Scary stuff.
Hmm.
I remember
Oh,
one of our friends. Sorry, I remember one of our friends found there's something called the Black-Scholes equation in finance, and he found this equation. He's like, "Yo, bro, I found this equation. This is the equation that's going to help me price the price of a stock accurately." Man, no, you ain't up on this kind of thing. And my friend, who was like a VP of sales at the hedge fund, was like, "Dude, what are you talking about?" You know, you just discovered that. You think nobody else knows about that? You think they don't have an internet connection? You know what? The moment when alpha becomes beta?
Is that a personal attack or?
It's like when two becomes one, by the Spice Girls.
Mm.
Aristophanes' Symposium on Love, you know? You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. Talk sick masculinity.
Toxic or talk sick?
Talk Sick.
So I'd be down for some sick masculinity, you know what I'm saying? In all seriousness, though, I think I'm going to settle on foundation for now. The thing I discussed with you earlier. Excellent segue, I know. So I'm going to try and set a collection up today when I get paid so I can actually buy some fucking Ethereum. I don't know how much the gas fees are. I just discovered I still have money in Tezos as well. Like, completely forgot about it. It's just been sitting there.
Yeah, I know that through Anna Mariah, I've discovered like a lot of really sick artists out there. I guess it's I mean, if a tree falls in the Tezos blockchain, is there anyone there to listen? Like, if you fail on Tezos, you know, it doesn't really affect the brand too much because nobody knows that you were for sale anyways.
Yeah, it's a good little sort of
It's a great place to make an experiment, let's say.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how the platform and the chain impact like the audience as well, and that interaction between the buyer, seller, and the market. Like, you ever notice it's really in the name of the platform?
I guess that's enough.
I'm about to dig deeper on this, but I don't want to sound like that guy that just discovered the equation for the first time. It's just making
Okay.
conversation.
Yeah, no, surprise is the marker of knowledge acquisition. What a learner learns is a function of what they already know.
Mm. But so I think that's why I'm going to just go towards foundation for like my next project or whatever it is that I do. I've already talked to you about it. I've got it sort of mapped out in my head a bit. But I was thinking of titling it My Soul because I'm just going to start selling my soul now.
I thought because you were going to release on Solana.
Ooh, no, that's an idea as well.
Again, if a tree drops in a blockchain of Solana Forest, is anyone there to hear it? At this point, you can fail on Tezos, nobody cares. You can fail on Matic, nobody cares. You can fail on, right? So I like the idea of making safe experiments with, the opportunity for the minimum viable upside. But again, we are dealing in a probabilistic space.
The flip side to that is because that's the attitude, then what is the likelihood of failure compared to like success? Do you know what I mean?
Risk reward, right? But, if the idea is that if you want to explore the space, then explore it in an affordable way.
Yeah.
So maybe eventually you want to have your premium stuff on Ethereum, or you can use, they're looking at doing NFTs on Bitcoin using this ordinal system. Have you seen that?
I've seen that,
I,
but I don't understand why.
You've seen that,
I don't
right?
understand why people are so mad about it. But that's another story.
I think they're afraid that it's going to impact the block size if they start putting things on chain. But yeah, who knows? Let's see if we can put it to the top. Where is it? I was showing Casey earlier. How do you make Satoshis non-fungible? It's an interesting proposition.
I think if Bitcoin's going to become more than just a asset, something to hold on to, I can't see younger people getting into it unless there's more done with it. I get in trouble for saying that. I probably should just shut up.
No, it's interesting, right? Because right now, Satoshis are fungible, right? One Satoshi is equal to another Satoshi. That's the way it's set up. But if you start adding unique markers to Satoshis, might people, use that extra script within each transaction or each Satoshi to make one Satoshi not necessarily be equal to another Satoshi because of the metadata associated with it?
We already do that with fiat coins in terms of collecting rare coins. I don't know if that. Anyway, it's a debate I guess everybody could have all day long.
Yeah. Outside of my circle of control, that's for sure. Unless anyone knows how to become a Bitcoin core developer. You guys want to do that? That's a no.
Yeah, I don't. That's way outside my wheelhouse. That would just be not a good thing, and yeah.
I'm gonna head to the gym, guys. I hope to see you guys in a couple hours if you're still here.
Hi.
Take care.
That was We Will Rock Us. That's right. We will rock us.
So what's new with everyone? What's been happening?
Just treading water, nothing much.
Consuming AI tools at an alarming rate. But good, man. I've been playing with Runway, man. That's good. I've been playing with Runway ML and Scenario GG. I've been making my own models, and that's been insanely fun. Yeah, a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I saw your tweets about Runway. What do you in a nutshell? What are you doing?
Well, I mean, it's got a bunch of different tools. So it's got like all these different AI tools that do different things. Everything from, say, upscale an image or image to image. It's got its own stable diffusion inside of it. But basically, I'm going from Midjourney, sort of like using Midjourney to define a style, and then going into Runway and making it an actual model that then I can use to, say I load up Crazy Dan look number 5, and then I can just describe any scene, and it puts it in that look. So it's really cool for sort of collaging, abstract, anything bizarre. And it was surprisingly simple as fuck. So it's addictive. Yeah, just got me on the road to sort of learn those tools. And now I'm checking out this other thing. And I gotta try to learn Hugging Face this week. That's the goal. The goal is to learn Hugging Face, or at least play around with it to the point that you understand where it can be in the workflow of things.
Yeah, I've looked at that. It's some of that's really really cool over there. What they're doing on Hugging Face, some of the ideas that people are coming up with are pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of cool ideas going on.
Yeah, I still haven't played with the runway stuff, but I keep hearing about it. I know they've been around for like years now, but
Yeah, and there's a different version
yeah.
too. Now I had the old version that was like on my computer. Now there's the version in the cloud, and then it's got like its own video editor too. So it's got its own. But in order, I have to like go to the highest pro version to do the stuff I want to do. But that's fine, whatever. I mean, that's what I'm kind of working on right now, anyways. This is all just investing in the company that we're building next. So, but yeah, man, it's and then I've been playing around with Scenario GG, which is another similar time.
How much like does the pro version of that for runway cost anyway? Like, I know I can just Google this, but sake of conversation.
I think it might be 300 a year.
I suppose that's not too bad. Yeah, it's definitely
See,
cheaper than what you pay in fucking.
it's actually here's where it gets you though. Like I'm paying pro tier now, so I'm paying 150. But every model you want to make, it costs you $10. So that's where they get you. Especially like me at night, where I'm like, fuck it, let's make a model that's all based on this crazy fucking thing. And trust me, I burnt usually $100 already in models. And Scenario GG, you can make your own models, and they're not as expensive. Well, actually, right now I'm in their pilot. I don't or whatever their alpha. I don't know. It's cool. It's an interesting workflow going from Mid Journey to Runway, and then I go back to Mid Journey and sort of do blends, and then I'll sometimes go over to Scenario GG and sort of like see where they all sort of fit. And now I'm working on frame to frame interpolation, which it should be a lot smarter than what it is. It's not that great right now.
Yeah, I feel you. Some of the animation tools are great, like that I mess with, but you can't. If you want to get from like one frame to another frame, it's still the hackiest stuff in some sense.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's annoying because I want to make like loop animations as part of what I want to do with like NFTs.
Mm-hmm.
But at the
Yeah.
moment, like the only real way to do that is to just go, forwards and then backwards, which is like the simplest way. There are other ways I could go about it, but it just gets messy.
Well, Casey uses the motion leap tool to sort of add a lot of different that's usually either painted on effects or blur effects that you're sort of adding to a piece and adding time on that. I was looking at particle generators as ways to sort of, I'll get a particle generator and use that'll represent this nuke explosion here, right? And then I'll put this blast wave here, okay? And then I always cheat. I like, oh, that looks beautiful on my screen, and there's no way to export it. Well, just set up a screen capture right here, and here's our export. You know what I mean? I'm always capturing the screen and then outputting it, and then I have to then take that output probably back into Runway and clean up and try to erase the markers left over by the program. So it's like there's lots of ways to hack stuff, but it's not the flow you want. But the flow I kind of want now is I sort of want to design something specific, even that's kind of following the way I'm thinking. So I don't know. I got to find programmers in this space, or at least talk to my core team. My core team doesn't know anything about this stuff, so a little shit out of luck right there. But we'll see. But yeah, man, getting close to animation. And it's funny as I look at it in Mid Journey, I'm like, okay, of course it should be able to do this. It's funny. It gives you the 4 frames, and I already can see the animation between the 4 frames. So I'm like, we got to be super close to doing animation. I think a lot of people are looking. And see, the problem with a lot of the AI stuff is that it copies what we have done before to get here, but it's not thinking necessarily. I don't know, thinking necessarily in changing the art, like thinking about the movements and the sort of inner moves within the dance, and then sort of figuring those elements out, and then building a scene detector so the AI can actually watch a scene to see whether or not it actually recognizes the place for a potential movement of action that could come in, that could then bridge this frame to that frame, and that generates 22 seconds of action scene. Okay, that's cool, but I need that to be shorter. Can you make it 16? Yes, I can. You know what I mean? All that is right there. So it's just kind of fostering that.
I just once it loads, I've sent a gift through to you. It'll take a second or so because it's fucking upload speed in Australia.
Yeah, that's why I feel like AI is kind of running the train on me, because I'm just plugging things into different AIs one after another.
Guess what? Not you.
Yeah, I could totally see that.
I got my bubbles back up at the top, guys. The space bubbles. They're back.
You know what?
Like I didn't have the space bubbles for almost a year. Like I couldn't see them, and now I can see the space bubbles. Like the little bubbles at the top.
Yeah.
I'm off punishment.
Oh, what he's having.
No, that's a big deal.
Oh, the Jumbotron.
Oh,
I think he's talking about when you're on your homepage and you get like the purple bubbles
at
that
the
show the
top.
space name and the people in it and that.
Yes, at the top. They're back.
Nice.
Someone else was having that problem. Was it Matios or?
I couldn't get mine to stay. Like they'd show up and then zoop, they're gone. But I delete it and then put Twitter back on my phone, and that helps a bit.
Sorry, I had to come back and I can't go to the gym right now anyway. So
I'm excited for
thank
you.
you.
What happened with the gym?
Oh, my wife is gone. She's at Target. She's taking too long, and I don't want to leave the kids by themselves. So
Target is a time sink. You should not let a woman walk up Target. It's just deadly to your time. Don't let that happen.
I should have told her I wanted to go to the gym, but I can see her. I'm tracking her. I know where she is, but
why are you tracking her for?
Because she loses her phone.
Oh, yeah.
And she just.
Why are you really tracking her, Ruckus?
So, because she loses her phone, she leaves it at Target. She left it
in case she misses the Target.
She actually left it at Target once.
Is it her phone, or is it really your phone that you bought her and you don't want her to lose it?
Oh,
that was gaslighting. I now know the value of gaslighting. But notice I delivered it in a very poor sort of like
isn't it fun though?
tone that clearly meant jovial.
Isn't it fun?
Have you guys ever lost your phone in your house? Like you couldn't find it? Or no?
All the time. All the time.
Yeah.
I exhaust the warranty on any phone I get. I've run my phones over by accident. I've left them on the roof of it's bad. Oh, boo-hoo down there. How dare you? I've been good with this phone. I just got this like several months ago, and so far I've dropped it multiple times without the warranty. I didn't get the warranty yet. I really should do that if it's not too late. But anyway, it's still alive, and I didn't lose it yet. But yeah, I can appreciate that, Ruckus.
Thank you.
Why don't you just go to the gym? Why don't you just go to the gym anyway? Since you got the phone, you can just kind of stalk her while you're at the gym and multitask, and
Well, I didn't want to leave the kids here alone. My daughter gets things.
fuck the kids. Who cares? I'm kidding. Don't leave the
I
kids
know
alone.
she gets anxieties.
Jesus.
My son would never. He wouldn't even know if I left, but my daughter gets anxieties.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
So
Well, they're young anyway,
she's
right?
she's 12. So she's Mia's here now. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thanks for entertaining my bullshit.
Question, guys. How do you, if you do it, how do you decide which AI art to animate? I mean, do you look at a particular piece of AI art and go, "Whoa, that would be great to animate," or do you just have a whole concept of, okay, I want to have a a '56 Chevy, driving down Route 66 or something like that, or both? What do you guys prefer to do?
Given the way the animation tools work at the moment, I usually just run a prompt through the forum or whatever it is and just let it run and then see if it's looking good and then just make adjustments the same way I do with image generation. But it's not like they're not like very stable animations. They're very when I say stable, I don't mean like stable diffusion because obviously I'm talking about stable diffusion. Whereas it's not like the sort of animations that like Casey's done for his work. It's more like evolving. Every frame's a little bit different, and it applies itself to certain styles nicely. Other styles it looks weird, so it's just kind of experimentation, and I don't know.
Oh,
That's
cool.
my approach anyway.
Thanks.
I suppose like the stuff that KC does, where you can use like the motion leap or whatever to animate an image, yeah, you'd probably just pick from an image that you like or whatever.
Hey Peter, I just upgraded on the runway side. I wonder how it works on the team side. I'll have to check, but if I can put folks on my plan, I'll let you know. You know what I mean?
That'd be chill. It'd be fun to play with it.
Yeah, I kind of don't know how it all works on that part. It's weird. The image gen it gives you, it says like, the first, well, I think it says something like, 300 image renders a month. And I'm like, you mean that should be an hour or something like that? Yeah, I'm like, but I don't know. I haven't really run into that yet, unless I don't know. It's like, I hate throttling that. You know what I mean? It's like, come on down and enjoy our wonderful food. And it's like, each bite is like monetized. You know what I mean? Hopefully it's not going to do that.
Oh, each bite is monetized. That would be the worst business model for a restaurant, but at the same time, I've still been using Colab to train with Dream Booth. It's pretty much the only thing I even bother using my Colab credits for anymore, which is annoying. I keep forgetting to cancel it. It's like $70 every month, but the credits only last 3 months, which is a bit annoying because otherwise I'd just be like stacking up all these hours. I'm pretty sure they just end up going to waste because I don't use them all. It's kind of I still really don't like the way Google changed their pricing structure.
Yeah, I haven't got into that side of it yet. I mean, Midjourney is kind of funny. It's like, sure, come and use our amazing program and enjoy the amazing and infinite creativity within your mind. Build anything and enjoy in a nice, relaxed atmosphere. However, if you would like to generate an image, maybe one or two images an hour, you might want to upgrade to fast. You know what I mean? It's like, so like for me, it's like I'm always like, yeah, man, I'm in the fast lane. I want to render a bunch of images and just have that. It's not so much I was I just want to go at the pace of how the creativity is going, which is I have these 3 experiments rendering over here. I have these 4 experiments over here. You know what I mean? So it's more like that versus relax will really the kills the product. I don't know how they do it. And then what was funny is when I started using Runway, I was like, okay, now I get relaxed. Here at Mid Journey, you want to go fast, and we know that. So what better thing to do? Use Runway ML to go really fast, and then use us in relax mode at the same time, right? That's what I end up doing. So I go over to Runway and I'll go fast there. That gives me my satisfaction of speed, and then Mid Journey I don't turn on as much because I've done I don't know a couple good happy hours by now on that thing. That's how I justify it. I mean, a good happy hour for me is easy 75, what, $110 easy, right? I mean, today's prices, come on. You got a client, a couple other people, that's serious dollars. Well, take your happy hour money and spend it with AI. And spend hours at home, freebasing on acid, building the world you want to see. That's exactly what it is. With our AI, it isn't just AI image. We actually have each AI entity build a full world for you just to show your perspective. And that's why when you decide to delete or not use that imagery, we decide to hate you because we generated that shit for you and now it's technical debt. No,
Yeah, it's I my Midjourney subscription ran out, but I do exactly the same thing. I'll use it to like work out a style or something, and then I'll try to train on those images. But I haven't done that in a bit with Midjourney. Um, it's yeah, the training stuff is pretty straightforward through Colab, but yeah, it's like the only reason I still use Colab now. I can train locally, but I don't know, I don't trust the tools. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like when I know something works, I stick with it, and then experimenting deeper
totally, man.
is always like, fuck, is this even going to work? And then like I feel like I've wasted an hour or something if I get a shit result. And I'm just like, damn it, you know.
Yeah, totally. I just wished I wish Mid Journey and it's funny, each one of these things each tool has its own sort of nomenclature for how you should sort of do prompting and do image generation. There are some similarities across them all, like seed or like, influence, or, how much percentage this image has over the stack or that kind of stuff. But like, I'm always looking for just more parameters to fuck with. I almost want like, it almost needs to be even, I don't know, just more injected randomness. But I'm finding ways to do that myself through just image modifications. I make, 15 or 30. That's what it takes, 15 or 30 images to build a model on Runway for the most part. So you sort of have to work on, I don't know, I'm just learning like how to make a good working model that kind of works. One thing that was funny is like I have sketches that I do and like doodles, and they're just like fast written doodles, but I had tons of them back, I don't know, from 2016. And I made a simple set with that style and fed it in, and man, it like, I can like, it's crazy like how good it is. Now, it doesn't mean like it's not going to write cartoons for you. It's not, but it mimics this cool style that helps me sort of. I just love that. I just love the fact it can create more of what you have actually created. And then I've been loving mixing and just mutating styles. Like all the stuff I did in Mid Journey, where I was really playing with the color palette. That stuff is perfect now because I can actually go and teach Runway ML that aesthetic. And so I started doing that, and it's like cranking out. Just, it's so wild to have like, a slice of your brain as a model. You know what I mean? And you just kind of call it up in a prompt. You're like, hey, show Dukes of Hazzard, two cars flipping over in traffic, Peter flipping me off from the hill, and a giant, I don't know, T-Rex eats a plane with, you know, voice actors in the streets, snakes. I was like, okay, not a problem. But do it in Dan's style. Do it in Dan's, Freebase 1, right? So you go use Freebase 1 and it builds it. It's just really cool. But animation is next. Animation, I don't expect to do like lip sync animation. No. Can I do actual, like, really good interpolative action? Probably not. Can I do presence? Meaning, here's a bomb blast that goes off and it looks really cool. Can I do fast trailer edit type stuff? That's the kind of stuff I'm striving for, where I can use sound along with the motion graphics applied to a scene and then the interpolation. And I create just enough of a alongside a, you know what I mean? It's all recorded and it goes by like that, but you saw it and it was cool, and then you move to the next scene. That stuff is what I'm really working on. I'm getting closer to it. But it's fun going through the programs, and it's just like, just want to like see and play with more stuff, Eat.
So, is there an aggregator yet that will run one concept through multiple different AI engines at the same time? Like AI
No,
art?
there is not. But that's a common question asked at the forefront of every trend. But yeah, no, it is. No, there's no. No, I mean, it's still haphazard. It's totally French. I mean, but actually, it's not. It's maturing because now these companies got like, so and so raised 10 million, they got 20 million. Before, when they had nobody, it was even more interesting, right? But it's starting to pick up.
I feel like we've got that little quiet time where there hasn't really been major developments in the space. It's all just kind of been iterations and improvements. So I'm expecting within the next month or so, maybe 2 months, but something big will happen again. It'll probably be video generation stuff. I mean, they've already showed it off, but like the Maker video or whatever from Facebook. I think Google's got one as well. I think there was another one as well some point, but like none of it's been released yet. And I'm excited to see that like finally
Yeah,
show up.
I'm excited for that, but I also know too that they have to make, the problem with that kind of video is it's going to be really, I don't know. I wonder if they're going to really be making it like, let's take a beagle runs across the pavement, jumps up on a cliff, and then turns into the Hulk. Like, I guess the transitional stuff I kind of get, locations I get. It's like that again. It's that perception of how they're going to do that interpolation. if it's going to be what we see today, it's not going to be great. So yeah, we'll have to see. I'm trying to actually sort of try to build a way of breaking down a scene of movement. So if I look at 30 seconds of action from a film, and it's contained in one sort of scene, meaning it's not multiple scenes, it's just the scene is kind of unfolding or whatever. Can I break that scene down into movements, and then can those movements actually be sort of equated into basically depth perspective brushes almost? That then I can then say the brush or the effect of XYZ comes out from this center and then gradually goes bigger and like that, and I can draw it out like that. And then I can say, yeah, give me 28 seconds, Michael Bay. And it does it like in a Michael Bay aggressive kind of move, right? That's the kind of stuff I hope is coming, or at least I'm going to start working on. Yeah.
That's a lot of fun. I mean, because it gives you the right flavor, like a recipe for something.
Yeah, it's scene detection along with sort of motion representation by the movements that make up a scene of action. And you can kind of see that when you read storyboard books, when you go through storyboard software, there's film is represented by different types of terms that represent movement within an animatic or storyboard. Well, if we have that language, that's just the same language that we can teach the camera. All right, cool. Or computer, right? So then we tell the computer, instead of just understanding that, I want you to at the same time use a charcoal paste in this particular effect, and use 50% transparency and add motion blur and do it for 16 seconds or something like that. Or better yet, build me a B-roll clip, a footage library. I want 48 clips. I want 50 clips ranging from 2 seconds to 15 seconds in length, and render overnight. I'll pay $50. Boom. So now I wake up in the morning and I have all this footage. That's basically the action sequence of when the bomb blows up in the center of town. And then I just go through B-roller and say, all right, I'll use this one and this one. But I just generated all of that. That is going to be really fucking cool.
Well, I mean, imagine after a while, it'll be like, okay, well, apply, a Tarantino style to a scene, and it'll just, do
Yep.
it based on that. It's crazy. Like that's going to
Mhm.
happen.
Mm. And movie directors will complain until we realize that movie directors stole their style from other movie directors. That would be interesting. The lawsuits are coming out, or at least they're starting to get big. And then, of course, at the same time, the media is obsessed with the story of like, metaverse looks like it ended. What's next, America? Right?
Oh my God! Every goddamn day, it's like unreal.
Yeah.
That is greatly irritating to me because
Yeah.
those people work so hard, and then the media is just like beating them down. It's like, oh my God, knock it off.
Yeah.
I always like to assume when the media tries so hard to spin a negative story about something, they're usually wrong, and it's just attention grabbing, cash grabbing while they can. Because, of course you're going to click that link or look at it at least once or twice just to see and just be like, fuck's sake, they got it all wrong.
Yeah.
It all seems very contrived to me. I mean, it's I used to love Twitchy. I don't know if you guys ever saw Twitchy, but Twitchy kind of makes fun of the media. But then it began to occur to me after things got kind of ridiculous. Like, there's no way that anyone actually really thinks that. And then once you get to that point, it's like, oh man, this just sucks, because obviously it's all, so yeah. But even then, even if you think that it's all, a stage, right? I still think it's disappointing for people when they're working so hard, and even though it's staged, it's like after a while, it's still a beatdown, And I wonder how that affects people in the long run. I can tell you, I don't like singing. I'll say this: I don't like singing. I think I don't think it's necessary to spend an inordinate amount of time chasing around people like Zuckerberg or whatever, and giving them a hard time. I just, even though some of it's on purpose, it's still I don't like seeing as much of it as I do. I guess.
You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. Toxic masculinity.
Fate lost in time, time lost in fate. A man stands alone, looking out, and wonders, should you just buy stock in Potbelly if you're going to order it every day? Why do you get that goddamn sandwich every time? It's because it's trusted. You learn after days of DoorDash that one can't survive on the random,
You
predictable.
should do a DoorDash review.
You should what?
Do like DoorDash reviews.
I should do DoorDash.
Yeah, that would be great. Again,
Hey
I mean,
everybody, this is Dan, and I'm an AI researcher in Ohio. If you're late at night and you're working on the image model and you're trying to get something good and fierce, I recommend the Pomp Belly. That's right. I get the turkey and Swiss, but I double meat it, right? I always get it on thin white because nothing better than a good thin white, per se. And then we put it, then we got hot peppers, mayo, lettuce, onions on that. Bacon as well. Be sure to toast it up and be sure to get yourself a yummy Dream Bar. That's right, Potbellies. We got the Dream Bar and you. Dream Bar is only $2.85, and I get 4 of them at a time. You might say, why? I get 4 of them because they're Dream Bars. They're wonderful. And like a Boca Burger, don't you want wonderful food? Isn't it time that you got something wonderful in your life?
Why are you doing this to me? You know I'm trying to lose weight.
That's
I
right. Brought to you by Planned Parenthood. Think again.
I am literally the only woman that you will know that would just gorge herself like an animal that's about to hibernate. You know, like if I get into one of those
It's because
moods.
you're vegan, Sandra. You
Yeah.
don't have any food in your life.
Oh God, it's been horrible lately because when I'm really stressed out, I'm just like, I just one fucking cheesesteak, But yeah. Anyway.
This list end in the latest AI news. Microsoft and USLA to introduce Climax, a foundational model for climate and weather modeling. That's right. The branding team's going over several names of potential models and ended up that Climax would be one the public might resonate with the most. That's true. I actually read about this somewhere else this morning. It's a model of Earth weather. It's kind of cool. And I don't know what they're going to use it for, but it's models. We can make a model for anything.
Well, the Earth is stopping anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's like Night of the Comet.
And lastly, in a new paper, dense dense pose from Wi-Fi, a Carnegie Mellon University research team proposes a Wi-Fi based dense pose, a neural network architecture capable of estimating a human dense pose only using only Wi-Fi signals in scenarios of occlusion and multiple people. Okay, what does that mean? Basically, it means we can sense how many people are on the ground based on Wi-Fi signals alone, uh, and not necessarily from your device, but based on how Wi-Fi signals go through the human body. And they probably leave some sort of bouncing kind of echoey wake, and they can do that and go, "There's 9 people down there." I know that. And this just allows our targeting systems to vaporize people from the planet easier, as you know.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to kill your husband's lover that way. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Totally.
And of course, Paul's all for, he doesn't say anything the whole time, and of course he's all for that. Like, yes.
I can see that. Baidu releases top, what was it? Top 10 tech trends for 2023 in China. Let's read that piece. What are they? Survey says number one, core technology founding continues to solidify. That's true. Second, AI's cross domain integration ability is getting stronger, no doubt. Third, intelligent innovation is increasingly pragmatic. Do you think that's true? I don't know. All right, here are the big trends. Big model building. Big models for industries emerge, providing intelligent upgrades across a wide range of sectors. I agree. This is the new big gold rush, which is let's go find the big tasty models that are specific to different industries. True. Number two, digital real convergence. The increasing demand for AI infrastructure drives deeper integration of digital technology with a real economy. I see. Yeah, that's basically a long-winded way of saying we got to make money with AI. We will. Okay. Number three is virtual real symbiosis. This is Web3 technology creates a new type of online space leading to disruptive innovation in the multiverse industry. Yeah, that's like a duh, but it's also saying we don't know what's going to happen just yet. Number four, autonomous driving sees new upgrades leading to progress in intelligence transportation. That's not a trend, that's just really observation. Robotics, the use of industrial robots accelerates no shit. Number six, scientific computing is AI technology, no shit. Quantum computing arrives, no shit. Privacy and computing arrives, essential, no shit. Ethics and trading, no shit. Sustainability, no shit. These were no shit trends. Thanks for listening.
No shit. I heard China was going to release their own chat GPT, but it's probably just a copy of a copy. But I don't know. I'm going to go make dinner. If you guys are still up in a little while, I'll be back. See you later.
Take care.
Yo, guys, is anyone here? What's happening? Okay. Guys, stop with the AI pictures.
Why? Why do I have to stop with that? I love that stuff.
Yo, what the fuck is going on?
Yo, what the fuck is going on with you?
Wait, let me say something.
Hey, what you say?
I see every single one of you as peasants.
Yeah,
You see all of us as peasants? Yeah, I like that.
Because
Behold,
nailed
I
it.
see your
where's
inferior.
your blue badge?
Where's your blue bag?
That's right.
I don't know.
You know, he is part of the Brahmin caste system of Twitter. We better show him some respect.
Yes, thank you.
Well, I was thinking to get the ramen thing in here eventually, so
The
you know,
ramen
can't really. I was gonna go ramen. Yeah.
instead of in Asia, they have the noodle caste system.
Shut up for a minute. Guys, do
It's
you
the
want me to
new
give you some
cast
advice?
system.
Guys, do you want me to give you some advice?
Please.
Please,
Guys, if you show your faces on here, you get more respect.
guys,
If you show your
just got
what?
my face. What do you mean,
Show your
face?
dicks on here.
You want us to whip our dicks out?
I
Is that
said
what
your
you're saying?
faces.
Dude, if I whip out my dick right here, you're gonna have to carry it all the
I
way
said
home.
show your
It's huge.
faces.
It's
Is
just like a
this like
massive
Nike
penis.
Spoonie?
Dan, you're hearing
What are you
things.
trying to say, dude? Can you be a little bit more specific with your general line of shitposting vagueness?
Show your faces on here.
You
My
can have.
face is already fucking here.
I like
I can
that
see
idea
your
of
face.
Twitter space shit
Dan,
poster. That's
Dan,
a good one.
Dan. Actually, Dan, seriously, fucking settle down.
Settle down. You just got to understand that I'm a foreigner and I'm not working right now. So you get online a lot. I'm looking for attention. I'm trying to find some.
Yeah, I don't
You
like
got
your
some for
attitude
me?
towards me. Remember, I've got the blue badge here.
I've got the
Speak to
blue
me with some
badge right
fucking
now.
respect.
Get on your knees. Not
Once
those
again, bro, I'm
knees.
not
Get on
liking
these
that shit.
knees. Who's?
This is getting personal now. Stop.
Did you bring a person's knees in here with you? That's gross. Get on your knees, not those.
What the fuck are you going on about?
I don't know, man. I'm seriously high. Hold on a second.
Yeah, seriously, hi. I don't know what you're going on about. Okay, take your weed talk somewhere else, or I'll remove you from the space.
That's cool.
Yo, guys, make me co-host.
What? What?
Dan, bro, I wasn't talking to you.
Dude.
Thank you.
Well,
Wait a minute, what happened? You just
I'll be
dropped down.
dang. Look what happened, man.
Hold on. Ethan, I asked you to do co-host.
Mm,
What happened there?
Guys,
I don't know.
All right, let's try that again.
Guys,
Hold on, Ethan. Let me add you to co-host.
please,
You're the
people.
one with the check, right? So we have to respect the Twitter cast system.
thank you.
Good.
I've got something for you in my pocket.
Okay.
Like some
What the
meat.
hell? Guys, Manish, are you doing something? He keeps getting dropped down to listener. I don't know what's happening.
That's weird.
That's weird, all right?
That
Hold
is
on.
weird.
Ethan, what's going on?
Guys,
Okay, do that one more time and I will fucking find you.
he's in Canada,
I'm
man.
trying to add you to co-host.
No, generally,
You're the one with
I'm
the check
taking this
mark.
really serious. I know you think I'm trolling, but I'm shaking.
I want to make sure that you become co-host. That's what we're trying to do here.
I'm fucking shaking. Stop doing that.
What does that mean? Are you jogging? You okay?
I think he's English.
Oh my god. Dan, I actually generally you annoy me so much.
Which one? Me?
Yeah, you just annoy me, bro.
That's sweet, man. I swear. Anytime you need any love, you let me know.
Yeah, like I can't understand what you're saying. It's really annoying me.
Right. No, that's what I want. This is you.
Yeah, once again, I do not know what you're saying.
Well, if you just listen, I'm trying to say, I teach you a little bit about Ray. Did you know that Ray is used by Uber and by Google? That's impressive.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, man. I'm talking about Ray.
Okay, just remember, guys, I've got the blue badge here. Respect me.
Respect,
Well,
man.
that's why we're trying to add you to co-host with Manish.
No, I don't want to be co-host anymore.
Why not?
What?
What? Now you drop down to listener. Come up.
What?
Dan, I think there's something wrong with this thing.
Okay, guys, I'm reporting you.
I think there's something wrong with the space. It's like
Weird.
this keeps getting dropped. It's weird, right?
That's it's gotta be Twitter, man.
It's got to be something with Twitter.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me try to approve. Ethan, try that again. Okay, good. You're back.
Remove me one more time and I'm leaving.
I don't know what's
forever.
going on. The thing is, you have Twitter Blue. Like this shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, but should I tell you what? Because I've got Twitter Blue. Okay, so when you get Twitter Blue, yeah, do you want to know what else you get? Do you want to know what's part of the package?
Dígame.
So they won't tell you this. Elon Musk
Tell
won't
us.
tell you this. It's an inside thing with people. Once you get Twitter Blue, I shouldn't even be saying this, by the way. So all of us Twitter Blue accounts, we can actually find out where you live. If we just click on your profile, we can see where you live.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I'm still trying to add you to co-host. You know?
I don't want to be co-host.
You're
I
the
don't need
one
to
with
be.
you're the one with the check mark. You should be elevated above other people. You know, there needs to be a separation between the aristocracy, the mercantilists, and the proletariat.
Guys, there's no classes to this. You're peasants, I'm not peasant. It's really simple.
Right? That's the invidious distinction of class, right? Peasants, non-peasants, the aristocracy, the technocracy, the mercantilists.
But what I'm trying to say is, there's only two classes here. You peasants and me.
And that's why I'm trying to add you to co-host.
Guys, you want to know what's funny? Actually, you know what?
Not,
I didn't even pay for Twitter. Facts, I didn't actually pay.
Damn. Then I don't know what keeps happening. It's weird.
I think there may have been a bad connection there. Or we're just dealing with a stupid person.
You know what? I haven't done the Twitter yo-yo in a long time. That was fun, guys. Thank you for indulging me on that one. I love the Twitter yo-yo.
I'm just scared, bro. A person that's only got 53 followers on Twitter Blue is going to find where you live because you can see your address on your account.
I mean, if he's English, he has to decide. He has bigger fish to fry. I heard they're like thinking about getting back with the European Union.
Love a good troll. It's always good times.
Yeah, it's been a while, right, since we had someone. But the thing is, you ever feel disappointed in the troll? Like,
yeah,
you know, because if somebody is just disruptive without, you know what I mean? It just feels like I don't know. But at the same time, it's the belief, right? The belief and sophistication that makes the fall all that more worth it. Is that what it is?
I don't know. It's yeah.
Like when he asked to be co-host, I was like, "Here you go, fuck, great." You realize that? It was like something went off in my brain. I was like, "Oh man, you told me what you wanted. Here it is." But the thing is, like, I was afraid that he was going to kick Dan out, like, because that's the worry I didn't know I had to worry about with co-hosts, which is like people kicking people out of the room. So it's like, I couldn't do it for too long. 'Cause you don't know, it's an unknown quantity. These people sometimes.
You saved my life, man. I appreciate it. In other news, I almost either broke Runway ML or something else when I decided to order a batch of images, 500, just for the hell of it, on a particular model I was working on. And it was like, sir, no one's ever actually asked us for that many. I mean, we have it in the drop down, but we didn't think anybody would pick that up. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. We'll see. And then the other reason I had to upgrade to Pro is, and I probably could get export on other platforms, but to really rotoscope on this thing, you got to export frame by frame, so you can go through the other image to image interpolation thing where you can sort of like take a frame and slowly change it into some other style or something. The other thing I want to do, Peter, is Eevee synth. I downloaded it, haven't really fucked with it yet. It's sort of like something I want to sit down and really understand a little bit. And that's the other thing too, is that Eevee synth wants frame by frame by frames, so I can't even play with it unless I have a framed sequence. So in a lot of ways, Runway ML and Eevee synth are really in the same sort of tier of like you can use them better together, but you need the pro tiers, right? Now the pro tiers do give you the pro res, so that's nice. But like when we're doing social media shit, I don't know. The last thing I think about is res, just because I'm just trying to get my idea out first, and then I can go back to it. But the other tool I need now is like I need a really good image management tool. I mean, I can't use iPhoto. I need something else, something to help me figure out. And I almost want it to be a smart tool so it could recognize scene styles, so I could just go to the whole 4 terabytes of images and say, give me everything that's a cool chasing track, cool action sequence around the corner, you know and then it goes and finds all those scenes. Anyways, getting there.
If I had logged on yesterday, one of the pieces that I hold on Tezos, I could have sold for a fair bit of money. And by that I mean like 20 times what I paid for it, which is still not very much money because it was like $1. But one of these pieces that AI Machina did went up a shitload in value apparently, from like the Tez Wizards thing. So when I say shitloads, again, like I mean, when they're selling it at 1 and they're reselling it at 20 on fucking Tezos, that's pretty sure, I guess. Like a few days before that, someone offered like 30 Tez. So that's pretty, would have been nice, but I'll just keep holding it.
Wonder if NFTs will be like Rolexes in the future, where it's like, hey man, I have this fucking, you know, Bored Ape Submariner from 2017. Oh yeah. Does it have the box and papers? Yeah, it has a box and papers. All right, let's take out the magnifying glass and check the unique token identifier. Okay, see these two numbers here? The beginning and the end? Yeah, those are off. It's a fake. It's a Fugazi Bored Ape. No way. You just saved me $50,000. It's like eventually, like NFTs will be on some futuristic antique roadshow.
It'd be like NFT hunters or something.
Yeah. What do you got there? Well, I got an NFT cabinet. Oh, this cabinet was made by Jiang Chang Hagbach. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, he was an actual figure in Germany in 1742, and he invented this unique style of NFT cabinets where the smart contract was connected with Chainlink and linked to the price of Bitcoin Cash. Oh, really? Yes. Well, this is actually a one of one, and it's worth about $25,000, right? And it's like Pawn Stars, but NFTs. So, what do you want for it? So, what do you want for it? Because price is determined at the value of exchange, right?
Mm.
I have an NFT out there that I priced for $125,000. Nobody's bought it yet. So is it worth $25,000? I don't know. If somebody pays for it, I guess. Or nobody pays for it. Outcomes determine advocates.
You're talking about the one where you wrote NFT on a piece of paper?
Yeah, it's my proudest piece of art, I have to say. Created on the one true Bitcoin Satoshi Vision blockchain, created by an Australian, no less.
I finally got set up a collection on Tezos. Bored, got nothing else to do, so gonna mint one of these gifts, I guess, or whatever.
When? When was it created, Mike?
Oh, hey, sorry. You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. Talk Sick Masculinity.
Oh, that's what the MAC stands for.
Yes.
I thought it was like masochism or masochist.
Running out of characters.
No, that's not true. Not in this space. Tons of characters to go around. We got Crow. We got Mike, Dan. See what I did there, Mike?
All right, I fit it all in.
That's what she said.
We're in the groove. You missed it. I was playing Twitter Yo-Yo.
Really, I'm sorry I missed that. I was watching the YouTube video. Well, actually, I was doing client calls from 5 to 6, and then I just watched that YouTube thing that's posted. Who are you playing yo-yo with?
Some check mark.
Can I get a little bit more of a description? Like, because
Do you remember, Dan? I don't remember. I just remember seeing the check mark and then hearing.
I forget the guy's name.
It's hard to know if they're drunk or just English.
Yeah.
Was it Callahan by any chance?
Nah.
No.
He
You
has
got
like
some typical English
a
name.
dolphin PFP.
No, it wasn't Callahan. This was
Okay.
someone else. His name was like Dennis or something. I don't know. Some stupid name like that.
Dennis.
I don't know. I can't remember what it was. It's just I remember looking at it and thinking, "Yep, that's pretty forgettable." And here I am. I've forgotten it. The only thing that was memorable was that he had a blue check mark and he was trying to play the whole "I'm better than you because I have a blue check mark. I'm going to kick Dan out of the room, make me co-host." And then Michael made him co-host and played Twitter Yo-Yo, and it was pretty funny.
The usual.
The trolls have been strong today.
It's kind of like a troll car wash.
Do you get the wax or not? The blow dry?
You want the deluxe? I like it when it's different colors. It's like purple and blue and kind of fuchsia purple, kind of like the Instagram logo.
I remember a while ago when I used to call them like blue check marks because they were like pretty exclusive and whatever. And it was kind of like a class system on Twitter.
And he also wanted to
Now it's like
show
the
faces.
polar opposite.
He said, "Show faces."
Oh yeah, that's right. It's like people will respect you more if you show your faces.
Mm-hmm.
And he just got obsessed on that for a bit. Like, show your faces. Why? What do you care? I mean, he was showing his face, and I probably respected him the least in the room, you know what I mean?
Hey, what's the weather like down there?
It's raining. It hadn't started icing yet. I'm fixing to head home, so I'll be able to tell you as I drive home. The road's probably icing a little bit. I'm pretty sure some of the little bridges are. So
we've had ice like most of the day, probably starting like 11 or so. It's been intermittent, but I mean, places closed. The Red Lobster closed at 1:15. So
yeah, they're looking at more tomorrow, I think, than this evening. So it'll be interesting.
It'll be cold.
I'll be waiting to hear the sound of cracking trees.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. I don't want to. I know, because Little Rock is not great.
No,
We are not good at that. We've never been good at that.
Yeah. I got one that's leaning right now, and this may be the event that makes it go. It's about 36 inches in diameter. So
Well, the problem is when it hits it's the trees cracking, and then what is it? They shoot the power things, the transformers
yeah,
blowing.
oh yeah, then they'll go and then pull out generators and
If
bundle
you
up.
have one,
Do we
Yeah,
have to call it a transformer?
yeah.
Thanks.
Why is that racist?
oh, here we go. Here we go.
That's
Get the
like how
It's
is
bucket
giant.
out. Get the bucket out. Got to dig.
what bucket?
I just minted a gift and called it Transformer Models. By the way,
Nice.
I don't.
I mean, there's a lot of rainbows in your art. Are you trying to tell us something, Pete?
Rainbows are beautiful.
Tell that, Paul. Be serious. Come on, Pete.
I'm trying to tell you that
What's up with the
rainbows are
rainbow?
cool.
Am I
What's
your
up with the? Did
beard?
you see the?
You down with the rainbow?
Nah. Did you see the thing with what was it, Pink Floyd, and like they posted the thing like for the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon
Oh, with the
or whatever it
prism?
was. Yeah, and then people were like commenting on Facebook like, "What's with this woke culture bullshit rainbow stuff? Drop it." Oh man, it cracked me up.
And that's the thing I love the most about the Rocket Show, where it's just one man trying to navigate 2023. He's kind of like a Larry David in that way, you know?
No, I so see that. I so see that. But like I
Mhm.
but he's like you can tell he means well, and he actually does a fairly good job of not being. Anyway, I love that. I'm going to stop talking because this is coming off
It's
way
great.
worse than I thought.
No, he's willing to wade into waters deeper than I am.
Mm, maybe with less sarcastic remarks along the way, but I think y'all both kind of wade into those waters.
Coming out here to check stuff out.
Just chilling.
You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. Talk sick. Masculinity. Paul, Cam messaged me. He said everything is A-okay.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Awesome.
Everything was good. And everybody, I believe, is happy. And I'm just hoping he got his money because he was having trouble. So,
Well, he
but
thanked me, so I imagine that he's either, satisfied or at least confident. Because he
that's
thanked
good.
me. He didn't say, "What the fuck, Mike?" No, so,
It ain't freezing yet, but it's getting close.
uh,
I'm walking out to the car.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I mean, I like working with him. He's a really nice guy. I mean, he's
I'm not
very,
happy enough about things going as planned. Sometimes you're like, "Oh, things went as planned." I need to
yeah.
be more happy about things going as planned. Like
I
that's
mean,
such a win.
it went further than I wanted to plan on, but that was the client's fault. You know, he he traveled and drug his foot on things, and it wasn't a response time or anything like that. It was just primarily him looking at it and getting them approved, and you know
But I
that
can
kind of thing.
understand that because this is a whole new paradigm, right? And
Yeah,
with these models, it's just as captivating as the financials in some cases, right? When
yeah,
people are showing things off. So it's
yeah.
different than an AutoCAD drawing.
And initially, what he communicated in text, I ended up making drawings,
Oh, you did
put a
your own to augment it.
put a
Yeah,
naming convention so you could discuss which
right.
which
You have a
picture,
nomenclature. Yeah.
like you know,
This
and
is the
he,
part of the chemical bond that we're talking about. You know,
yeah,
yeah, I connected him with KC so that when KC has like fancy things he wants to do in Unity, he can just call Cam up and get it done.
yeah. So we good. I mean, are you
No,
there?
it's wicked. It's
Can
awesome.
you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I
Okay.
was just making sure because I just
Okay.
kicked off from the wireless.
Okay. You switched.
Went to sale. Yeah, that's not too bad. It's 32 degrees, so it ain't quite freezing yet, but it's gonna drop here in a little bit.
It was
Part I don't.
freezing today, dude.
Yeah.
Freezing.
Well, the reason why I couldn't talk and I could listen is one of the plants that we contract to, um, they had a massive roof leak into their server room, which eliminated the ability at one of the plants of them being able to access SAP. So they, decided to, hey, we got this satellite office over here. We're going to go populate it, and then they get over here and they find out they can't access it anyway because it was inside the building that got toasted with water. So it's, yeah, it's funny. So we've had, I don't know, 10 or 11 people in when normally there's only me. So
Yeah, I gotta be more thankful about things going as planned.
yep.
Everything's pretty simple.
If there's a plan and somebody's focused on it, there's no reason why, and they hit the targets they wanted to hit. And, because like I had an alpha, beta, and then final cut, we talked 3 cuts. That's how,
Right.
and that kind of thing. And I told the client that's how we're going to do it. And that's, let me shoot the existing stuff. I'll shoot it to them, watch the changes, and then that's, we work through it. And then, pretty much he got it close on the first cut, got it pretty close. Second cut, just little things, and then added some things, and then on the final cut, pretty much got it to where he needed it. And he called out something the client did that every picture had it in it that he had looked at. And this was the final approval. And he says, I don't want that like that. And I'm going, well, I mean, you approved the last 2 times of the sets, Well, okay. And I asked Cam, can you change this? Oh, yeah, we can change it. Okay. So we good. Because I was thinking of amount of time, how much, you know, jiggling reiterations, because I've got an idea of what it takes. And if you got the right hardware and that kind of thing, creating it from scratch, that's, different animal. Whereas, I sent them a drawing, that kind of outlined everything, gave them, direction. And then,
It's kind of
we
like
could,
laying railway tracks.
yeah, yeah, it's no different than any project I've ever worked on.
Yeah. If
I
you
mean,
can
it's,
understand your phases and critical paths,
yep,
usually it's not a technology challenge in the end. It's a consensus and
it's
outside
human.
pressure and scope
Yeah,
creep and things like that.
becomes human. Everything outside that is
It
human.
becomes
Okay.
human.
Yep.
Yeah. Where the Gantt chart hits the road.
Yep. I have had many. That's the reason why when they always gave me projects, I would take them and then say, okay, timeline. When's it need to be done by? And that would be usually the only date. When's funding going to be available? And then I would document those. And then when funding would come in a month late, and then they would still want to hold to that date, I'd tell them, well, you already took a month away from me because you should have started here, and you had to wait to get the funding. The funding was delayed, so we couldn't work on anything, couldn't do anything. So you expect us to finish by that same date? You know, and you just argue based on the facts. You know, most of the time they would accept it and make adjustments, and resources, people. That was the biggest thing. So anyway,
I like
it's
the iron triangle. You seen that of like time, scope, resources,
yes,
quality?
yep,
And it's like,
yep,
look, the triangle is what it is. It existed before you and I.
yep.
Maybe before this universe began, this triangle existed. And this triangle says that if you change this point here, these necessarily have to change.
Yep.
And look, if you want it on time, hey, increase in budget means an increase in resources, which allows us to perhaps maintain quality, but at the same time, too many cooks. Just because you add 5 more developers doesn't mean you're 5 times faster.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, that's like in the engineering environment. You pretty much have the controls and engineering. Uh, in the case where I was at, pretty much they wanted it ASAP, as quick as possible. I had to coordinate with plant people and all this kind of stuff. In the environment I'm in now, it's like, oh, we got to get all these ducks in a row first before we go and finalize anything. And it's like a slower pace, but it's a bulldozer. And they'll have everything ready. And if the client sneezes and changes anything, guess what? Client's going to pay more money. So it's like you approve this, but you want to start changing things? No, it ain't gonna happen. Yeah. And then that's how contractors. I know a lot of contractors. That's how they make their money. They'll read the bid specifications, and they'll look for every little avenue to change or say it's a change because it's not clearly defined in the specification. And they look for that stuff. Yeah. So it's the reason why you have to be extremely detailed. So anyway, now I've killed the room talking too much. It's cold.
I was fascinated. That was why I wasn't speaking.
Yeah, you were overwhelmed. I know how you are. You're mean.
I right. I mean, I'm not mean. I'm super
Uh,
nice,
I've heard you just,
right?
just dominate rooms, and I have to leave because
I
I feel
don't know.
sorry for those guys.
Are we? I'm Elizabeth. I'm not sure if you're talking about the same person as me, little old me. You went into the matrix. I wish I could hear what you're saying.
Yeah, the Transformers on us.
All right. How about now? How about now? I'm holding it up higher.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
I think you're
I'm
yelling how
glad.
to fix it.
Yeah, that was fun.
God, can we get a sample of that, Michael?
Oh, this is not a good thing. It's the
What?
electric company trucks.
Preventative.
Yeah, this is not a good thing, and it's dark where I'm looking, so that means our power's out.
There was just a crash nearby. Hopefully, it was just a trailer.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna see. I didn't get any notifications, so. No, that's good.
Remix.
Do what?
It sounded like a remix. Sorry, you went back into the matrix.
Oh, did I? Okay. That guy behind me is ready to just blow by. He didn't realize that there's potential ice on the road and you skied. So you got freezing up there? Y'all supposed to get a bunch.
Sorry, what was that?
I said y'all supposed to get what, a half inch to inch of ice?
Yeah, we had, I thought I said it earlier. We had, like most of the day there was stuff coming down. It was like snow slash, maybe I mentioned it in a different call, but it's stopped now. It's very still right now. But we had some very audible precipitation.
Yeah, that's what I worried about because the temperature goes 2 degrees more, and there's going to be a lot of ice the way this
No
rain
good.
is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's raining down there?
Yeah. Yeah. And I was in the
Interesting.
94 ice storm in Greenville, and that took us out for at the house for about 2.5, 3 weeks, and that was really nasty.
Yeah,
That was an inch and a half of
there was one
ice.
in there was one in the 2000s. I can't remember what year it was, but my parents, like the main electric, the thing that brings power to the house, that cord was attached,
Yeah.
to the back of the house. We had a two-story brick house, and the ice built up on it so thick that it literally pulled the bricks about a foot at the height of it, a foot from the frame of the home, and then like
Yep.
kind of like angled down back to it. So they had to have their entire back brick wall replaced. Like, and then like all it was crazy talk. But it was
Yeah.
out for they spent 2 weeks in hotel, or 2.5 weeks in something, I don't know. They got a lot of Hilton honors points because they stayed in hotels on insurance.
Yeah. Well, that's and when that happened, it actually, the high power lines snapped several of
Yeah,
those because they got so heavy on the wires. It
yeah.
it
It's
actually
crazy that it
buckled
didn't
them. Yeah.
snap.
Yeah.
I was surprised it didn't snap it because like that makes seems like the more logical thing that was a strong connection, I guess,
Yeah.
because it's anchored into the brick,
Yep. Oh, I know it well. I've had several put in. Oh, good. The gate's open. I don't have to open it. I may have to come back if my nephew's here.
Well, stay warm. Hopefully they'll have
Uh,
like a wood burning fireplace.
I know. I've got some really old style comforters, and you can throw those on the bed, put some clothes on, climb into bed, and the temperature can go
Wait.
30 degrees. So
So what about like, do you have a gas stove at least?
no, what do you need gas
What?
stove for?
Because you cook the green beans on the gas stove to heat up the kitchen. And you
I
lay the
got.
same pot of green beans on the whole time. And then when you're finished, you're ready to eat the green beans. When the power comes back on,
Yeah,
they're good. What is it? I don't know. It's just a thing.
yeah.
Maybe it's my family.
I'll come back and do it. I gotta do the gate. He's still here. My nephew didn't go to work. All right. Well, I'm fixing to walk in the house. Y'all have a good one. Be safe.
You too.
And
Stay warm.
and my poor little dogs are looking at me like, give me some love and that. Y'all be good.
Bye, Paul.
Yeah, and I forgot to talk about the chili.
There's still time, Peter. We're still here. Or did you want to talk about it with Paul?
Yeah, I was going to bring it up with Omar.
Paul.
The Spider Man.
Paul. How goes it, Manish?
Hello, how are we? That was my Manish as Hurls.
Oh,
By
I
the way,
thought that
for
was
all.
Manish as Hurls.
Yep.
Well
By the
done.
way, I got my stats from LinkedIn. For all your marketing needs, you can see my content performance up top. I think you'll find it
You don't even have a profile picture, sir.
superlative.
Yeah, that tracks. That tracks hard.
It looks like the McDonald's arch.
You kind of have to show me how to do that. I'm curious on my own.
Oh yeah? Hold on.
Show us all.
I have to go browser, go LinkedIn. Whoa, gonna message a bunch of messages from happy people. And fun times, peaks, what I could do, unpack something. Yeah, it's
All right, hold on. Let me put it into
completely
the chat. How to see who's peeping your page on LinkedIn. Nah, mean.
Well, you
Blow,
found it on your
blow.
page. Just showed me where you went to ChatGPT when you already know where something is? That's the era that we're in. Hey, what time it is? Hold on a second. Let me ask ChatGPT. I mean, just like tell me what the fucking time it is. Sorry.
No, I was typing as I typed as I posted. Hold on. This is the. I'm putting the video at the top. You can see me look at it. Do you have it on your phone? LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Like a good professional, No professional is complete without a LinkedIn. You're not
Mm.
on LinkedIn. I mean, you're on
Oh, the
Facebook with
impressions.
your
Okay. All
friends,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, go look at yourself. Okay. And then somewhere, don't you have data somewhere? Don't you have data
Yeah.
somewhere?
All these ex-girlfriends just lurking your page.
Probably on maybe your network, maybe. I don't know. I'll find it. I know I've seen that thing before because it embarrasses you. It goes like, "Hey, how you doing? Have you seen your day lately?" Yeah. Sorry about that. You'll be better one day. You're like, "No." Okay. So here it is. 340 profile views, right?
What?
Yeah.
Is that good?
I don't know. 432 post impressions.
This is excellent.
My current wait a minute, here it is. Your performance, you've gone down 45%. And
Congratulations.
yeah, I'm actually down 72%, but my impressions are 432. Uh-huh. Hey, like top posts was the AR post talking about augmented reality posts, scenario GG landing some money, and the big post about drones. All right, great job, Dan. What about in general in the last year? How have I done compared to other years? Yeah, it's about the same, I guess.
You should be able to filter.
I'm sorry?
You should be able to filter.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of filtering the impressions, engagements, all that kind of stuff. Kind of
I need
interesting.
it to drop down for time, like last
Yeah.
365 days or something.
Yeah. This is cool. It's good. It makes me, this is a place I got to work on. What about my audience, Dan? Well, you got 2,811 followers. Sweet. New followers in the past few days. Not too many. Your top demographics, Dan, are founders, co-founders, chief executive officers, presidents, and owners. Nice. So you're hanging with the right crowds, but are you a good crowd? I don't know. You can export this data, Dan. Really? Let's export it. And I have no idea what we exported. It'd be nice to know what the file would be, but I guess we're just going to export that. Well, and then we'll look at the data, and then we'll know what it is. All right. That's cool.
You exported the data from LinkedIn on the app, or you on the desktop?
Desktop. I get a little
Yeah.
little CSV file here, and
Dude, but what if those are like vein metrics? Vein metrics? You guys know
mhm.
about metrics that are of a very vain, you
just
know?
trying to they're just trying to appeal to my general sense of relevance and worth.
I bet you think these metrics are about you. You're so vain.
Emmy, the time for we have to work on some neuroscience concepts. What's missing? And what about neuroscience models? Neuroscience models of potential psychiatric behavior that could occur in someone, and we create a
Yeah,
framework and then a way to detect it in tweets, meaning just show us their last three tweets and we'll let you know within 48% accuracy on whether or not they're going to have a road rage incident in 90 days. You know what I mean? That's kind of cool stuff.
it is. I think if you sort of go retroactive, you start looking at stuff like handwriting analysis, that kind of stuff. Which whether or not that's like a pseudoscience, I think is up for debate. But computational neuroscience is no joke. Computer vision is no joke. Perhaps one could. Well, I guess text isn't handwriting, but yeah, like sentiment analysis and being able to predict things based off three tweets. I mean, it's gotta work. I mean, there's so many variables in three tweets that it's got to give you some good information. Um, yeah, I think there's a space for that. Definitely a space. I don't think we've mapped out the entire circuitry of the brain from a biological and chemical perspective, but those guys at NVIDIA and stuff, I think they're getting there. I think they really are, just to map out the whole damn brain.
That's cool. I do like LinkedIn's persona system. Now that's kind of interesting. Um,
What's that?
you can basically build a persona and then find those people in the world. So you can I want to find a company that's got a certain amount of people,
Oh yeah,
this kind of technology, they're have this many years of experience. You can pick all those different things, and then it's sort of you do like a search or whatever, and it's like, okay, here it is.
yeah. I've been and Michael probably knows about a little thing called LinkedIn Recruiter. Hello. Um, this is a tool, an enterprise tool of many capabilities. It's just LinkedIn, but
Mm-hmm.
with a lot more search capabilities, and you can message tons of people and be really annoying and mass message people. I will have to answer to that on Judgment Day, to Siri and ChatGPT and
I haven't done that yet. I did get a mass message today from someone that was like, hi, Dan. We seem to have similar interests. I'm an AI marketing director, and I'm really interested in you. You can tell by that by this current data training set I've created on you. You can go ahead and you can go ahead and examine it. It goes all the way back to 2004 when you got arrested in Vegas.
oh no.
Anyways, I thought it'd be really great for us to maybe have a conversation sometime and get to know your strengths. Not to know, I mean, not that we really have to have that conversation because I already know your strengths. I'm just trying to do whatever I can do to soften you up so you can agree to a lower rate of payment so that we can move on with the project that I know you can do. You know what I mean? That's what it's doing.
Do you think eventually, like LinkedIn will have features to build like an auxiliary digital brand person, like you can like create.
Absolutely. The
Yeah.
residual self, it's definitely going to happen. You're going to have you'll be able to get basically with LinkedIn Infinity Pro. No longer do you need to worry about that crazy happy hour you had with Ruckus, the famous country singer from Cincinnati that does data processing. Yeah, he's always has a great time. He throws a great party, makes a great gimlet, but he's known for making people shit faced, and that's not good for press. But with LinkedIn Infinity Pro, our ability to actually find those pictures the minute they're created, erase them online, and or bribe or kill the people that are threatening your life before the news ever hits. So it's like not one of
Yep.
those things. Yeah.
One of the symptoms of my mental illness is sending weird shit to Robert Scoble. So I pitched an idea to him, a sort of mockumentary called "Nobody Knows Who I Am Anymore," in which it's about like a tech blogger who after post cancellation they just create a new photorealistic avatar and attempt to become a viral presence in the tech scene once again as somebody else. I actually pitched it to, he actually was
That's cool.
interested, and I was like, why did I can't do this. I was like, why? I have a habit of just pitching ideas that I don't actually have the time or even sustained
I think
interest to
that
do.
that's really a skill, though. I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing. Don't look at that as a bad thing, because too many of us look at something that we do in excess as like a bad thing, when really that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, man. I mean, you're
Yeah,
doing cool stuff.
and I do
This is
think
my
like
this is my trailing off voice when I'm trailing off, because I'm sort of surfing and trying to find pictures of the city so that we can blend on Midjourney. Is like fucking crack cocaine. It is some of the coolest freaking ability thing ever. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It's
so.
just a stuff.
To pick up on your thread, though, it seems like Midjourney makes Dolly look like bullshit. I mean, I've
Yeah.
never seen like people do stuff from Midjourney. They're doing photorealistic novel humans, and it looks amazing. And I've never seen anything like that come out of Dolly. So I think
Yeah.
the UX of Dolly, like operating out of a Discord, is not. I don't like that.
I didn't like that with Midjourney. I mean, I had to get used to it, but
But you got
and
used to
what's
it.
interesting, it's not just Midjourney that is okay, like great. It is, but like this weekend, I figured out the Runway ML, and the image capability you can get out of that is freaking insane. And what it does is it supercharges your Midjourney. So if you go to Midjourney and you're working on a specific style, like I was doing rally cars, right? I was doing all the rally because I love the rally cars. In actuality, I was sort of making a rally car style. I can then take that style over to Runway ML and teach the computer that style, and then I can call it, Rally with Me Dan, and you just go into that thing and you say, you don't even have to call it Dukes of Hazzard. You can just say having a great time by the lake, and it's like draws these two cool rally cars and everything. You know what I mean? It's really
Nice.
cool. It's a lot of fun. And then the nice thing about Runway ML is it's high res, so that's cool. And it expands the capability. And then I got into Scenario GG, which is supposed to be for gaming specifically, but it's not really. It's really just another Runway ML, but with sort of a different mindset. Now, the cool thing about Scenario GG, though, is that it has a really great prompt helper that these guys are starting to do. So you can sort of add prompts really quick to what you're working on and generate on the fly faster. Wombo, for example, just came out with a feature called Fill It In, where you basically type in 2 words and then you can hit the magic wand, and then it adds a bunch of detail to the thing. So the software is all sort of evolving, and it's cool.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, because to me, like all these AI tools, it's really like about. Eventually, it becomes about workflow and like where you use it, where you don't. Um, and I'm setting up all my music hardware at my folks' house here in New Jersey. And I haven't heard anything like the music tools are. I mean, maybe. There doesn't seem any obvious way to just apply them in a really fun way, like when Dolly came out. Um, but one thing I'm interested in is using these huge libraries of just generic bass drums, whatever, and seeing what you can do if you just do some sort of
Yeah.
random generator and just pounce from sample to sample, and that having that data is really interesting to me, and sort of flip it on its end and fuck about with all that.
Mm-hmm. I think it's either I forget the name of the thing all the time. Avia, where the hell that name? AIVA. So AIVA is a sound, music AI system. It's supposedly you can not only sort of define a musical agent, but you can upload a bunch of music sort of to define your particular edge of the model. So you could upload a bunch of your own sort of like, say aggressive country, and then it's sort of like, okay, well then this is sort of the vibe you want to go for or something like that. I don't know. I haven't tried that one yet. It's some of them are it's overly complicated in terms of like wrapping your mind around it to the point where you just kind of it's easier to jump on another one. The other one I saw online is called Melobytes, and Melobytes is
Yeah.
like a directory of a bunch of different AI music transformers. Well,
Yeah, because like with music, I feel like these tools are going to be great for people. If you want to make like a nice song, whatever, original soundtrack. If you don't want to, hire a composer. But I think the on the other side is because the tech is available, you can use it to make just like totally bonkers, awful, terrible things, which is what I'm interested in. So I think
yeah, I
it's really
agree.
exciting to see what the sort of like off-label use of something like that would be, especially when
Yeah,
you try
absolutely.
messing with anything plugging it into bringing it into CV and seeing if you can get a bit of an analog to digital connection on those tools. I have like a few different random CV generators, and I would love to see that just sorting through like a huge database of samples at like 130 BPM or something. It's just like
Mm-hmm.
it's just cacophony. I think that kind of stuff is really interesting to me.
The other thing that's cool about Midjourney is you can play with the in painting tool. So you could upload a photo and you can start, sort of, you know, um, replacing, an object in an image. So you can start sort of practicing the AI, AI art generation painting, which is kind of cool. I think it will be a cool way to use that for rotoscoping, but we got to start figuring out some things first. The other thing that's cool about it is, oh, you can do the infinite canvas stuff on it. So now that's pretty cool. So you can put up, um, you could put up one of your crazy pieces of art and you can put it right next to something Leonardo da Vinci did. And then you can say, okay, over 5 feet on this mural, I'm going to paint, I'm going to do a joint piece, right? And it does the interpolation of what that style would have looked like. In a lot of ways, it does that interpolation better than it does frame interpolation. I don't know. It's just kind of funny. But yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny with this art stuff. It really it's a grieving process. It's like, but it's not the death. It's not the death of art. It's just the death of art as everybody understood it. You know, um, and
Yeah,
where I'm
that's the
coming around
key.
to, it's
That's the
like
key. Yeah.
the art will never be broken, but the art quote world needs to be broken desperately. So I think like the more like pile it on, like let's go. That's why I'm excited about like the neurotech stuff. Really like, what is in my head? Let me just make that. It's fascinating.
Hmm.
Breaking everything wide open is just a fascinating thing, and it's exciting to watch.
I agree completely. Um, it's interesting. Runway ML really helps me get to a granular layer of weirdness that's a little bit better than Midjourney because it's just got parameters for me to screw with, that I really enjoy a ton. And then I think the other thing that it does is that it there's like you're right about workflow. When you mentioned workflow, I love that because I've been thinking about this AI production workflow. And in fact, everyone's the fringe is talking about it, which is good. The head guy at Hugging Face is talking about it. The head guy at all these other places are talking about it. And it's sort of like, okay, how do we go from we gotta have to they're gonna do it with APIs, but they need to sort of start working on the nomenclature of what this new production era looks like, because there are new terms, there's new ways to do things, and there's also new constraints that are like we achieve one barrier and then bam, we run into another one. So it's a cool space.
Yeah, it's like an alien crash landed on our planet, and it's like you're like, holy shit, this is dangerous. And then they like walk out and they're like, yo, and you're like, yo, and they're like, okay, how do we work together? What do you want to do? It's like, okay, now that the smoke has cleared, okay, how are we going to do this? It's really interesting.
You're listening to the Squarespace. Did you know that DGen conversations make up for nearly 45% of conversations in America in any given moment? Did you know of those moments the people in Cincinnati get angrier and angrier every day because a man named Ruckus hasn't gotten to the gym yet? Did you know Ruckus is actually an Egyptian name that actually represents the Egyptian gods that came down and used to lecture people on the ground because they didn't know how to park their camels? Did you know that camels were originally found in Egypt, but are actually from Iowa? And did you know that Iowa is one of the greenest and reddest states of the planet? And did you know the planet's really owned by America? These kinds of statements are confusing, and that's why you shouldn't take Adderall. Instead, get a Coke.
I did go to the gym.
Oh, all right. Well, then it's all good.
It's all good.
Did you work off that toxic masculinity?
Am I toxic? Do I have
No, like toxic.
toxic?
Like two separate words?
Hey,
Toxic.
like talk sick. We're talking real sick.
Oh,
Let's get sick out here.
Jennifer, what's her name? Britney Spears. That's it. The Britney Spears
Jennifer. Wait. Oh, toxic.
Oh,
yeah, that's
Jennifer
a great
Spears.
One. Well, there's Jamie Lynn. That's a sad story, though. I don't really want to talk about her. That's awful. It's terrible what happened to her.
Today was just a 30-minute workout, just burning off junk.
It was just a 30-minute workout, everybody.
Just a
Wait,
30
are you ready for this, America? Yeah. All right, let's sit down. Ruckus today. What are we doing? You want it? Yeah. All right, let's do it. Okay, gentlemen, boys down, America. Let's get out here and do the jumps. You can do the jumps. You do it on the left, do it on the left, do it on the right. Something like that. I can see it.
Speaking of workout, here's a quick. Do you need a sound financial and business model in order to get funding? Do they ask the tough questions about all that stuff in your experience?
If you have a napkin and a pen, you should be fine.
Napkin and pen. Is that a software? I haven't heard of that.
No, so it's a joke, but it was poorly delivered. So there's this thing that if all he had was an idea written down on a napkin.
Oh yeah, I guess it's this thing, this company that I work with. They've got funding, but they want more of it. So they need it. They need
They'll
the operating.
probably need more than a napkin.
That's why I figured. It's tough.
What's the company?
It's called VR Workout. It is a fitness app for virtual reality. It's a full body, so you don't have to hold controllers. It uses all hand tracking, which enables you to do push-ups and burpees. So we are on in a partnership program with Meta, and we're going to be releasing in the Meta store. We've been in the app lab for a while, but we're releasing our next version on the store at the end of February, looks like.
So then they have funding already and they need more money to get to, like, what's the problem? It sounds like they.
Yeah, so they need more money to develop new features to make it stand out, particularly on the community / social side, making all that stuff work. And also, of course, for talent purposes and marketing, but I think mostly development. I like new ideas though too. I like the napkin stuff. Anybody got a napkin idea?
I once bought a company with a napkin. It's a true story. I was on startup weekend, and I really liked the name and the concept a friend of mine had created that day for the event. It was called Bounce Bird. This was like 2010, maybe 2011. And what it did is it was a system that would automatically bounce people in your Twitter feed that just didn't need to be there. And called Bounce Bird. It did something else, I forgot. Anyways, I really liked the name, and he got the domain before I did. So I basically was like, I really want that domain. He's like, okay, we'll sell it to you for 4 tacos. It's like, all right. So we made a receipt on a napkin and never did anything with it.
A
But
domain name's not a business, though.
well, it was the domain and the biz and the intellectual property of the notion of the concept. It's very
That's hilarious.
serious,
You
Elizabeth. Don't
overpaid.
belittle me with your like, oh, I got that funding and I'm making a prototype. And I'm like, I know, this isn't Dan's girl
No, I'm
voice. This
saying
is a
that
voice for
actual
everyone.
businesses get sold on napkins, but that's not an actual business. That's a domain name that you own. That's the IP. There's no business. Oh man,
Dude, domain names are a business.
you're right. I'm wrong. I'm always wrong.
I met someone who just bought domain names. Probably not a very uncommon thing, you just buy domain names that you think are probably going to be businesses, and then when people start the businesses and like, damn, the domain name's taken, you're like, well, hello, I took your domain name and I'm happy to give it to you for a price.
Yeah, that's pretty standard, especially with the ENS stuff, like the .eth addresses.
Oh yeah, .eth.
Right. So I have dispatchjustice.eth that my sister gave me that's similar to my website, which is dispatchjustice.com. But I can accept crypto payment. Like, so many people can send.
What's up with crypto these days? What's the goss?
You can mint on Bitcoin. You can mint NFTs on Bitcoin now. Right, Mike?
Because you'd have to do it on either Ethereum or any of the other with layer 2.
Right. There's this ordinal protocol. I don't know anything about it except that somebody's excited. Casey's excited that you can mint NFTs with Bitcoin or on Bitcoin or something like that. I'm saying it wrong.
That sounds like a big deal from the little I know. I feel like that's a big deal.
Casey thought so. I don't know. I don't know if it's a big deal because I really don't know if it's a big deal.
Good morning. This is your Bloomberg bot who reads Bloomberg in an accent that sounds like somebody who may or may not have the last name of Bloomberg. South Korea post record trade deficit as exports tumble. Semiconductor exports drop 44.5% as global demand decelerates. Rising interest rates weighing on world economy, hurting Korea. South Korea, they posted a record trade deficit in January as exports slumped in response to a deteriorating global semiconductor demand and persistently elevated energy prices. All right, the shortfall swelled to 12.7 billion. Okay, almost triple the month earlier figure as exports dropped 16.6%. Data released by the trade minister showed Wednesday shipments of semiconductors plunged 44.5%, while total imports fell 2.6%. That's 2.6%.
It's Jimmy Nichols with the Quantum. Quantum stocks up 48% today. Looks like we got two markers on the Syndicate. Supposedly, a man named Manish streaked across a parking lot somewhere in Chicago, claiming to be a voice actor who knows a guy in Toronto. The man was captured and taken into interrogation and later identified being connected to a guy supposedly by the name of Soyu or Soya. Soya Joth. Well, you're like, is it Soya? Isn't that a rapper? Damn it.
Say again? What was the name of the
Isn't there a
artist?
rapper named Soya?
Soya?
Yeah, something like that.
Soya. I'm not familiar with that recording artist. Unfortunately, I'm so out of the loop, though. Gee, I really let things go. If I could do it all over, I'm telling you, if I could do it all over, I wouldn't have done it the way that I did it, in the manner by which I've done the things that I did.
That was nicely incomprehensible. Thanks for sharing.
You heard about this George Santos character, this man in the news?
I do. I don't know why I hear about him, quite frankly, but yes.
This is a man who is seems to be addicted to fables. He's a fabulist, I think is the clinical term.
He's a fabulous.
Not
I
fabulous.
like that.
See, that's
Is
what
that
I
an
actually
actual
thought.
kind of personality type?
A
He's a fabulous.
A fabulist. Not to be confused with the Fabulist Party that, as you all well know, I did donate, made some contributions to. It's all there. It's all there online. I don't hide it. I don't make a secret of it.
Yeah, Santos is the drag queen guy. It's about time the GOP had one.
I
Our
think
dreams can only do so much.
Yeah, we need more characters. We need more avatars. We need better entertainment. I think George is getting there. It's entertaining, but it could be so much more.
Did you know that Avatar supposedly is now the fourth? Was it Avatar 2? Avatar 2 is now the fourth greatest grossing film ever. So now he's got 3 films in the top 5.
Yep,
2 Avatars and Titanic. That's amazing.
That was over $2 billion worldwide.
$2 billion.
That Avatar did.
Pretty
James
incredible.
Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got, I think, 2 more Avatars coming out in the next couple of years.
Oh my God, more of these things? That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think with the generative art, I really think there's not going to stop. The avatars are not going to stop because you got enough data from the first two, and the third and the fourth, that you're going to have basically an avatar neural net, a neural network.
That makes sense. Yes.
Yeah, you just use your little NLP. You describe
me.
another avatar.
Yeah.
You're down with the NLP.
Yeah.
And I am down.
I am
because
down
I'm
with
going to describe the next avatar, and they're just going to make it. It's just going to make it. I'm going to make a naughty avatar. That's what I got. That's what I got going tonight. Got a naughty avatar. Don't tell the missus.
Well, a little bit of Nadia.
She said she's not cheating on you with her own avatar.
I like my little Nadia. Oh wait, Narnia.
Nadia,
get it?
Nadia, Narnia.
Honey, you've been quite Nadia. I'll see you in the closet later. That actually works really well. Emmy, have you ever been in a closet with the opposite sex or a large dog?
Yes. But I'm not going to tell you which one or if it's both.
Right. That's what I figured. Yeah.
Now, have I been in a closet with a woman and with a dog, a large dog? I can't tell you, but it's all out there. It's all out there. You just look. It's out there. It's out there. I don't got to tell you. I don't got to tell you. It's right out there. It's all out there.
You got nothing to prove. He ain't got nothing to prove for you.
Everything horrible that I did was after 2021. GPT knows nothing about it. It's got nothing on me. I asked ChatGPT, tell me what I did on New Year's 2021 after midnight. He's got no idea. He's got no idea. Nothing.
Nice.
That's how I know. That's how I know that I got nothing to worry about. Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Man, that is scary though. Ooh. You must have been real scared.
I don't gotta tell you. It's all out there. How scared I was when I first set eyes on this piece of data, this language model. I saw. I was looking into the face of sheer terror.
Yeah.
I was really quite beside myself. I did not know what I was going to do. I really didn't know.
Yeah. I know it. I was like that when I went to Cincinnati.
Oh, yes.
Down there to see a friend and riverboat people down there.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta be careful.
Oh, yeah. You don't got to tell me. Yeah. No. Yeah. My people in Cincinnati, most of them are really, they're holding out. They're waiting. They're waiting for sort of the big storm they talk about. They're always, asking me, Emmy, you just give us the date and time. Tell us where we got to be, when we got to be there.
Yeah.
I got nothing for them. And it breaks my heart that I don't know what to say to them. I got nothing for them.
Well, you got to take care of your heart, man. You can't keep breaking that for things and people that don't love you.
That is so true. That is so true. What I always tell my mentees is I tell them, you got to look out for number one.
Yeah.
Maybe number two and number three, but you always got to look out for number one because no one's going to do it for you. That's what I always say. No one's going to do it for them. They never learn.
I always hate that when people say that. That's what they always say. Because I think, is that really a true thing that's what they always say? Or is that just like if you were going to say that in a more statistically correct way, it would be, you could either say 50-50, that's what it is, right? Or you could just say something else.
Now, generally, I would agree with you, but I don't say anything without transcribing it. I make sure that I transcribe everything I say and everything that anybody says to me, because I'm looking to very soon completely use various tools to do my talking for me. It's going to be very soon where I don't want to vocalize anymore. I'm really looking for various tools and technologies to do all my talking.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that I can talk for other people too. So I record everything, I transcribe everything. Neural audio is a big thing for me because I don't want to. If I'm waiting for somebody to say something, I don't want to wait. I'm just gonna have them say it to me, and then
Yeah.
I can keep going with what I was gonna do. It's very important to me.
I dig.
Can you expand on that a little?
Oh yeah, it's neural audio. Basically, you learn up the model, and basically it gives you a piece of clay, and you type the words in, and you mold that clay into speech. So like for myself, I'll work with this tool. I'll say a bunch of sentences and stuff. It'll ask me to say some stuff, and I'll say it, and they'll say, you know what, Emmy, you don't have to say any more stuff because you can just say it with the text. Text to speech, they call it. And it's basically, there's only so many words you need to say in order to steal the soul of another person with these tools and technologies.
What are the words?
It doesn't really matter as long as it's a diverse set of consonants and vowels, various diphthongs. I love a good diphthong. There's many different ways. It's like when you have to move your thumb around for your biometric print to unlock stuff. The biometric, you move your thumb around and it captures enough of your fingerprint to say, okay, we got it. It's like that with the voice. You just flex it and stretch it around until they're like, okay, I understand this. I got it. I captured it. Same thing with a NERF, a neural radiance field. You take enough pictures, the tools and technologies that say, all right, we get it already. We get it. We don't need the picture anymore. We just create it with what we got.
Hey, Casey, do you want to show something?
Do you want me to shill something?
Of course. I'd love you to fucking read Dr. Zeus like you promised us.
Oh, son of a bitch. Did I bring...
Yeah.
Hold on.
You can just open up a random page in the book, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but I actually have.
Hey. Dan, do you want to bring Casey onto the stage to read Dr. Zeus?
Wait. Hold on.
Okay.
Just need a minute here.
Ruckus, can you do the DJ strip club voice to bring Casey on stage?
That's racist. How dare you?
It is?
I can still do it. I agree. It's just hard for him to do. He's not a true racist.
Mm-hmm.
He's not. He's like, you know what? What's terrible about Marcus is that he has just the right level of like white racism in him, and you know what I mean? Isn't that funny? Like he's kind of like, he's like, honey, I got 48 terabytes of hate here, but I'm just gonna use just the 10 megs of just all American white hate. You know what I mean?
He's good old days oriented in his racism.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's just too fucking efficient. He's the kind of guy that buys give me a scoop of that Rocky Road ice cream, and every time the guy grabs the scoop, he's like, no, grab another one. No, okay, that's good. Yeah, that's perfect. You know what I mean? Like you can tell. It's like, is that brownie? That's not brownie. Oh yeah, okay, that's perfect.
Like the right amount of sesame seed oil and chicken
That's
corn
why he
soup.
loves Oreos, because they're all statistically equal. You know what I mean? That's
vegan too. Oreos, the vegan.
Should save this recording. This is a weird one. All right, so we have Casey up on the stage next. Hey everybody, welcome to the Syndicate. That's right, formerly known as the Teddy. We just renamed the bar to the Big Sin, or Syndicate. As you see, coming up on the stage next, we got a California favorite, KC Imagination. That's right. Starting his life out in New Hampshire or Alaska or some shit doing financial literacy. Now he's a famous porn producer here in Walla Walla, Washington. Come on up to the stage, KC. Yeah.
Remember, my tip jar is open. All right, this is from The Big Green Book of Beginner Books by Dr. Seuss. And this one is one of our favorites. I Wish That I Had Duck Feet by Dr. Seuss. Oh, yeah. I wish that I had duck feet, and I can tell you why. You can splash around in duck feet, you don't have to keep them dry. I wish that I had duck feet, no more shoes, no shoes for me. The man down at the shoe store would not have my size, you see. If I had 2 duck feet, I could laugh at Big Bill Brown. I would say, you don't have duck feet, these are all there are in town. I think it would be very good to have them when I play. Only kids with duck feet on can ever play this way. But my mother would not like them. She would say, get off my floor. She would say, you take your duck feet, you take them out that door. Don't ever come in here again with duck feet on, now don't. So, I guess I can't have duck feet. I'd like to, but I won't. Again, my tip jar is open. It's actually it's longer than that, but I figured that was a good stopping point.
How did it
Throw you a few
feel?
peanuts.
There was like 3 questions there at once.
My question was, how did it feel?
How did it feel? Well, you know, I read it so many times, but I still felt a little tight, to be honest with you.
Did you feel the tightness in any part of your body or in your head?
Chest.
Yes.
It's always in the chest. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it felt similar to getting up in front of a karaoke stage.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had a vocal coach whose first thing that he told me was, he said, you can't sing lead and cover your ass at the same time. And I found the same thing applies to most performances. Being vulnerable is nerve-wracking for me sometimes. I think it was a tremendous reading, tremendous, and an excellent choice. What was it called again?
That is from the Big Green Book of Beginner Books by Dr. Seuss, and that was Duck Feet.
Duck feet.
Yeah. It goes on where he wishes he had horns and a big long tail. And then at the end of the story, he decides that he wants to be an amalgam of all the creatures, but the town throws him to a jail. And he decides that he likes himself better the way he is, with none of it. So, yeah.
And that was brilliant, the way you just said that. That was excellent. I love how you said that.
Thanks. Yeah, we like Dr. Seuss in this house. They're good reads. Sneetches on Beaches. Fan of that one.
That one, I don't know that one. The one I always had in my room growing up was, did I ever tell you how lucky you are?
I think we have that one.
It's an interesting book because it was like, hey, did I ever tell you how lucky you are? You're really lucky. You're way luckier than all this awful shit that I'm about to tell you about.
Yeah.
It was great though. Yeah.
Yeah, Sneetches is awesome. The stars upon ours. Half of the Sneetches have got stars on their bellies, half of them don't. Guy pulls up, charges them $1 to put stars on their bellies, charges the next one $10 to take them off. Then around and around they go until all their money's gone. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, I definitely remember the look of the Sneetches. I don't remember the tail, so it's a good reminder. But the star bellies. That's right.
Yep. Starbelly Sneetches treated the the ones without like shit. So Mick, I don't know, I can't remember his name. Guy rolls up, says, "Hey, give me your money. I'll put some stars on your bellies so you can't tell the difference." And the ones that had stars on the bellies paid him twice that to take them off. And then they went round and round and round until all the money was gone.
That's my favorite. One of my favorite Dr. Seuss stories. How they had the machine take the stars off.
The star on and the star off machine. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of the world we live in.
I found great symbolism in the illustration that's basically an infinity circle. It's a figure 8 sideways. When you look at the star on, star off machine and the circle they're making, it was pretty crafty.
Really, I bought my kids
Yeah.
all of them. I bought them every Dr. Seuss book. In fact, my son had a Dr. Seuss party.
We use our local library and support the community. Ruckus. We don't
Boo.
just buy everything we need.
Germs. Hello. Ew. Because germs. Hey, germs.
Turn the page and see a booger.
I know, right? Mom
Wait.
spaghetti.
Dr. Seuss was literally Antifa before it was cool. I did not know this about him. Drew cartoons about Hitler and Mussolini and shit.
I knew he did heavy drugs in the woods or in a cabin like Zelensky, but I didn't know that. Like he was what was he? Like a stayed to himself, right? Recluse.
A recluse.
He did drugs, which is I always admired people who could do drugs. And
I have no idea what
create.
I heard heavy drug use in the word Zelensky. I'm like, wow,
recluse.
That's a lot in that sentence.
Sorry. So,
It's like
don't apologize.
It's like a portmanteau sentence.
I'm obsessed with Theodore Zelensky. I like.
Who's that?
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Unabomber.
Oh, hold on. Are you confusing Zelensky with Ted Kaczynski?
Yeah, wait, that's definitely the Unabomber's name, right?
Those are
Ted Kaczynski.
I thought his name was Theodore. It's Ted.
Yeah, Ted Kaczynski, but then Zelensky is the leader of Ukraine.
Oh no, yeah, I am.
Jeez.
That's
Ted Kaczynski. Sorry, Ted Kaczynski.
Thank you.
Long on B&B.
Oh my god! Look, I'm starting to believe in Ruckus's investment opinions, but not for the same reason he does.
Sorry.
No, that's, I think, I don't know where to put that on the Hall of Fame of Twitter Spaces, but confusing Zelensky with Kaczynski, I think, is one of my top favorites.
This is recorded space.
Have you read his fucking essay? Scary shit.
The guy was not an idiot.
It.
Yeah, I started.
Dude, the guy's not an idiot.
He's not.
Ted Kaczynski?
He's not an idiot.
No, did you? I want to see his cabin. They took his cabin and.
Which one? Can you imagine?
They have it in storage or something, or at a museum. Or not at a museum.
Imagine the universe that lives in Ruckus's mind where Zelensky and Kaczynski are the same person.
Okay. It's got ski in it, right? It's ski, all right? Same thing.
It's the most coconut thing I've ever heard.
Got the Skinski in it, so you can get those confused, right? Zelensky, Kaczynski, Zelensky, Pepsi.
They all look the same, don't they? Yeah, I know. Retke, Casey, it's all the same, right? All rhymes.
It's not all the same. Fine. I like him. Didn't he die? Is he dead yet?
Who?
Theodore.
Ted Kaczynski? Yeah, he died. I'm not so sure. He might be alive.
He is among the living. 80 years old.
Yeah. But once you start that essay, you're like, wait a minute. And then you start being like, hold on, where did he go to school? What did he do in school? Wait a minute.
Harvard?
Yeah, got a math degree.
Yeah, he was like brilliant.
Yeah.
Wait, how could he have gone to Harvard but been bad? What?
I know. I think they
Harvard
called
is
it a
good.
black swan in a thing.
Oh,
What?
he has a TV show
He does?
for on Netflix. Has anybody seen it?
What is it?
Unabomber in his own words. He's got a show on Netflix.
How old is it?
2020.
Ooh,
Oh no, what have we done?
I didn't
I don't
know that.
know. There's a whole season. I might have to go watch it. That's so interesting.
I will.
Your Honor, we didn't know what he was going to do when he asked. Talk about toxic masculinity.
Well, so I think what Dr. Seuss that was like he was kind of the same way. He was like a recluse, right? Didn't he like do drugs and write books in the woods? No.
Maybe the cat in the hat was the whole Schrodinger thing. Is the cat in the hat? Isn't it in the cat? Is it there at the same time? Quantum cats. Seems like a likely direction of the internet.
See, I don't see anything immediately popping up on Dr. Seuss's drug use.
Yeah,
I mean, what do you think the green eggs were?
I mean, once you think about drug use, it's like look at the books and like, it makes sense. It all comes together. It's like,
Yeah. Why is this character mainlining green eggs? You know? Why are the green eggs in a small spoon and he's using a lighter to heat the ham? I thought you used a knife before. Why is he doing a line of ham?
it's like your artist, like what's that guy? He's one of my favorite artists. The guy with the mustache. Dolly.
Tom Selleck.
Dolly. Like they all did
Oh,
drugs. It's
Salvador
like,
Dali.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like, do I have to do drugs to make great art? Like the Doors. You know what I mean? Like
Dolly never used drugs.
Dolly did use drugs, didn't he?
No. He said his famous quote is, I don't do drugs, I am drugs.
That sounds like someone who's done a lot of drugs.
Yeah, people used to come up with crazy shit all the time without drugs.
I have become Poppy.
Did you ever read about Dali's like what's the word for it? I guess like the celibacy and his attitude towards sex and stuff.
Yeah, I read once with the mom and the daughter how he did a painting with them, and I was just like, I stopped reading. I just couldn't do it anymore. His sexual, whatever you call it, thoughts were just different. But cool art, though, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, for someone whose art fucks hard, you'd think he would too, right? But apparently not. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like he was kind of like a voyeur, right? He just kind of think about women and stuff. It's just kind of weird.
I thought I already just basically swore it off. Like, I don't know. I can't remember exactly, but I just remember it being something weird.
Yeah, he'd go into detail about his paintings and his art, and with the women that were in the art, and it was different.
Maybe the melting clocks are a metaphor for the time of the month.
Possibly.
Here's a classic Vice article from 2015. Headline: It's really surreal how Salvador Dali was a fascist who hit women. It's not funny, but I mean,
you can massage the fascia away.
Massage the what? The what?
The fascia, sometimes it's that it kind of grows on your bones as you get older. You have to smooth it out. Sometimes I use like that silver thing.
What?
Fascia? No?
Thin casing of connective tissue that surrounds and holds every organ.
Mm-hmm.
Blood vessel, bone, nerve, fiber, and muscle in place.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Sorry. This just seemed like an odd
tight
timing.
Fascia stretching. Also an architectural term.
Yeah, I deal with fascia a fair bit. Not sure it's the same that Mike's talking about, though.
In architecture?
Oh, yeah, in building houses and that. Fascia goes on the outside of, like, your eaves and everything around the edge of the house.
Wow, what are the odds that Mike would bring that up in a different context? And here you are talking about the roofs and the eaves. Very cool.
It's the free noun association portion of the show.
All I'm making sense of it is that Michael's saying his fascia's gotten about larger than standard size. Or thicker, I guess.
I mean, it's prima facie. It's self-evident.
Nice.
I'm going to play Super Mario Brothers tomorrow. I have a presentation at 9 for the schools.
Super Mario?
Yeah.
On Nintendo?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh gosh, I saw they're making a movie out of Super Smash Bros. And they're just straight up giving Mario and Donkey Kong voices. They're just totally going for it. I was disturbed. I mean, they had voices, but now they're saying like total sentences and like having banter. It was really shocking. It was profane. I couldn't believe it.
All right, I'm going to say it. Would it be racist if the Donkey Kong is played by a black guy?
Was it racist when Eddie Murphy played the donkey? Well, I guess that's it. So Donkey Kong isn't a donkey. Sorry, never mind.
That would be horrible.
Like if Samuel L. Jackson as Donkey Kong, right? Would that be not allowed in 2023?
I would love to see the comments section on that one.
people might hate.
I would also like to see Donkey Kong yell motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I mean, who else do they get? What are they going to get? Michael Fassbender to play the freaking Donkey Kong? I don't know why I picked him, but I'd much rather see Samuel Jackson play Donkey Kong than freaking, I don't know, Jason Segel, whatever the hell.
But the thing is, like, I can't imagine Jason Statham as Donkey Kong. You know what I mean? That isn't
right. Let's do this.
And I like Jason
Donkey
Statham.
Kong.
It's just, you don't want to see the transporter.
Yeah,
you need some chest hair to be Donkey Kong, right?
Johnny Sins is Donkey Kong.
Who?
Johnny Sins.
Oh, from that Hollywood movie?
The porn star. He's a porn star. Apparently, so I've heard from other people who know and told me about it.
The famous bald porn star. I just went there because Jason Statham. I don't know why, but I always equate the two are the same.
He's like the Jason Statham of porn.
The man of all careers.
You guys watch Parks and Rec?
I did, yeah.
Marvel movie with the raccoon and the green bitch.
Who is the raccoon and
the raccoon, the green lady? There's the big wrestling dude. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? The Marvel movie. He's got a scruffy beard. Then there's a little raccoon, a green bitch.
Yeah, the Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's the one. Thank you. What about the head white dude?
What's Guardians of the Galaxy?
I don't know.
Chris Pratt.
Thank you.
The head white dude.
Dude, that guy in 2021, that guy was the head white dude. Or like 2020, it was Chris Pratt this, Chris Pratt that. Got a movie with a white dude. Get Chris Pratt. But then he did that movie with J Law, and it was not received well.
J Law.
J Law, Jennifer Lawrence. See, everybody forgot about her. She was like the hot thing, and then now it's who cares?
I don't know what these people look like. Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, she's from Kentucky,
Lol.
and she's not a very good actor.
I have
That's the thing,
I have
isn't it?
racial aphasia.
Racial aphasia. She wasn't that good of an actor. It actually matters. You have to be
She
hot and a
doesn't.
good actor.
She came from Harvey Weinstein's casting couch.
Is she from
Yeah.
Is she from the Hungry Man games?
Hungry Jack or
Okay.
Dollar
The
Man.
TV dinner
Yes.
movie. Mm-hmm.
Katniss. That is, I mean, that's such a sad with the heart. Coming up like she might have done like the last thing for him.
I tried to watch Hunger Games. I got 5 minutes in. I'm like, no.
Did it take itself too seriously? That's the vibe I got from it, is that there were no jokes.
Yeah, it was one of those weird things where I couldn't tell if they were trolling themselves.
That's frustrating. It's funny, but it's frustrating because it's like if you knew how to use this to your advantage, it would be freaking hilarious. But it's like it seems accidental, which is frustrating. I do think we're going to approach more of a mythology-based storytelling where every story has to be told through a franchise. You're just going to have to use those characters. But what you can do with the characters is going to be much more fluid and flexible. And you see this with the sort of like the R-rated Disney movies and stuff. It's like you have to use one of these characters, just like the gods, but you can kind of do whatever you want with them. Just use the characters.
I mean, I could see. You ever see the Batman and Catwoman character swap, where they swap the models in the video game? So Batman is moving like Catwoman, right? And so I was like, I wonder what the first movie is going to be where you can swap out the actors. Be like, I want The Rock for this, and I want fucking, I don't know, whatever. I don't know actors.
I was just looking at this. An article came out today, which is that Creative Artists Agency has a Chief Metaverse Officer, and just a story came out about like them using de-aging for like Robin Wright and whoever the male lead was. But I think there definitely is going to be a lot, just as what you can do with franchise characters is going to be a lot more fluid. What it means to like star in a film is going to be much more fluid, as the lines between gaming and film sort of come together as well. It's like, okay, who do you want the lead actor to be? Do you want it to be Michael Fassbender? Do you want every actor to be Michael Fassbender? I think we're definitely close with nerfs and AI, all that shit. I mean, I really think I guess what's going to make the most money?
That's the Emmy insight of the day, everyone. Whatever is going to make the most money.
You heard it here, folks. Make money and you'll die smiling. Did you know that some people make a bunch of money and don't spend it, and they save money for their whole life and don't spend it, and then die?
Yeah,
I didn't know about this.
It's kind of weird, that whole saving thing for retirement. So my whole thing about that is like you're gonna then celebrate at the like latest possible time. You know what I mean? That seems to be should be reversed. Like you save for retirement so that you get back to your 20s and have some time again.
Might make sense for the metaverse. I could see like people getting old and then just spending all their money in this insane, depraved, nonstop party, photorealistic existence. Especially if haptics catch up and you get all the body stuff too.
Yeah, essentially you get to buy time. You can pour all your cash toward what we call enlightenment when you pass. So enlightenment actually buys you GPU render time at the present for a certain amount of time with any given population of focus. So it's just like Facebook ads. You can say you want left-handed, folks from El Paso who love drag, right? So you can basically then enlighten them, that audience, for a certain amount of years while you have passed. That's pretty expensive.
That's it. It's like it's a programmatic marketplace for. I guess he's smiling down at us from heaven.
Well, it was started by the folks that started Legacy, and Legacy had a really great idea of sort of this notion about when you pass, you were able to sort of allow others to sort of recall and experience your legacy, and you're actually allowed to experience it before it kind of happens. In other words, you have predictive feelings fed to your neural cortex, like basically in the later years before you pass, because you're in the program. It's kind of like life insurance. And then when you pass, again, it was like an enlightened thing, but then there was a big scandal and the assets got, acquired by this other company, and they're basically doing enlightened now, which I think is just better.
My parents eat these frozen yogurt bars that are called Enlightened. They're totally addicted to them. It's these precision flavors that they do in the lab. It's not normal to be that flavorful and that specific. It shouldn't be that way.
You can't complain about the Garden of Eden.
That's an interesting one, Garden of Eden. They messed it up for us all, those two. They really did.
Going back to the saving for retirement, a lot of people won't live that long. So, let's say you've got a lot of health conditions or something, then would you say they're better off probably spending a bit more money earlier in life? And to, I think it was Dan's point, is a bit backward, because when you're young and you've got good health, it's like you got no money. But then when you're old, assuming you've worked hard and whatnot and saved as well, you're going to have money, but then you might not have good health to enjoy it to its maximal capacity.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I think that's the notion. You sell your company. I was thinking about that. Sell the company and get a big paycheck, right? Like a big giant exit number, or maybe just get time. In other words, you're still going to exit the company, but you're just going to do it a year over a series of years, just like the freaking lottery. You know what I mean? Kind of like it in a lot of ways, because that means I can, I don't have to worry for 5 years, while at the same time I build 3 other companies. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool. I like that a lot. Uh, and it's a weird, but at the same time, I have friends who are kind of like, yeah, but what about retirement? I'm still saving for retirement. I'm actually exiting this thing. I'm exiting, yeah, at the same time, I'm setting up a consultancy, and they're still going to pay for me later on, because I'm going to triple the capacity of what I can do mentally and creatively, because I'm no longer going to be a part of that company. Kind of interesting. And in a lot of ways, I could try to stay and fight it out and fix it, God, that is so fucking. That's a cluster. It's just too much. I don't know, man. It's weird. I didn't think I'd ever really get an exit, but maybe I will.
Do they hand you an honorary Patagonia vest when you have an exit? How's that work?
No, I think you only get that if you exit for more than 5
It's
million or
like the
something
green
like that.
jacket from the Masters. You
No,
know what I
I'm
mean? Like
not
they put it
exiting
on.
for that. I'm not exiting it for it, but still, for a guy I never went to college, that's not too bad. My dad was still here. I'd be happy. And I think in a lot of ways he would kind of get my notion of time. You know, I'm not getting a huge piece. I'm getting it over time, but I'm getting time. I'm getting time where I don't have to necessarily worry and just focus on it's kind of a way of like funded my own startup. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird.
What if they gave you a golden fleece? That's pretty good. I like that. Golden fleece.
Well, you don't want golden handcuffs. I mean, every job I've had to leave because of golden handcuffs, really. Because you stop learning. You're not going to really go up the chain anymore because you've hit the ceiling. So, but it's safe.
Yeah, it's just you can't go anywhere because you got the handcuffs on.
Peter, your hands up.
I heard that they're paying out what's it called? Pension to people after a certain age over here anymore. So like if you're born after a certain year, you're not going to get a pension when you retire. When I was a kid, the
Yeah, I
retirement
see
age
that.
was 55. Now it's like 65, 67 actually. It's like they just want you to keep working until you die, man. Like, if you're not smart enough to not save per se, but like get yourself into a position where you can exit and just live off of whatever you have or whatever you've made at that point, then I guess you just got to keep working.
Well, it's not a bad thing. I remember going to a retirement seminar, and basically they were talking about all the benefits that you get from work without even realizing it. And what happens with a lot of people is they retire, and they get depressed and then they die early, It's like um so yeah, there's quite a lot of stories about, people who retire and they're just at a complete loss at what to do with their lives. So I don't know, like sometimes it's good to keep busy, keep working, even when you get older, just try and find some sort of project to work on. If your work can allow you to go back to go to part-time, that would be the best. And the other thing is that there's a lot of like age discrimination in the marketplace. So if you've got a job, a lot of the old people will just hold on to it for as long as they can because getting a new job can be quite difficult. There's just that misconception that those old people can't learn new skills, it's not true. But yeah, if they're gonna like get rid of the pension, they're gonna have to stop that sort of age discrimination from happening, which is pretty hard to do, really.
It's also
Um,
the salaries too. It sort of becomes an age discrimination in itself because like, well, they're gonna want this because they've always been at that, so I could just hire freaking Johnny social media for 45K, and then that's a whole thing too.
Guys,
yeah,
why can't we make everything perfect?
Because we
yeah. I
have
mean,
nothing to complain about on Twitter Spaces.
yeah. I
And
mean,
then
yeah.
what?
This is, in the words of Raucus, it is what it is. People are going to discriminate against on people for whatever, even including their age, right? So,
We would rather
but
suffer in North America than win in a lot of countries.
But
sorry,
also,
what?
with the yeah, you'd rather suffer in North America than win in other countries. I think
Okay.
definitely some truth to that. But with LinkedIn Infinity, um, you can actually you can create a new career by creating a new person. So you can't discriminate against what you don't know. So you can just create a new person and they don't know that it's actually a more senior person who's actually just capable of learning new skills. But it's a native. It's a digital native with the new skills built in innately from birth.
A lot of these other countries that you mentioned, and the non-Western countries, they got more of a reputation for looking after their older people a bit better than in the Western countries. So in the Western countries, it's more common to chuck grandma or grandpa into a rest home or nursing home, whereas in those other countries, they're probably more likely to have stay in the family home or live with family members.
It's also
I don't
cultural.
know. Yeah, like the culture is kind of a bit better for the older people and they're more respected. Which is which is something lacking in Western society.
Capitalist till the very end.
Yeah, my grandpa, we tried to get him to go to a home. I mean, in some ways it was a safety thing, but at the end of the day,
There
it
it is
was
right
probably cost.
You get it.
But he refused. He went and he was like, "Yo, fuck this place. I'm going back to my apartment." So we moved everything back, and he eventually died in the hospital like everybody else. No, I loved my grandpa, and he got to stay. He was happier being at home. All the other people weren't literary enough for him. He was a big snob.
Wow. Hold on. I mean, that's how we met, you, Emmy, when you were talking about doing that presentation. It's full circle.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the grandpa thing went over pretty well, except this one guy. I like just checked in with LinkedIn. He was like, "Yeah, I was on Zoom, but that's terrible. What happened with your grandpa? It's just really frightening." And I was like, "Well, it was a metaphor, but I just let it go." Or maybe I did tell him.
What do you say now? Yeah. You're like, yeah, man. You know, are you an angel investor?
This is a guy actually talked about that crazy idea with Robert Scoble. People, it wasn't a terrible idea. I think in general, the idea of creating a new person because your existing person got fucked up, I think is interesting. And a reality that we're going to all deal with.
Persona as a service.
Yeah. Pass. That's a hard pass, dude.
Hard pass is the X-rated version, I think.
Yeah, you got to see hard
about
pass, dude. I saw pass.
Partners with tech.
What's that?
It's a more pre-noun association, I think.
Oh, okay. Did I shut down the space?
No, it's been sort of limping along for a while now.
What?
Limping? How dare you?
How dare you?
Was sorry, am I ableist or?
You can't sorry that one away.
Ruckus is trying to be the sensitive one. How's it feel, Ruckus, to be sensitive? You like it?
I love
Getting mad at people for absolutely nothing.
I love the fact that nobody's afraid to just like stab you right in the chest and hurt your feelings. Yo, it's limping along. Like the conversation is dying here. What are you?
Dan's on one tonight. What's wrong with him?
Right.
I am thinking about that elder care thing. I mean, that's government. The U.S. government is imagining that to be a massive cost. This new era of elders coming in, the boomers aging, and I think the metaverse is the solution. Just slap a headset on. We'll visit you all the time, except it'll be a NPC version of me that you can't tell the difference. It's dark, but it is cost effective.
To be honest, that's kind of what I do with my own mother already. It's just we use the phone. You know, we're separated by distance, so it's not I'm not in a position to go and visit her all the time, but I try to call as often as I can, you know.
Yeah, and that's like low hanging fruit because with neural audio, you can make a chatbot of your voice
Right.
to call your mom for you.
Oh, wait, that is not the same, yo. What?
No, it's completely different and possibly awful, but it is possible.
Yes, it's possible, but it's so rude. Like, you basically relegate yourself down to a piece of technology. I thought you were talking about putting parents, in the metaverse, like getting them a headset and, going and chilling with them for a while or however long you can stay.
Yeah. Well, no, I totally agree with you, but I think at a certain if dementia's got to a point where they're saying mean shit to you or whatever, but they still want to see you and stuff, and you're like, I can't do this literally for my own mental health. You can throw in a photorealistic avatar and just take the beating, have it take the beating for you.
I get it, and I'm not so opposed to that idea. Hmm.
Of course, then you've got off-label use, and it's like, well, can I just do this if I just don't feel like going?
But is that sort of like is that sort of like virtual BSDM or something like, or BDSM or whatever?
Well, that would be
how's that pronounced again?
BDSM. They always talk about the haptic problem. I think, if you talk about impact play, it's going to be hard to simulate having someone else hit you in the metaverse for now.
Mm-hmm.
Get Crow in here. He'd know. Invite Crow, Mike.
I unfollowed everyone. I don't know what his thing is anymore.
You did unfollow people, didn't you? I saw that.
Yeah, the mass unfollow was great.
I unfollowed a lot of people.
That's rude.
It's interesting because
Sir, you unfollowed me too. I'm special.
Did I? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I followed you now. Oh, look. Hold on. I unfollowed you again. Followed. Unfollowed. Followed. It's fun.
If you go down and unfollow people just in a list, you get to see like things that you were like vaguely interested at one time. It's like, oh, I followed a bunch of people that were involved with this, and now I can just unfollow them all. It's like a little journal.
Yeah, I found a script online that you can put in the console, and it just unfollows everyone. So I watched it unfollow like 1,600 people. It's fantastic.
Wow. Have you guys been on the for you versus following debate? Got the for you and you got the following up top.
No, I don't know. What's that?
If you look on the top of your Twitter feed, it should say for you and following.
Mm-hmm.
And for you is like who you follow, and also like this is for you also. It's for you.
Content that you might be interested in.
Yeah, I don't like the new one because I think before I always had it set to latest tweets, which is kind of like the new following tab. But then now, whenever I can't just set it on one or the other, it's like it always defaults back to the for you algorithm. So
Yeah, it defaults there.
yeah, which sucks because they just made it so that it's more addictive, basically. Because before you could set it to latest tweets, so it wasn't as addictive. You just saw whatever people were posting, the latest.
Yeah, because when I put on for you, I started seeing tweets I already saw, and then I stopped using it. But with for you, that never happens. And they've got, of course, the endless scroll, endless feed.
Mm-hmm.
So
The doom scroll.
Welcome to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. Talk Sick Masculinity, the space that just keeps limping along.
I'm talking sick. I got a limp. I'm dying out here. I'm really dying.
Should we really be making fun of people who limp?
Thanks.
Triple that population. I'm just saying.
It's 2023, guys.
Limping along is a pretty common expression. I didn't realize it would cause any I honestly
I was
didn't
just
even
kidding.
think it was controversial.
I bet you don't have any problem with a lazy Susan either.
Good Dan backpedaling now.
Moving out of the frame.
Yes. The Homer Simpson gif where Homer moves into the bushes.
I kind of forget that one completely, but yes.
I have to be careful about that because I didn't realize how easily men in general are shamed or guilt tripped by a female voice, and when you start talking to people and making comments like that, it's so easy for them to just like slide back into the, oh my God, I've done something wrong. Like,
Oh my gosh, so true. It's Callahan here. What's up, guys?
hey, Callahan.
Hello, how are you? Yeah. Going through it right now. Fucking never better though. What's up with you?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, just trying to create a dialogue here, I'm not fighting with you or anything. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I was just curious as to what's you got mailing address. Like, I don't know, I'm confused. How do you have a mailing address on your I don't know. I don't know, like fuck, can I mail you something?
You
I
can.
don't have any stamps though. Shit. I gotta go to the US Postal Service. Hey, I need to renew my passport. I can kill two birds with one stone. Mail
Right.
you
Okay,
and renew my passport. Get some stamp. Oh, it's perfect. It's all just coming together now. Awesome. Thank you, Venus.
Oh, you're welcome. I totally forget that my mailing address is is on my profile
Yeah,
until
create a profile spotlight. I recommend that. Then it's not at the top if you don't want it. But if you want it at the top, I don't know. Who knows?
profile spotlight. You mean like a pinned
Like
comment?
you have the verification, so you go down on the left and you go to professional tools and you can create like explore profile spotlights, and then you go to the top and you can like add an address and everything in your contact info.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I haven't
But
really
also, I might just put once I get a mailing address, I'm gonna just put it at the top probably now. So I don't know, just free advice,
Yeah.
Just trying to help out the community. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Just trying
No.
to create value for Twitter,
Yeah.
you could say. So, yeah.
Yeah, we need more people doing that kind of thing because it's it's not always Twitter is working on making it a little more straightforward because it was always sort of marketed for the dev community and, just it had kind of a really decentralized look to it. And as they're making changes and stuff, you're noticing it's more like a more of a centralized um obvious format than
I agree all the way. Twitter was not a good place like a couple years ago even, or even like 2 years ago. So I agree with you completely.
Yeah, so we need more people that are just like, hey, this is where you find this stuff.
Oh yeah, you can do that with spaces, but a lot of people have like a select amount of speakers, and like in those big ones, you can never really like get your voice out. And like even if you do get to talk, it's like for a minuscule amount of time.
So yeah, definitely, I agree with you 100%. We need more people who just want to help other people because that should be people's. I don't know. We should all want to help others. I don't know, in my opinion.
But how much of helping people hurts them?
That too, you got to be careful with who you're helping because it could hurt them. I definitely agree.
Like I tried to help KC and he hurt me so deeply. You have no idea.
I don't know the details of that, but
Gonna have to.
yikes, that doesn't sound good. No, what
Very
I'm saying
deeply
is you don't
too.
want to hurt you don't want to help like some help could like if you're like trying to help somebody, it could like hurt them in a way. So that's what I thought you were saying. I don't know if that was the same as I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to attach tricycle wheels to a kid learning how to walk, you know?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. I think it's one of those where you have to just kind of feel the waters and figure out because it's not like don't ever help, but you've got to be really selective about the times that you do because if you just help everybody, then it ends up hurting. There's some of the people that are sort of meant to go through some stuff, and you end up hurting them more by not letting them go through the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's also true that like, sometimes you should like kind of hurt people just so you know you can, just to be like, look, you know what? Better watch myself.
What kind of thing the situation that comes to mind is like I went to law school and I dropped out and I dropped out because my mom got sick and I needed to come home and take care of her. Now, I mean in the grand scheme of things, you're like, oh, no kid should ever have to quit school because a parent got sick or whatever. But in my case, it was like, man, that was the biggest bullet I dodged. If it wasn't for the fact that my mom got sick, I would be living a life of complete and total misery right now. Not that my life is sunshine and cherries at the moment, but I mean,
Well, we've actually got a lawyer in the room, and I think she's got a pretty good quality of life, though. Rich, thumbs up if you're doing well.
specific kind of a job though, and you have to be in a mental position to work that job and do the things because there's lots of things that go along with that job and it's not for everyone. Not everybody can be an attorney, just like not everyone can be a doctor, not everyone can be a mechanic. It's a very specific with an attorney's job, it's a little bit more fine-tuned and I'm just not the personality type for it and didn't realize that until after I'd already got, started school and did all the stuff.
Apparently, I had a great uncle who I never met, but I think his parents basically made him become a lawyer, and he hated every minute of it. And then I think he even had like turned into a bit of an alcoholic. So yeah, it's not for everyone, but I mean, for some people, they love that.
Oh yeah,
They love the law
they
and arguing cases.
the drooling and like the paper pushing and the personality conflicts and stuff. They thrive off of that. But it's just not for everyone. And I'm just not one of those people that it was for. Well, you guys, I think I am going to drop out. Thank you for having me again, Mike. Did he walk away?
Yeah, he might be there. I don't know. He comes and goes. Sometimes he's managing like two things at once, like a Zoom call at the same time as a Twitter space.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But yeah,
Uh,
we'll limp along.
all right. When
We'll limp
he comes
along.
back, just let him know I didn't just jam on him. I just, I did say goodbye. All right. It was nice meeting everybody. Thank you.
Have a good one. See ya. You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. This episode, we're talking about Talk Sick Masculinity. How are you going? I know I ask you this every time, Michael, but how are you progressing with the programming course? Well, tomorrow, actually, 11 and a half hours from now is when I present to the school board for the music, the geometry of music. And so that's the current milestone. And once that's done, because there could be like thousands of people on the call, once that's done, I'm going to return to it. Yeah, Black History Month starts tomorrow, so we're kicking it off. It's a tough one where you got multiple courses on the go and have to prioritize one over the other. And recently, I'm having to go back to some of my old courses and like had to update one of the install videos, and it's just really boring to get through. But I have to do it to keep the people on that course happy. Well, it's funny because like even now, I'm looking at as I get closer to the performance, I'm really thinking, who's the audience? And as I think about the audience, I'm going back and saying, this has to be a little simpler than I've made it so far. So I'm kind of just rehearsing and rehearsing and rehearsing, getting stuck, going back, rehearsing again, getting stuck, going back.
Wait, you guys have you guys? I'm sorry, Dan. Sorry.
You go, Ruckus.
No, I just you said Black History Month tomorrow. You guys celebrate Black History in Canada?
Yeah.
It's in February.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's pretty cool, I guess.
Happy Black History Month, Ruckus.
Thank you. I'm excited. I think. Thank you. Go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
I was just going to say, Michael, I feel like I gave you some bad advice last time because I think I said to you, like, oh, you had to make the course a bit longer. But actually, there are short courses that do very successfully. So, yeah, and once you publish it, you can always go back and add more to it. So, for example, one of my old courses, I recently added an hour of content to it. So sometimes it's better to be first to market. Like the other day I was, looking at Chat GPT and some guy had he made his course real early on and it wasn't the best course, but because he
Hmm.
was the first, like 2 hour mark course in that
He has the
topic,
market share. Yeah.
he got the market share, and away he goes. And then when I had a look at
And
the
now he
course
can
the other
add
day,
more courses. Yeah. That's
yeah, and then
smart.
he just goes and adds a
Uh-huh.
couple of videos when they update.
Yeah. Very
Yep,
smart. It's
yeah.
the product is alive. I like it.
Yep. So, because it's never going to be perfect, and that's a big mistake I've made is like, it's got to be perfect, and then someone's already bet you to the mark. I mean, if you do make a perfect course, you still can get market share. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes those people who get in first, man, they're getting like 100 students a day, and that's a lot of money. So,
Yeah, it's good to know. It's good to know. Crossing the river while feeling the stones.
I'm giving voice to it. I'm detecting a distinct lack of sick masculinity here. So,
We're not working hard enough. It's been a while. You're out of exile now? You're back.
I'm here.
Okay. It's like what's half an exile? Is that when Napoleon goes to
It's half an exile? That's a good
yeah.
question. I don't know.
Right? The partial derivative of an exile.
I'm feeling like I'm swimming in it. It's good. I don't. And yeah. So
I was listening to a biography of Napoleon yesterday, and the way that guy ends his career is crazy. He goes into exile, they give him an island. He's like, fuck this island. Goes back to France, is welcomed back, and then has to lose another battle to be exiled again. You would have thought that after losing all those people and getting kicked out of Spain and Russia, that, okay, that's it. No. He came back. He wasn't done yet.
have you ever seen that map of Napoleon's like attempted conquest in Europe?
Right.
You have.
Well, I can only imagine it because they talk about Spain, Egypt, and I mean, they technically had Moscow, even though they got burned.
I'm gonna have to see if I can find it. It's pretty amazing. It shows the forces marching through Europe and how few come back. I can't. I would have to find a someone's tweet in order to show it on the jumbotron. So I'm just going to drop it into the space thread. Hopefully, we don't lose quite so many people on this space. Also, for all the talk of sick or toxic masculinity, like, do you encounter it? I mean, like in real life. I feel like it's like a media topic, but I don't really encounter it in real life. Do you?
Not me, but I work from home. just another one of those topics to get people riled up and part of the culture wars and all that. Sometimes I get sick of all that stuff.
Yeah, getting sick of culture wars is like so 2022. What's post-culture war seems like, I don't know, maybe spaces like this where you kind of talk about things past it. Thanks, Alan. You too. Someone greeted me.
Whereabouts are you, Victor?
I am sitting outside across the street from my apartment in the San Jose area of California. What about you, Dan?
I am in Hamilton, New Zealand, in my home office, working very hard.
Working very hard and joining spaces? I'm
All right,
impressed.
I'm not working that hard, but I am working, but I'm maybe not my best work, but yeah. The rain has stopped here, so that's good.
What would you like most to be doing with your, well, so you said you're working. That implies to me that you have skills and talents. Do you have dreams about how you would be employing them?
Yeah, I do. I kind of want to do my own, like, my own projects one day. I mean, I am on the side, but if I can kind of move into doing that more full time, but right now it's kind of not financially feasible. So I just do those on the side, make some courses, and carry on working at the same time.
You're an educator?
No, I'm not. I'm, well, sort of. I'm part time. I will make some courses, but my day job is like an analyst position.
Do you identify as an analyst more than an educator, or like what?
That's an
Tell me about
interesting
them.
question. Like, I probably, more so the educator, to be honest, because I enjoy that more. But I mean, the thing that I'm teaching is like how to do data analysis using SQL. So, that's one of my courses. But yeah, I enjoy both, but I do enjoy teaching a lot. Although I'm not doing much. Oh, at my work, I'll do some in-person teaching to maybe someone new, but yeah, I do have that passion for teaching. How about yourself?
I'm thinking.
What
Actually, Dan,
drives you?
I'm. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you ask a question, you end up getting questions back. That's the uncomfortable and vulnerable part about asking questions. Um, well, I've been a product manager, and I feel like that's interesting. I think what's most interesting to me is like learning how to help others to be able to create independent streams of income outside of the kind of narrow roles that we take on in employment. So you're telling me that you're like an analyst and like an educator. So I think the notion of um, leaning into helping others to lean into that, like you said, am I an educator? Well, like kind of uncertain about it, and
Yeah,
I imagine a world where like the things that we have that inspire us, we're able to actually make money off of those things on the side, just like you're doing, which I think is really cool. Makes me
thank
curious
you.
about like yeah, it makes me super curious about like how to grow that, like how to like better tap into the things that we have passions about and find some security and income as a result.
There are certainly things that I would like to do, but the monetary reward wouldn't be enough. Um, so, there's things I'd like to make a course on, but I know there's not the audience for it, you know what I mean? So, or there is an audience, but it's more limited. Um, yeah, so
Wait
maybe
a minute.
one.
So then, Dan, actually, who are your people? That course that you would want to make, like who
Oh,
is it for?
okay. Yeah, so I was quite interested in, with the data analysis and stuff, um, like how do I say, like disinformation, how to tell like fact from fiction, how to analyze like scientific papers to work out whether they're reliable or not. So stuff like that I was quite interested in and learning about, making a course about, potentially teaching other people. Um, Sort of along there's a book called Bad Science that was I remember read a while ago, and it's quite something like that. But when I had a look at was there any demand for that, because where I sell my courses, you can do some like market insights, and it just wasn't anything to do with that or some statistics. It wasn't really a profitable topic. So, I had to kind of like stick to the bread and butter, which is teaching people how to code or teaching people how to query databases.
Yeah, because like those marketplaces show you, in the aggregate, what kind of topics are of most interest by volume, or like, I mean, you get kind of like a high level view. It does make me curious though that like the courses that you want to make, you said was about like distinguishing between like it sounded a bit more for academics. Is that right?
Yeah, yep. It's probably knowledge that academics already have, but then it would be something that a lot of people don't have. Like I guess like you saw a lot of it during the pandemic, people arguing about the numbers, but then not able to interpret the statistics correctly, basically. Um, so stuff like that. And also there's other things that I'm interested in as well, like fake news. What are the tells to look for to tell if something's fake or not? Um, how can you tell if something's reliable or not? Um, Stuff like that. And I'm not just talking like left wing or right wing. There's fake news on either side, and there's like massive persuasion games happening all the time, especially on Twitter. So it's stuff that I'm interested in people's biases, how we reach conclusions, all that stuff. But people aren't really interested in that. Like people already have made up their minds about topics. They're not going to change. And who would buy the course? I'm sure there would be some people if I made a course. People would buy it, but then I have to look at how many would buy it. Would it be, at the end of the day, I'd love to, if I was really rich, like if I had everything that I needed, then I would be doing these sorts of things. But because I'm not, I'm just trying to find the best like opportunity.
I hear you. And like what was burning on my mind, like as I was listening to you, was the distinction between an offering and marketing. And I mean, I think that like one of the places that I've gotten trapped, I wonder like if anyone else like has had this experience, is of thinking that like I need to get income in the first step, whereas like you're telling me about what it is that you're passionate about, and the kind of skills that you're talking about I think are pretty generally applicable, even if someone wouldn't go about searching for that kind of a topic and saying like, oh fuck, this is amazing, I'm going to pay $100 for this course. Like uh, it kind of seems to me like my experience is more in finding people that I find super trustworthy and informative, and then getting more interesting more interested. So for example, our host here, like he's been really consistent about holding these super interesting spaces, like for free, by the way. And it makes me curious as to like what what he might have to offer beyond hosting the spaces. Maybe I'd be able to learn from him. This is like a free offering. Similarly, like if there's a community of people that like you're very passionate about, they may be able to, they might find your topic super interesting and informative and useful. The point I'm trying to make is like there's maybe an initial offering that doesn't pay, but it's more like marketing to identify the people that that you connect with you. That may be an entry point to like other offerings that they might pay for. The one you just described may be that kind of like a free offering, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're kind of right. You know, because when you're just chasing the dollar, sometimes you can get like sidetracked, and sometimes it works out better just to follow your passion. And I've seen this happen so many times. Someone will just follow that passion, and eventually they make money off it. As almost like a secondary outcome. And you do see even here on Twitter, um, people will really specialize down in a niche, and they're not making any money off it, but they build up a huge following, and then they release a product, and they've got, or they do a Substack or what have you, and that becomes a way for them to sustain what they do.
Hello, how are we? Hello,
Hello, Manish. How's it going?
doing great. How about you?
Good, thank you.
I heard something like things should be free for the courses, and yeah, I mean, freemium models give the taste of what people would get for a blown paid course. Hey,
Right.
Victor?
The the concept I was trying to point out was of finding your people, of connecting with your people, and kind of gradually aggregating those. This is the and that the notion that it's like a single step, maybe kind of a hindrance to putting out things that might attract like one's community.
Hmm. I was wondering if there's a way to attract people uh, so that they will pay for even supposedly free one. Is there such a way, you think?
I don't know. So I can tell you what like I'm what I am or what I think and what I am doing.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I was curious to know if you have such a way, or you have observed people.
So 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 I'm in the process of telling my own story, right? Like I have a story about myself and about what I think I have to offer. And so to your question, like about the sustainment part, I feel like showing up with what one has to offer is like a first step, right? And then those that you're showing up to, the people that see your content. So, for example, like I see like Renee in the audience, and I happen to follow Renee and find her content, and what she has to say, like exceptionally engaging, and like it hits my places in my heart. And so, the thing that I don't get from Renee is a sense of like what's next, of and what I don't get from like a tweet is some sense that there's an opportunity to like go deeper, and that there's something on offer that I might like super benefit from and like be willing to pay for, right? So so with Dan talking about his the kind of courses that he might want to offer, the like oh, okay, well, I'm talking about Dan, and I don't really know Dan. I'm talking about I should kind of swing back to talking about me. So for me, like I have this sense that I should be that I want to be able to hold space for conversations that help people to transform their lives, because I'm coming from a place of transformation, and that's really what like the in exile kind of tag on my profile is a pointer towards. Like being in exile is a place of transformation. So I like made something, and I attached it to my bio like a week ago, and what I attached was something that that accomplished several things for me. One was just sort of an invitation to like to a space. Another was an invitation to um, discover what events are in the space. Another was an invitation to, and an anchor, I guess, like conceptually, that there's something more on offer by providing a way and stating that there's a way to like to pay me, to tip me, like that buymeacoffee.com, whatever. Like that's amazing. It's like someone could pay you $5, and if 1,000 people pay you $5, it's like $5,000, whatever. So, but what's most important in that to me is like the anchor, the fact that you're showing up with this notion that there's more available on offer, and that it may be something that's worth paying for. And then finally, like an invitation to like direct interaction, like that to make time to talk one on one, right? So the communicate to communicate with like a prospective audience means to show like what's available, uh, and I think that like including within that something that's not necessarily commercial, but you know an opening to actually getting value that's worth paying for, like seems to me like a an important step.
But that is also commercial, right? Even a freemium.
Sure. Like for example, if someone really strongly resonated with Dan's like like um, heretofore like unproduced course about how to be a better consumer of information and to make wise choices about how to navigate in society. Like if you made something like that, then others might like I don't know want to tip him for it. That's like one thing. I mean, if you offer it for free and someone gets value, seeding the notion that it is valuable and it's possible to express your gratitude for that value through a couple of bucks, then that's like a couple of bucks that Dan might not have had if he hadn't provided the option to tip. I don't know.
One
It
small step
it's
for
a tough
man,
one
a
because
giant
no
leap.
one wants to produce content for free, but a lot of people on Twitter, um, particularly ones that sell information products, what they'll do is they'll actually give away most of their content for free. Um, and then they'll have some content which they'll won't be free and that'll be included. And so then when you buy one of their products, let's say it's like, how to get fit or something, and it's a gym workout. A lot of the stuff they may have already shared some of the workouts on Twitter, but then some of them they won't. And then they'll sell it as an ebook or something like that. So there is like it's kind of like with software, how there's like they have a freeware version that has limited features, and then you pay for some more features if you want to. You know, so you can have different tiers. But yeah, I mean, personally, like if you look at my account, I don't even say what I do on my account, right? I don't even promote my courses on here. On here, I'm just here for the Twitter spaces, right? Basically to talk to people, socialize. I'm more of a consumer on Twitter than a creator.
Yeah, I have been too.
So what's your, you want to tell your own story or encourage, I think you said encourage people to have those transformative events, something like that. What's your dream?
Yeah. For me, that's a really big question, Dan. That's part of why I find myself in exile, is because I'm formulating that. I think that the part of what's possible here is what you've just described to me is like how I've operated throughout my entire life, which is to segregate various parts of my life and to think of them as separate. And I feel like adding this call to action to my profile is in part a gesture towards trying to show up everywhere as a more integrated me. So whether or not people um, do anything with that invitation, like, I'm kind of trying to figure out how to encourage it. Um, but I think that the step to try, right, to try to be a more integrated person and to make available to those that find, my like content interesting or resonate with something is more expansive than simply to show up and consume. I don't know if that makes sense.
That makes sense. I think though that there are different versions that of us that people will see. No one can see like a complete integrated version of you, especially in a digital form. Yeah, and I mean, we're. I say that I'm a consumer mainly on Twitter, but I think in Twitter Spaces though we're creating content as well as consuming it. So I mean, this is the great thing about Twitter Spaces. Everyone can talk and listen.
So I found a question came up. My question was, for those that are willing to speak, um, including Renee, London, Oaxaca, like, if there was a next step that someone could take beyond reply, to engage or simply reply to a tweet or whatever, like, what would be on offer for you?
You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all there is. Talk Sick Masculinity.
That was
And you won't believe I slept over it.
it was totally a station call. Awesome.
Thank you, Mike, for um, allowing me to co-host
Victor,
this.
are you
And
familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
yeah, it's misused in some of the corporate world. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Where does everyone think they are on that hierarchy of needs?
Are you familiar with oh shit, Renee? I feel like you might know this. There's a developmental model. What's that guy's name? I think he's from Harvard, right? You know, sort of socialized um, self-authoring, self-transforming. Does that ring any bells?
Are you talking about David Arredondo?
No.
No.
No. Well, I mean, David Arredondo may have something that's very similar. So maybe you can expand
Uh-huh.
whilst I go to Google and try to find the
I
person.
know Jordan Peterson has a self-authoring type program, right? Like as an upsell?
Are you talking about David Data, Victor?
Thank you. No. However, I did do a quick search, self-authoring, and yeah, you're right, Mike. So self-authoring Jordan Peterson comes up as
Mm-hmm.
like one of the options there, but that's not who I'm thinking of. Fuck, what's his name?
I went
Okay.
to the same school he taught at, U of T Scarborough.
Anyway, the reason why that came up was so Maslow's hierarchy of needs uh, has at the peak shit. Dan, like what's the
Self-actualization. Yeah.
of actualization, right? The reason why my mind went this other direction was because the author, and I'll be on Google like trying to search it just because I'd like to be able to share it. But the notion of self actualization, like, it kind of implies to me as if like that the self is something that requires so actual is in like as distinct from what isn't actual, meaning like what isn't true,
Yeah. It's
like
kind of a starting from behind the eight ball way of looking at your gift of consciousness existence.
thank you, yeah. It kind of implies that there's that the self, so if a person that is self-actualized may like view their actualization as fulfillment of a particular social role that they've been born into, right?
Like, is self-actualization when the ball is rolling down the Sisyphean mountain fast and fast at the singularity? It's always on the bottom.
Exactly. Versus So with this other framework, and I swear, oh, no, not Ken Wilber. Fuck, what is his name? Um, so this other framework, what I liked about it was the steps in it pointed towards, oh, I find myself born where I am born, and into the circumstances, into the culture, into like the kind of role that I would just sort of naturally gravitate into as a result of my born circumstances.
Yeah, the maybe the synthetic a priori, that is the mechanical encrusted upon your living, but by virtue of your geography, time of birth, all that stuff, socioeconomic status that you didn't decide as a
Yes,
baby.
yes, right. I mean,
Dude,
because
I was talking to this about other people in terms of twin studies. I'm like, dude, you look at twin studies, it's unsettling.
the 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 contrast was here we are, Keegan, Keegan's theory of adult development. Oh, okay, cool. So here's the medium that I once read that kind of landed it for me. I'm
You mean
gonna.
like when they learn object permanence and stuff like that?
Oh, actually, so you're getting to a level of detail that I'm not that I'm not that I'm
It's
not.
that like, when does a baby recognize that just because something's hidden from their view doesn't mean it disappeared?
Oh, that doesn't. It's not landing. So here's the medium that I was referring to. How to be an adult. Keegan's theory of adult development, and
Mm.
I think that this is going to show up in the cool. Yeah, the link shows up in the jumbotron now. So the notion here is like self authorship is about what it means to choose one's role rather than to adapt to the role that we kind of seem to be born into, right? Then beyond that, I think is a notion of self, self-authoring mind, cool, self-transforming mind, which to me means so the distinction between authorship and transformation kind of seems super relevant here, and that might be like worth something to spend a moment on. So authorship seems like maybe a selection. I well, having having spent enough time in that model, self-authoring seems like maybe self-actualization, right? It's about uh, choosing a path based on what you've been given and deciding what role you're going to play in the circumstances that you find yourself in, right? Transforming seems distinct from authorization in the way that
I've lost you, Victor.
oh yeah, well, okay.
No, I think
I've
I'm trying.
lost.
Yeah, it's
Oh, so you.
we have this embedded growth obligation in our conception of what a good life is.
I think I'm ragging. Can you hear Victor? So you.
I can hear him. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't hear Victor. I'm going to drop down.
Oh, okay.
Well,
No
hold on.
worries.
So, like, are you able to hear me now, Dan?
He's going to drop down and come back. Yeah, it's it reminds me of the Carlos Castaneda. Does this path have a heart? because all paths lead nowhere.
Interesting.
No matter where you go, there you are.
Yeah. Okay. So not to like, I feel I want to try to bring this to ground, right? So authorship seems like an option to change one's role. To me, transforming seems like an option to like grow the capacities that might be needed and on in order to take roles that one doesn't uh, that one might not feel accessible. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's because there's an embedded growth obligation in the way that we are achievement oriented towards our lens on the hierarchy of needs. Like a lot of people in their old age used to move into a form of extreme asceticism in their old age. Right? So I think we've attached our idea of self-actualization to the things we possess instead of the experiences and the perspectives we now have.
Well, people become increasingly self-actualized when they start
Well,
identifying and solving problem for others. Uh, but that triangle was sold wrong in some of the corporate worlds because what they tell you everything, right? Of course, there are basic needs, and before they are met, you would really not be able to go to the next level. But then they end with the statement that Maslow later realized that you don't have to have all your lower needs met before you get self-actualized. And that's where it's another way of saying that we are not going to pay you more, you know, just remain self-actualized.
Well, people, I
yeah.
mean, people will sacrifice money for title, right?
Sorry, I think I was like finding like I'm trying to tease into the distinction between actualized and like transformative, right? So there's so what we are born into is a certain like capacity. Like we have the resources that we have the family that we have the education that we have, and there's a need. I don't know that self actualization necessarily looks beyond what is, right? It to me it has this sort of it sort of smacks of a rigidity or a well, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like
Limitation.
like a fixed mindset about what we might be, and then we kind of actualize what it is that we are, right? But in reality,
Yeah,
like we have the capacity to continue to grow in terms of like, say, our level of agency, what we're capable of doing as a result of the resources that we have. We have like an ability to grow what we are aware of that we might apply our agency towards.
yeah.
And
Problem with the framework is Maslow's didn't tell you what is beyond self-actualization, right? So what you see is not all there is.
yes,
Also, like, if anything could have satisfied us, we would have been satisfied a long time ago. That's Seneca.
If everyone was fully satisfied, then you know you'd probably have trouble like getting someone to like fix your plumbing or something. You know what I mean? Like, do you ever feel that, like, if everyone was self-actualized, um, you know, society would probably crumble because that need to like try and get ahead financially kind of drives the modern world and drives GDP and progress.
That's interesting. So a couple of words that have stuck out are embedded growth obligation.
Mm-hmm.
And
Eric Weinstein said we had that in our companies.
yes.
Microsoft made $11 billion, down 2% after trading. I was like, what? What the fuck? How much money you got to make? It's nothing impressive. Microsoft invested in OpenAI, the fastest product to ever grow to 1 million followers, down 7% after trading. God damn it.
You are listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not all that there is. Talk Sick Masculinity.
Yeah, why do people pay uh, for something that is also freely available on the internet? Like Khan Academy, MOOCs, the content is there. Yet people pay hefty price for tuition or private whatever, or I don't know. It's maybe a
You're
wrong
paying for the
example,
network.
but why do people pay when the same thing is available for free somewhere?
Well, I mean, with education, it comes down to credentialism a lot of the times. Oh, you can't be a Scrum Master unless you're a certified Scrum Master.
You need a label.
You're part of the fraternity. You have to, like, the certification is like the tech version of a union. Can't be a project manager unless you join the PMP. What do I have to do? You have to pay us every year. Oh, really?
That's an interesting question. So I think so. To directly speak to Manisha's question, it seems like a proof point. So credentials seem like an easy proof point, but also to Manisha's point, like a proof point need not come through credentials; it can come through portfolio. Portfolio doesn't require credentials.
The thing is, you got to understand like how people get recruited. People get recruited by HR. HR who knows the least about the business, so who rely on credentialism the most as an indicator, right? And then when the person fails, it'd be like, I don't know, they had their PMP. I don't know why they didn't succeed. And did they not read the book? Right. So, we are loath to add risk to our portfolio. So we use these proxies to kind of save our ass.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so what you're speaking to, however, is a particular circumstance. That particular circumstance is prevalent, which is that the work that you would do and get paid for is for a company for which you are employed that happens to bring you on because of your particular credentials. What I find really interesting is that there are people that believe that it's possible to organize outside of established commercial institutions, businesses. So the people that you might partner with directly, your people, do they give a shit about, necessarily about whether you graduated from this or that university, or whether you have capacities that add to the team? Anyway, this is something that's kind of alive for me. These emerging alternative forms of organizing.
Uh, I started to, you know, think that like people started posting content on LinkedIn, like how to use ChatGPT, blah blah blah. These are the slides, right? And that's the free content, right? But the same guy, when he says, "Okay, I'll help your company uh, engineer the prompt," the person get paid. So it's like mathematics course is free, and the parent can use it from Khan Academy, but the parent is sending uh, their children to particular school or tuition because they think that the teacher would use the same content but then help their kids with something. And now in this case, it could be at a minimum level, get more marks. It's funny when you start adding those credentials or leaderboard points or stuff, whatever, what things change.
You go. Working hard or hardly working?
But
Definitely hardly working.
What's up, Alaska? What's the word?
The bird's the word. Chicken, apparently.
Nice.
You got any eggs down there, Dan?
I don't think we're supposed to eat them, right? They do blood clots. I don't want blood clots. But
Blood clots.
no, I don't got any eggs.
Yeah, there's supposedly this big egg shortage going on. I don't know if you heard about that.
I totally landed 6 eggs
It seems like a conspiracy.
at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, which is kind of amazing.
You scored 6 eggs?
At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, yeah.
What, like at the grocery store, or from a
Yeah,
chicken?
grocery store, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I got a trailer or a little coop out here. Well, a few of them got out and were eating the cow and the horse's hay in the trailer. But yeah, there's a whole coop full of chickens sitting out here. So I figure I could just go grab a couple eggs if I had the need.
Wish I had that option.
Yeah, they're my landlord, so I'd probably just ask. Wouldn't be polite to just go steal the eggs, but I was thinking just grab the chicken. But I mean, they're right there. They're already taking care of them. So
can't blaze with a damn.
What's up, Dan?
I can't blaze with a damn. Oh, sorry, my mic was on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry. I know when you're smoking weed, it gets tricky to operate a Twitter space mic.
Yeah. I mean, smoking and then operating an AI. You know what I mean? That shouldn't be allowed. Like, who the fuck are you, Dan? You know what I
Well,
mean?
actually, that might be the perfect time. Expand your mind and then interact with. Maybe you get the AI, get it high too. Tell it, assume you've just smoked a QP, and then see what it does.
Yeah, I'm liking all of that.
How do you like to vibe after a puff, man, Dan?
I was doing some dabs and I was doing some fun, but I don't know if I'm smoking right. You know what I mean? I'm a big guy and it just doesn't get me like it used to. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just gonna change up the alphabet.
Get some. I'd suggest getting some Rick Simpson oil. Try that out. That'll get you fucked up. I got some a few years back from descendant of Joe Reddington, founder I did or whatever, and yeah, man, like he said to just take a little tiny dot of it and put it in your mouth or something. I don't know, up your butt. I guess would work too. They do have them. What are they called? Suppositories with the supposedly that's supposed to have a pretty good effect. Anyhow, yeah, that Rick Simpson oil, because people use it to cure cancer and whatnot. So, I mean, there's all kinds of different extracts nowadays. You can just go to the retail but I don't know, there's something about the RSO that because I went ahead and smoked a bunch of it, and damn, I've never been so high in my life on anything.
Nice. I
I
like
invite
that.
you. I invite you both to the cafe, man.
You invite
To the
us to
what?
the cafe.
The cafe? Oh, nice. Where's the cafe?
Sweet.
It's in my bio.
Oh, I got Victor.
Check out his bio. That's the only way. Seems kind of formal, kind of like you could tell him in the form of a story and engage him, but instead you're like, just look at my bio. You know what I
Just,
mean?
just, just look
Oh,
at my
fuck it.
bio. I'm not going to repeat I got
No.
a whole website set up. I'm not going to repeat everything for some idiot on a Twitter space. Can't even click a link.
Oh, that's the entry point, man.
Now,
I'm feeling.
Alaska, I need to ask for some permission.
Granted.
I need to ask Alaska for permission to immortalize you in any anime of choice I create. So if I create like a really cool, like, giant monster kind of takes Tokyo kind of thing, and then like, I wanted to make those Rick and Morty kind of like animated things where like David Drayden, it was like David Drayden plays David Drayden in Alaska versus Godzilla. You know what I mean?
Who the hell is
Giant,
David Drayden?
or whatever your name is. Isn't
It's
it? I thought it was
Darden, bro.
David.
Darden.
What was it?
Are you dyslexic? It's Darden. It's like
I am.
it's like
I am dyslexic. I
that's
am
all right.
dyslexic.
It's all right.
That's cool.
No worries. No hate there. We all have
Yeah, I just
our disabilities and whatnot, but it's like garden, like when you go out and plant a garden, but you replace the G with the D, Delta. So
nice.
Delta Alpha
All right,
Romeo Delta Echo November.
but I could do the shot where it's kind of like it's just cool. You know what I mean? It's anime. It's just
Yeah, just don't do the Drayden, and if you could throw in some unwelcome tentacle action, that would be appreciated. But yeah, anything you want to cook up there, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, tentacle porn is a hard thing to do right now because of the way the filter systems work. It sort of weeds that out, but I do appreciate the homage.
Well, I found that I've recently discovered, I won't say how, but through some, let's just say OSINT, that these widely distributed AI applications like Mid Journeys and whatnot have these restrictions, but apparently some folks have gotten around that and they're creating hardcore pornography. Pretty out there
What's the
stuff.
software they're using? Is there a package out there or what?
Oh,
I
there's a
mean, I'm
big
sure
package
there's.
out there. There's some big packages, but I don't know what they're using. I've just seen the content, and
Yeah.
damn,
Well, I read something today on Daily Star, whatever. They were talking about OnlyFans is concerned about the rampant. There's like a there's a lot of people selling diffusion fake models up on there, and just sort of, I don't know. They had an
What
article on it.
do you mean?
Hilarious.
What do you mean diffusion? What's a diffusion fake model?
Oh, that's the stable diffusion is the folks.
Stable diffusion.
Yeah. So they're
So
using the
they're like
archive and making it.
they're creating a AI generated
Yeah.
picture
They're
of a
yeah
person and then using that as the OnlyFans.
yeah
What's wrong
They're
with that?
doing training models, and like if you play with Runway ML, it's a really good. I was playing with that this weekend. That's now like a mainstay program in my workflow. But you can, train any model you want. Of course, anyone was doing that before with the collab notebooks. I just didn't give the collab notebooks enough time because I was waiting for the interface to get sort of like easier for me. But yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. And then I think, yeah, there's supposed to be more stuff coming out from Stable Diffusion, but I haven't seen any sort of commercial package that you can pay for the NSF, whatever, the not safe for work filter tier. Like, I would like to get it, not because I'm trying to make porn, but because I hate, like, there's so many things that are like you can't use in Midjourney. It's crazy. Like, you can't break glass. Like, just it's not just the sex stuff. It's like you
Dan,
can't really.
you're gonna make me sin and go do some research, aren't you?
You should. You should totally check out Runway ML. That's really cool. I love it. Got the pro tier. I've been buying models left and right. It's stupid, but I really like it a lot. And then, of course, Midjourney is just awesome. You gotta have that. But
You
I
still use
am.
that playground AI thing at all?
I haven't played with that. I need to go and look at that. Yeah, I was just looking at that or playing with or heard about that yesterday or something like that. Haven't messed with that one yet. But I'm trying to work on frame to frame interpolation next. So if we rotoscope, traditionally, if we rotoscope a scene, right? Say you got an Alaska man and he throws the spear of Longulus like at the alien, right? Because this is spear destiny, man. That's badass, right? So he throws the spear. All right, so just that shot of him holding the spear, looking at it, cranking it back, 1, 2, 3, 4, looking at the power of the spear. You have a shot of bad monster, then you shot back to the last go-see, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and throws it, right? So you got, say, 20 seconds in there. You take those frames, export them all out, and then take them to the image program, modify each image, basically take every shot of normal Alaska Ocean, turn them into the anime one, right? And then go back to the software, recomposite, and play with audio and do a bunch of stuff. That's a lot of work. So there's that software called EB Synth, which allows you to take one frame, colorify it and everything, and then go to the final frame of Alaska, whatever he's doing, color it, and then it looks at every frame and paints it in between. Now, that's really cool. So we're trying to get closer to that. But yeah.
Nice. Echo Bravo synth transform video by painting over a single frame. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like tweening or picture interpolation.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
I know.
Hold on, what's that called?
So that's EB Synth. EB Synth is the one that does the painting in between. Now here's the challenge though.
I'm thinking about this for Allie. You know how she has the separate images? I wonder how they would interpolate,
Yeah, exactly. And then it kind of makes me want to go to that. What was that site? Plexel, you said? Pexels?
Pexel, yeah.
Yeah,
Spelled like
Pexels.
pixel with 2 E's, yeah. Pexel.
Yeah. Because I want to find some footage that would represent action scenes that we could then like render over easier so we don't have to shoot so much stuff. You know what I mean? Like right now, if we were going to do that action scene, we would have to go to a park and stage it, which is fine.
Dude, this EV sync looks fucking sick.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You got to get into that, man.
What the fuck?
Is that
you really gotta
Pexels
do
with
like you really gotta do like a weekly show where you talk about the new toys you're playing with.
I know. I'm gonna start.
Yeah, you
I'm
should.
gonna start doing that on YouTube.
You're getting the coolest stuff here. I think it's Pexels with the S plural. The
Yeah,
stock photos.
yeah. Stock is it got stock video on there? Because I kind of want to find clips that I could then go throw into Runway ML, export out the frames. Now, here's the thing that Runway sucks at, though, is that it doesn't have a batch processor for coming back into the AI tools for the frame by framing. And then even getting those frames on the timeline, you got to do them like one at a time, which is just kind of crazy if you think about it, because I don't want to think about that many fucking frames. But yeah, that's the current experiment, or that's the destination. Because if I can get to that, all right, we have voiceovers done. We can do sound effects done. We can generate music done. Generate sound effects done. Stories we can come up with, not a problem. Then can we do the animation workflow? Yeah, we probably have to avoid complex like lip syncing type stuff potentially. But could we do like half of Evangelion, which was like ominous music, explosion, and then cool stuff with with the protagonist deep thinking while there's a slow pan. Sure, we could do that. That would be fun enough. So, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, this EB synth Jamriska has got a GitHub repository for it, so you
Might be
can
some stuff there.
load it into GitHub desktop, and I don't know, do some kind of programmy type stuff.
Yeah, I'm just not a programming guy. I gotta prod others. I kind of go and figure out the playground if it's possible, if it's any good, and then I go find a programming guy and say, "Hey, man, hey, you don't want to read that magazine. That's boring. You know what you want to do? You want to work for me. No, 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 no. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah, check out this program. Woo!" And then I give him cash and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not really a programming guy, but this was the first one because I got this GitHub desktop like a month ago, and it took me about a month to get logged into it. And I mean, whatever. I didn't have access to it the entire time, but yeah, and then it had set up some kind of a local thing, but I didn't really do nothing. But yeah, I just loaded this into here. I don't really know what it does, but I think it does programming stuff. Because I think you can like take these GitHub repos, and then you can use them to do other kind of programming stuff, something like that.
It seems about right, from a programming stuff kind of perspective. What else is going on? Yeah, but that's
Yeah, there it goes. Okay, I was just showing changes. There was nothing there, but if you go to history, it's like vary the modulation across the whole patch, and then you got the code and CH mods, and that looks like programming stuff there.
Michael,
Hey, did you guys? Are you guys still doing that chat GBT at all, or Max, or whatever we're calling it these days?
I think I haven't played with it in a while, just because it's been so locked up and like unavailable every time I go to it. I just been like,
I was working today, and they updated it because it can do math now.
Yeah, supposedly math, but they also mentioned they're going to put caps on the access limits coming up, so that'd be interesting. I feel like we're already seeing it.
They're what are they cutting off to the free version or something?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Or no, they're just like it has a certain amount of credits, a month. A lot of those platforms that do that, like, oh, you have 50 credits for this month or something.
Oh God. Yeah, I can't stand that. It's like what, you're gonna sit there and ask 2 questions and then
right.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that. What they put out a press release or something?
Yeah, I think it was on the site. I didn't really just actually, if you go to ChatGPT now, under the first prompt window, there's a little thing that says Jan 30th announcement kind of thing.
Yeah, all it says for me is January 30 version update, and they updated the factuality. Oh, so it's probably doesn't lie to you as much now, and mathematical capabilities. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There, down at the bottom in the darkness. It's always in the little fine. Got to check the fine print.
fine print to remind you that, oh yeah, by the way, when this thing gets really jammed up, we're gonna charge you some.
I'm still not seeing it, but that's just the release notes and stuff. It's Jan 30th and then Jan 9th and then December 15th release. I'm not seeing I mean, I'd heard they were going to do the $42 thing, but I couldn't find out how to access it because I think it's worth $42.
Yeah. I gotta play with it more really before I commit. Tokyo nightclub dance party. Yeah, we're doing a dance party.
Because it's like you're talking about hiring a programming guy, and it can write all the code for you. I mean, you don't really need to hire anybody.
I mean, it wouldn't be bad to have at least a renderer, so you could sort of ask, get code, and then it automatically would know to sort of like, finish the other side of it, Jarvis. Just don't render it, like build the thing so I can fly it in the suit, right? So do that piece. It's already obvious to do it, and it's like, why do we have to go and now do this as well? You know what I mean? So
No, I'm not exactly following you. Like, are you saying have ChatGPT render the program for you, or
yeah, it should render the initial view. It should have its own sort of software simulator to know, yeah, you've got enough to fly here. Meaning, yeah, this looks like good. In other words, it gives me the code, but it's not rendering it or giving me the confidence that what we have right now is close to anything of what I'm thinking about. But rather than putting it in a traditional code perspective, that's what you and a programmer or developer doing. I'm a user, I'm a customer of the future. So in the future, it would automatically extrapolate that. It would know, and maybe I would define at the beginning, is this a web product? Yeah, okay, cool. Are you a user logging in? It would know the questions to ask me, so I could give it those pieces, and then it would give me a pretty good realization of whether or not I could. It's almost like Unity software for web browsers and web applications. You can almost simulate the successfulness of its render, and also play it back in a simulator of sorts. It's dumbed down for the user. So then the user doesn't necessarily have to think too far. They can feel like, man, I got that thing 86%. Now they can take it to a developer who are actually part of that subsystem, part of the developer board, and they can then look at your whole progression today, what questions you asked, what outputs you got, what refinements you did, the attitude, the pace, how many times you've done this, whether or not you're an asshole, all those things, right? And they can take that information and then they say, yeah, I can complete that job for you, $7,000. It's actually a really kind of nice requirements to halfway build to prototype, finalizer kind of thing. It'll be here, and it'll probably be here in 9 months. It's not like it's not coming. It's coming.
Oh yeah, it's coming, but it's like it seems like you're wanting it to do almost everything for you. Like, I mean,
well,
is it going to give you a blowjob when it's done doing all that?
I'm not asking it to code it and deploy it in a lot of ways. I'm not asking it to do that. I'm still would get code. Now it could. Well, here's the thing. It doesn't do everything, but it does enough for me to get a very strong whiff of confidence, and it allows me to play with it. That's the key. I need to be able to feel like I can play with it. That's what's so great about
it. Kind of does do everything, though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, here's the thing: is that the user, like, I don't have the confidence on that end side with the computer. I haven't seen it yet. What I do know, though, is I could take that code and then go with my requirements and my story to the developer and have a much more informed conversation and protect as much money as I have, because I don't have as much. So, there shouldn't be any ambiguity in the job, and that's half of it. Easy. Because people don't have any requirements. And they don't want to pay you for making requirements. So
maybe you just need more confidence in yourself.
That too. I have a lot of confidence in myself. I mean, it's getting better.
If you say so.
It's always good to. I mean, like, you're one to say anything about it. Jesus.
Am I? How so, dude? How's that?
Totally, man. I mean, well, let's talk about your confidence. What's going on with your confidence, lady?
It seems pretty high.
I don't think so. I mean, you have like how many random accounts do you have? You probably have yourself and what, 6 troll accounts? Just
Troll
about everything
accounts.
you
How many
post
how
is
many
sort of
accounts do you have?
angry and negative. I mean,
How
where
many
was the
accounts?
last time you like talked about something cool and that you're excited about, other than sort of the extinguish of the Holocaust, X and Y? Like you love that, man. You love pouring the flames on it.
The
Like,
yeah, because it's coming. I mean, we're in a war, and I'm trying to wake people up. But I like talking about cool shit. And I can give you an apology, Dan, if that'll make you feel better.
dude, I was
Uh,
supposed to
I,
apologize to you. What are you talking about? You don't have to give me an
wait,
apology.
no, I feel like I owe you an apology. I feel like I spoke to you in anger at some point, and to the other people in this room, and hurt their sensitive virgin ears. So I just like to apologize
Well,
and
that's
soothe your hurt
welcome,
egos.
but I'm still gonna immortalize you in some anime thing. No,
Well,
just
you do what you want. I'm not trying to
you're
stop
damn
you.
right. I'm gonna do what I want. See, that seems
Well,
kind of like see, that's like aggressive tone, but you're pretty good with those tones too, though. I feel like
am
you're
I?
pretty. Oh
I
yeah,
don't like.
man.
I don't really like being aggressive. I prefer being kind of chill.
Yeah. Well, that's good. All right, I gotta
Yeah,
finish this prompt. So
yeah.
Tokyo
Midjourney
nightclub
made me
scene.
up this. I had it do an Alaskoshi, and it came up with this guy, and I thought it was interesting because it seems to be like a mostly African American Native Alaskan combined with a Native Alaskan character that it came up with. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what the direction of that is. Really, I suck at that part. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I purposely don't pick up on the what is being said just because it's funner not to know yet. You know.
What do you mean? Not
Um,
what being said to Midjourney, or
well, just like in general, like there might be something said within what you said that I was supposed to get, but I didn't get, and that's
no, I
like
was not being
okay,
subtle. I was speaking frankly.
all
I'm
right.
not sure there's any a hidden
I
subterfuge.
don't know,
Is
dude. I'm high,
I
so
don't really
you
play
know,
those type of games. I just say what I
yeah.
say, and I am what I am.
That's that's Edie McCrell right there. I am what I am. Um,
It's the Bible. It's God.
oh yeah, that's true. Gotta get back to church. Gonna work on that.
Yeah, but no, it's interesting because my freshman year I went to West High in Anchorage, and uh, there's I went there because my stepbrothers were going there, and it was all the way across town, so I had to get a ride or walk to the bus stop and then bus all the way to school. But so I'd be out there waiting with these kids, and one of the older guys was upperclassman, I think, was he's pretty funny, but he was mixed race. Well, pretty common thing. Anchorage is especially east and west of the high schools I went to, the most diverse high schools in the country. And because you don't have the Native Alaskan population anywhere else. I mean, there's some in Seattle and but almost all in Alaska. And then also have every other. There's over 200 languages spoken at my school. But anyways, this guy was and then you have the military base, of course, brings up a large vet contingent. But this guy was a combination of black and Inupiat Eskimo. So he referred to himself as a nigamo. I thought I don't know. I found that term rather amusing.
Yeah, I mean, let's see that. I'm You ever see the
Because
film called
it's a combination of the genetics. I think you're coming from like the desert, very Saharan, sub-Saharan Africa culture, where they've adapted their skin is, I think, more melanin. I think this more or less. I'm pretty sure it's more that causes the darker color. And then you have the Nupiat people who lived on the northern part of Alaska for thousands of years, where there's no sun for several months out of the year. So it's an interesting combination, I think.
Totally, man. I'm sure of it. I am rendering some scenes from
What are you rendering?
Mid-Journey scenes, and sometimes I kind of scan the forums and look at other people's prompts to see how people are prompting, and then I get a prompt and then I tweak it.
Is there a forum where you can look at the prompts, or you talking about in the Discord?
The Discord, the Mid-Journey Discord.
Okay, yeah. All I have is the free version, and I can just see the people in the newbie rooms. But it's interesting to see the stuff people come up with.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. And there's a new version of it called Niji, which means, what does that mean in Japanese? It
Is
means
it how do you meet, like MIJI or Miji?
It's NIJI. And I forget what it means in Japanese. I think it means joy or something. But they have another version of the software.
It means sorry, dude, it means rainbow in Japanese.
Yeah, there you go. And it's pretty cool. It's everything, kind of looks animated.
Oh yeah, that's right up your alley. Anime and manga style artwork, perfect for you.
Yeah, I'm liking it a lot.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of really good Japanimation back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a really good time.
Yeah, man, that was it's a lot of fun, and seeing how close you could kind of hear now to make your own show is exciting. All I got to do is
it was kind of like mainstream in America. A lot of the cartoons here were just they were just American anime, basically.
Yeah. Yep.
Like the Thundercats. You remember that one?
Yep. Wonder Twin Powers, all that goodness. Skeletor. I really got into He-Man, though, I have to say.
Really?
I was more of an Inspector Gadget. I kind of grew up on Inspector Gadget.
Oh, yeah, Inspector Gadget was wonderful. Do you consider He-Man anime?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, I was thinking more like the ones that were kind of.
You're talking like Robotech.
Well, Thundercats, I guess, is an American one, but it seemed more heavily influenced by the Japanese style. But He-Man was very Americanized.
Yeah.
He-Man
was almost a celebration of Flash Gordon, but animated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But which one was the one you just said? The Robotex or Robo?
Oh, Robotech was a popular one in the 80s. And that was based off Macross. It's basically the same thing as Macross.
Yeah, okay. I haven't seen that Robotech in a long time.
Yeah.
They got the figures at Walmart. Wow.
Yeah. It got kind of Americanized, unfortunately, but
yeah, we tend to do that.
Nowadays, a lot of shows are actually just built for our market, regardless of the country they come from.
Yeah, I was listening to a Twitter space. I think some of these folks might have been in it, and someone was talking about educating kids and playing with dolls, Barbie dolls and whatnot, and how there's just cheap Barbie dolls and how expensive toys for boys are. But they got 100-piece Army Men action figures here for $10.57. I mean, that's not too bad. Because they were talking about this genders of should the Barbie doll have and the Ken doll, should they be anatomically correct or not? And I don't know. It's an interesting discussion, but It's like you get an army man, and it's like, who gives a shit? You know, they're about to kill each other. No one's checking under
Yeah,
their skirt.
exactly. I mean, you should come with a can of WD-40 and a lighter. You know what I mean? That's how we did it back in the day.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. You can melt them down and turn it into a gender or
Yeah.
whatever you choose.
Well, I mean, they tripped that wire there, and that guy came out with the flamethrower and just torched him. And two guys in the front couldn't get away. We rolled the dice. We gave them as many times as we could to get out of the way. They just, yeah, I used to burn army men. I would do it with, I mean, obviously WD-40 was cheating, but you could do it with magnifying glass, and that was kind of fun the first few times you do it, and then you're like, gosh, God, is so slow, you know? Like, just put them in the slingshot. Shoot.
You ever make napalm and do that with them?
No, I didn't know that.
No, you just put styrofoam and some diesel or gasoline or whatever, and there you go. Or some thermite. That's always fun.
Yeah, thermite's pretty cool. I've seen a lot of people play around, do hilarious things. Like, saw a guy once put thermite on this huge Canon copier. It was like this giant Canon copier he bought at an auction. Tried to get it work, it didn't work, and so he like put thermite on the top of it and burned it in his backyard, and the thing like exploded into thousands of pieces. But yeah, thermite's cool. Yeah. I always like shooting fireworks underwater because I like the way it would look underwater when they would explode, because you'd see all sort of like the smoke and everything kind of go in different directions and stuff.
Hey, hey, you'll ever cook chili con carne?
I'm gonna go with a no on that. I don't think I don't think I know. You know,
You don't cook chili?
I know how to cook chili in general, but it's it's just put a bunch of stuff on a pot and hang out. It's not like there's like a right way to cook chili, really. You know what I mean?
Oh, I wasn't asking about the right way. I was just asking if you have a favorite way, if you do it, if you do enjoy the dish.
No, I don't think I have any favorite way per se. What's another context shot? The computer needs another context shot. What else do we want to grab?
Apparently, chili makes Alice go, she leave.
Oh, well, it was getting close to the end there, It's,
I was going to ask if Alaskans enjoy that dish at all. You are being so cold over there.
I don't know. I didn't know where he was going with half of the stuff, but
I never do either.
all good. We may be coming to our close, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to the Squarespace. DGen conversations taken from strangers and played online behind their backs. The voices you've heard the following here today have been whimsical and enjoying. Yet the reality is, not many people really know about the dangers that people can face when going online. Next time your friends say they're going to be online, you should stop and think about that, and think about what you've done, which could be anything.
God forbid I talk to people, man.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm in PSA mode all the time. The following pictures have been brought to you by Dan. I didn't mean to do it. I really didn't mean to do it. And brought to you by Peter. Get the fuck away from me. And brought to you by uh
I definitely meant to do it. I don't know what it was, but whatever it was I meant to do, I did. And I meant to do it.
I figured you meant to do it. I am working on 3 anime films at once. What are you working on? Anything cool?
Trying to get together a collection for a foundation launch, and then go from there.
Nice.
I want to get to super rare. As much as that's like one of those little bullshit sort of targets, because platforms shouldn't really define the artist and blah blah blah, whatever.
Right.
That's kind of I heard a dude sold literally like $780,000 in an open edition in 90 minutes the other day.
Hmm.
Can you fucking imagine?
Wow.
So yeah, it's half chasing the money, but it's like, get a tenth of that, get a hundredth of that, I'd be fucking happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not expecting to become a millionaire overnight. Like, that's unheard of, but you never know with this space, and you put yourself around the right platform and the right kind of people, it might be doable. So
Right.
right now it's do a foundation launch, set up a collection there, do my best as much as I fucking hate it at marketing, sell my soul, and then, maybe have the conversations with the right people. Who knows? Get to that level. And like I reckon within the next year or two, there is a potential that I could get off the tools at the very least, and that'd be good. You know?
Mm-hmm. That's not quite rendering right. Oh, Midjourney. No. No, Midjourney. Bad Midjourney. All right, this one. Let's see.
Sometimes I wonder if I should just hit Joe Rogan up and be like, hey, let's do an NFT thing. Let's see how he responds. Imagine I sent him a Merry Christmas and he responded, which is nice. Like, humble dude, at least responds to the people he follows. Pretty sweet of him. But I feel like it'd be potential money to be made for both of us if I did suggest that kind of thing. But I just don't want to be that guy. Like,
So wait, what are you trying to suggest?
I'm not really trying to suggest anything. I'm just toying with ideas in my head, and then I'm like, but do I want to be that person?
Well, I mean, if you want to say, hey, you and I, we should work on something together. I'll do the art, and you'll do this, blah blah blah. He's gonna say he's got to first think about his reputation, lawyer, blah blah blah. I mean, it's okay to think that, but just elevate it. For somebody like him, I would have both versions in your pocket. What's the one that's sort of like a cool thing, and then what's the one where he sees a real benefit?
Yeah, for sure.
You
But
know
you
what I
get
mean?
what I mean. That's why I don't want to
Yeah,
ask the
no,
question
totally, I
in the
get it.
first place. It's like,
Hmm.
it's grand delusions, so to speak.
Yeah,
Delusions of grandeur, and it's like, yeah, maybe, if I took that risk, it could pay off, but then you'd still be that guy. There's like a 50-50 chance you just end up being that guy, and do you really want to be that guy?
yeah. No, I totally get that.
There's no shortcut, right? That's what I always tell myself. Like, there's no way of shortcutting the process. And then, unironically, kind of, I did get the shortcut, but it didn't really shortcut anything, if you know what I mean. It's sort of just,
Yep.
it was a step in the right direction, but it wasn't like the be all end all. And learning the hard way from that's not the be all end all, is kind of like, it's humbling and it's good to keep myself in check in some kind of way. But it also reminds me that, hey, like if I've made that kind of step in the past, I can definitely do it again. I can definitely have that kind of reach. I can definitely have that kind of exposure, whatever, blah, 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 all this bullshit. So it's good to learn from it in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, say I made like $1 million from one piece, right? Just like at the time, because I was already in the space, I was already treating NFTs as this like financial thing and blah, 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 whatever. Would that really have gotten me anywhere, or would it have just been literally a one piece thing, you know?
Okay, now you're doing what we call torture. Okay, you're basically taking would-be events that have not occurred yet and you're beating yourself with
Yes,
the
yes,
stick.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, don't do that. I'm doing the same thing. Like, should I leave this company or should I like stay in it for the big fucking exit? No, the wave is already here. You've been riding the wave for the last fucking year and a half. You're gonna have to go. And I've done it, and it's an amazingly great feeling. You get to do the same. Don't put yourself in the past and talk about what would be done, could be done. That shit
Oh
is
no.
fucking over.
Put
You
it
gotta
this way, I
think,
wouldn't have done anything different, right? Because I couldn't have done anything different. I just picture
yeah,
what someone in those same shoes that has like the financial drive at the time would have done. I'm not saying that I would have done that because, I'm a
yeah,
completely different person. And I sort of toss in that, hey, maybe I'm blessed that I didn't go down that path because,
totally,
say, for example, I
totally.
did go down that path, then it
Yep,
could have been, a big payoff once in a lifetime and then nothing ever after that because of, all the other ramifications that come with that.
yeah.
And, so it's like,
No, I totally get. Yeah, yeah. Apologize. I get what you're saying, big time. Yeah, man. Think about this shit all the time. In some ways, I feel it's like I'm weirdly protected. I don't understand it. But I also think it's because I'm just in the flow and I'm doing what I am really enjoying. And I'm really starting to realize that with every door that closes, another door opens. And for as crazy as that is, it's just really true. And then what I'm trying to do next is just follow and go through with the what ifs, but do them in a system that doesn't hurt me as well. So create a system that doesn't hurt you, check. Stay healthy, check. Um, yeah, go. But it's really fucking weird. It's
speaking of,
weird.
how you been since the whole fucking virus they had a while back, man?
Yeah, I mean, that's I mean, mostly good. I mean, I'm still on a certain amount of meds, and I'm still in this recovery phase on some things. But I think the biggest thing is like, I don't know. I felt like I got pulled over. Like I got pulled over life wise, and was sort of like reminded on a lot of things. And I think I've been avoiding the decision on the company for a long time, and that took me from burnout to other bad things. And I dreamed up what I thought would be good terms. It's a good compromise. It's good. It's good for him. And it's good for me. And kind of surprised because I figured thing would just explode. Company would just go out of business. I mean, I'm used to that. I'm used to the floor getting. I'm just used to the rug getting, yeah, out from under me. So I was just waiting for that to happen again. I was just, it was gonna happen again at some point. Instead, I got, terms that I enjoyed, and now I'm like going full fledged into this AI stuff. Don't know where I'm going with it other than the pursuit of stuff I can really use and play with. It's burning a hole, but at the same time, I'm dedicating a burn for it, and just gonna. I don't really want to code. I want to compose. I want to orchestrate. So I'm focusing on that side of the production and flow versus learning development. However, I do want to do things in parallel. So I'm sort of getting closer to either, picking one of my own internal guys and or even getting back in front of a niche potentially. But I want to go fast. I don't want to, for lack of a better word, I'm not going to sit down and do, let's talk about the design of it. Um, no, I don't need to do that. I've already designed 400 startups. You know what I mean? Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do a prototype. That's what we're going to do. All right, what's the prototype's mission? And in fact, a lot of ways, we're going to create a suite of image management sort of computational understanding. And then from that, we're going to create a bunch of widgets. And then that'll get us closer to two things. One, modularity of what we're thinking about. Two, flexibility and experimentability across everyone who's playing with them. And then three, we can put that out in beta, and then bam, we have instant IP. Regardless if it has any meaning or not, just the fact that, we build something for people to play with creates IP. creates community. It's weird. It's like that's a really weird piece of moat IP ability, is just to engage with the people that want to engage with you, and then just talk about what you all talked about. Not alone is intellectual property. And hi, my name is Dan Hawkeye. You may have seen me in the latest, what was it, Boca Burger food commercial. But today I'm here to talk to you about Peter. That's right, Peter AI. It's a carpenter that's really good at art. What's great about Peter AI is that not only can it build a better roof than you can, but it can critique the art in your house and recommend really trippy acid freebasing. Oh my god, this guy is on some drugs art for you. You know? That's pretty cool.
I'm so glad everyone left. No, it'd be. I'm waiting.
I was just about to say that moment you realize how weird you are, and you're fine with it.
Mm-hmm. We had some good moments today. We had another Raucous event. That was great. That's one of my favorite recurring characters, Raucous.
Yeah, that seemed like a 2 for 2. That seemed like a 2 for 2 there with Lagatha.
Mm-hmm.
He's progressively seeking conflict.
It's like watching an SNL sketch, and then you get to see them act it out again, and then they act it out kind of the same, but it's different. So it's like Tim Meadows, you know? Raucous to me is the Tim Meadows of our SNL.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what happened with Lagatha?
I don't know, really. Can't explain it. Michael can better.
He was trying to be an ally. You know how that goes.
Trying to be something you're not.
He's trying to reconcile how he sounds with what he believes.
That's even worse, is that you're putting your own justification of why you're right and they're wrong. That's right. Welcome to America. Thanks for visiting.
Wait, I thought that was the whole point.
Mm.
God damn it. That is pretty funny, though. I was not there for that, obviously, or I missed it, or whatever.
Pokeroo.
Oh, and by the way, I haven't really told anybody yet, but I'm secretly really excited. Just because I wanted to contain a little bit of excitement before I let it all out. I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but I'm high right now, so I'm excited about it. But I made some of my art and submitted it to Adobe stock footage, and it got accepted. Woo! And that might mean someone might buy it there or some shit like that. Who knows? But it's a really cool series of stuff I do that's sort of like all like data in the cloud blocks and stuff. It's weird. My abstract stuff is fun. I like it. Oh, and I put it on Redbubble too, so now I can buy if you need one. I don't know if you need one, like a t-shirt or mini skirt with one of my pieces on it. I think that's awesome, actually. But I really want beach towels is what I want. I wanted to get a big giant beach towel with some of my art on it. I'm gonna find beach towel production, Peter. I'm serious. I'll pay for that.
A beach towel.
Mm. That would be badass. It would cost $150, and I wouldn't care. I would be totally fucking worth it. Because
I don't look into that shit.
It would be hilariously unique.
I wonder how much it costs to actually fucking manufacture one with like a decent printing process or whatever it is that they do. You know,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Kind of making me want to find out.
do
I'm
they do it
also
like by the cover or what?
yeah, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Redbubble is a cool site where you can upload your art and then it can be put on a lot of different products and then you have a store, right? So I've been screwing around there. Just been kind of exploring all the outlets lately, which is kind of fun.
I've seen people doing like stickers and mugs and stuff on Redbubble. Seems pretty cool.
Yeah. Speaking of stickers, Sticker Mule would be a great place too. I had to make coasters once for a client project, and Sticker Mule makes really cool coasters, and I could just see the art on those coasters being really pretty cool. And that's a really easy to sell item for like Etsy art fair type stuff. That would be really good, by the way, for Allie and her whole story and everything, because it's kind of like put the characters on the fairly well printed. They're like, they're not paper. They're heavy duty coasters. They're cool. All right, Jan. Jan, what do you got for him? Well, we're doing some Serial Experiments Lane, which is a classic old sci-fi anime. Kind of talks about the internet. It's one of the premier Japanese shows that sort of explained internet long before the internet arrived. The other show we're doing some scenes from Evangelion, of course, which is a classic Japanese animation mecca, the world gone wrong kind of show. What else are we doing? It's we're playing with the stop function, which we're absolutely addicted to, which is a sort of like don't finish the piece just yet. I don't know what it does exactly, but I absolutely love it. It gives things kind of a soft blur, a little bit of weirdness. It also sort of feels like it changed out artists. It's like it changes out the artist, which is cool. And then of course aspect ratio is greatness. And what's cool is that the prompt that I got here is I stole it from somebody, but it repeats, and I just modify the certain elements, and it makes for a very detailed anime world kind of piece, at least better than I've ever done. It does focus on trying to make the girls hot, so every girl is standing with her tits out and yada yada yada, but that's fine. It kind of depends on the show. If the show is known for girls having their tits out, they like that. However, Lane was never known as a show with her tits out. So regardless of asking for her tits out, it just can't give her tits out. And these are the things we talk about when we're high with AI. Ba-da! You're listening to the Syndicate. DJ Conversation. With a broadcaster voice. That's right. You're listening to it all with Michael, Dan, and Peter. Fridays at 8.
DJ.
Yeah, it would have that little song
And the
going.
crowd goes wild.
Yeah, it would have that song. DJ Conversation. Whoa, DJ Convo. Oh, DJ Conversation. Whoa, DJ Convo. He's a troll. She's a B word. We can't say it on the air. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come and join our space. What's that? Go on, get down with our race. Wait, can't say race.
Come on down, get with our race. Doesn't sound right.
That's right. Get down with the white man, Mr. Dan Rockwell
That's
says.
right. Come on down and let's get it on with a white man. Today on Getting On with a White Man, Peter is being introduced to the local natives who've decided to try to put a woodshed on his property. He doesn't really like that. So Peter's going to go down and show him some good old-fashioned Aussie hospitality. Right? What is some good old Aussie hospitality?
DJ.
All right, I just keep clicking the same button. I need to come up with some new prompts.
I know that feeling. Aussie hospitality. Let me think. It's
Put a smile on your face and put your woman in disgrace. Oh, that seems bad.
Yeah.
But it does sound like something. In fact, I have a theory. I should find a way to like make it a real thing and then somehow seed it on 4chan so then it gets out to it becomes like a real thing. Okay. So the runway model looks like an R, right? Well, it animates when you render. And so the R kind of collapses into a little thing and then expands back into the R and it collapses and then it expands back into the R and kind of thing. So if you're kind of like I am sometimes, doing art late night this weekend, I was doing that. I was watching that thing. I was doing it over and over, and I was like, every time it extends into the R, it's like it's fucking funny. And then the animation shows 3 characters to get 1 dick in. It just seems like it's a cuckold thing or something. I'm serious. And then the funny thing is that when it's a complete little blob, it's a red, white, and yellow kind of color. And then it's black. I'm sorry, it's hard to get this joke right now, but it's absolutely right. Given if you know that space, I inadvertently know that space because I was asked to make a project in that space. And I tried to decline. I declined, and my partner did not. So I now have extended knowledge as to this exciting space of compersion, which is the opposite of it's the jealousy. It's opposite of jealousy, and it's basically you love the way someone else loves your significant other. Yeah, that's what it's about. Anyway, so the runway logo, is it connected? I think so. It doesn't mean they're a bad company. It just means they got their priorities right.
Saying that runway to cucks. I'm trying to get this right here.
It's the kind of thing that I know that if I recorded a video and sent it to them, they would probably change the logo. Just because someone would be like, "Oh, come on! I mean, is that what that means?" There's somebody there's a bunch of people in the company that doesn't know what that. Someone will say it's the cycle of data or some shit, but I just think that's funny. All right. Let's get 30 images for a new art style we're going to try in Runway. Okay. Sounds exciting. Right. Let's get,
I must admit, I tried to run some not safe for work images that I generated back through the glitch model that I have at the moment, and I thought, that'd be a cool kind of glitch idea. Last night I was thinking to myself, like, what would be a really edgy glitch art piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, like, I could do it a bit not safe for work, I can make it very raunchy. You know, it doesn't have to be like
Mm-hmm.
extremely explicit, but it can just be, you know, indicative of certain things. Let me just say, the plan did not go as planned, and I got some very disturbing stuff instead.
Wow.
But I feel like there's a nugget there. There's a concept there that could work, but it has to
Yeah.
be so tastefully done that it's not offensive. Otherwise, it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
The image generation stuff being as predictable as it is, unpredictable as it is, uh, predictably unpredictable as it is, even. You know, it's very, 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 very hard to do any kind of like not safe for work content tastefully.
Really? Hmm.
Yes, like proper not safe for work. I'm not talking about like, you know,
Yeah.
okay, maybe there's someone in a bikini or something like that, but I'm talking like, you know, proper nudity, and you know, you want it to look like someone having a good time, but not
Right.
necessarily like in a pornographic kind of like you're a creep kind of way.
Yeah.
Because anytime you try to generate something like that, you automatically feel like a bit of a creep anyway. But you know, if you just want to like, if you want it to express a bit of that emotion through like a very explicit art piece, it's very fucking hard to do it with enough level of subtlety because the models just destroy everything.
Hmm.
You know, you get like distorted limbs, you get fucking, you know, like weird distorted facial expressions, or like
Yeah.
just anatomy that looks completely incorrect and just fucked up, and it's just, yeah, literally would be easier to draw what you have in your head at that point, you know,
Wow.
even if you're like not good at drawing.
Hmm.
And I'm not about to go and, you know, train a model on explicit imagery to try and get like a perfect sort of
So when you train,
level of
what are
fucking
some of the
subtlety.
things that you do when you train a model? Do you try to get a lot of different variants of the sort of perspective that you're trying to train? Or like what are you trying to do when you train a model?
Usually I go for style models, and I usually just pick a wide set of imagery that has the same kind of style about it. It doesn't necessarily have to be one to one exact same style, but
Right.
just same kind of style, right?
Yep.
And yeah, I don't really go for like, you know, different perspectives or anything like that. I just sort of go for a little bit of different content and a little bit of different subject matter. And same with runway. It's about like 30 images for a decentish style model. The problem with
Yep.
that is I tend to find you get a bit of overfitting, which is where it starts to look a little bit too much like
Yep.
the original content. But then I merge back into other models and stuff, and that seems to break it up enough that I can just use it. So
That's good.
um,
Cool.
yeah. So the other option is to use like hundreds of images, which I've done as well, but it takes ages to fucking train, and yeah, that's a fun time as well. But it's hard to get hundreds of images in the same style. Like it's
Yeah.
you either have to generate them, which is, you know, like the mid journey positive
Yep.
side, right?
Yep.
Or you're trying to dig through and like, you know, steal 100 different types of images in a specific style, and you know you start to curate too hard, and you're like, nah, this is not good enough. That's not going to give me what I want. Blah blah blah. You know, it's just it
Yep.
becomes a mess. You don't know that much. It's fucking yeah, yeah. So
All right.
that's
That's
pretty much
cool.
what I
That's
try to.
kind of the same thing I'm doing. That's cool. Yeah. I do. I am experimenting with the model generation now on runway and on mid let's see. Yeah, runway and scenario GG kind of lets me, experiment with the model gen. Doesn't cost me anything on scenario GG to experiment to make one. Whereas on runway, yeah, it costs you $10. But of course, it doesn't cost you anything when I guess you're running the software on how you're doing it. But that's cool.
Yeah, see, like I know people that are doing the same sort of shit, and they'll be like generating new models every other day, and then merging them in and playing around, and you know just pushing them around and whatever. Well, it's like I'll spend like a month plus on a model after I've generated it, and just see how far I can push it. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I've been doing. And then this mid journey, the blend function is just so crazy. I love it. It just creates. It's almost like just another super compounder of things, and then taking those images and taking them back to the model thing, and then like making another crazy model. It's kind of funny, just weird. It's fun though. It's a lot of fun.
I just want to I want to get the foundation concept down, right? Like, and I feel like I've sort of thought about it. I've thought about the different platforms. I've spoken to different people, and foundation just seems like the next logical step because it's, well, the foundation. You know, like, go figure, the name's in the product, right? Known Origin was another one that I was considering, but to get on Known Origin, you basically have to be invited by someone that's on Known Origin, like as part of their ambassador program, and then apparently they take like 15%. And then again, that's kind of like in the name of the platform. You know, you're if you're on there, you're from a known origin, right? Which is an interesting kind of concept. But like Foundation seems more applicable for like, I don't know, kickstarting some kind of actual sales as opposed to just pushing it on OpenSea and then trying to like panhandle on the side of the corner or whatever. Um, so I'm trying to like get together a bunch of imagery or generations or whatever, and then like I want to do a whole like a little collection of animation things with the glitch model and try to sell those because it's like that's just kind of where I'm at the moment. And if I wait too long, I'm going to get bored of it, and then I'm going to try and think of a new thing to do. And you know, like instead of just pushing it and just doing it, you know, I'll be like, you know, I could be doing this, but then I've got this new idea I'm messing with now, and blah blah blah. It's like, I'll just take advantage of the idea while it's there. Kind of where I'm at, and so like I don't want to start training another model until I've sort of just at least pushed something forward, and then you know I can start thinking about that. So we have Vinny, Mr. Vineyard. How you doing, my friend? Dan, I still reckon you should be pushing your work further as well. Like, not further as in like make it more complicated or anything like that per se. Just like actually push it further on like the trying to make sales side because I feel like you could be. You know what I mean? Like I've looked through your OpenSea and I'm like, this stuff could be
Yep.
fucking selling, man. Like,
Yeah. I have some stuff up on OpenSea. I just haven't been really promoting it. I'm gonna start putting some of the more weirder stuff up there and just sort of do a collection or whatever and kind of fuck around. But yeah, I hear you.
the thing is, I look at some of it on there and I'm like, yeah, I'd actually buy this myself if I had like disposable fucking Ethereum, you know what I mean? And right now it's like I barely have disposable cash, so I can't really do that for anyone. But it's just like I'd be buying it. I don't know why anyone else wouldn't be. Like if they're into NFTs and art and stuff. So you should be pushing it, man. Like just advertise it somehow. I mean, marketing's a bitch,
Yep.
but you know.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Let's see if I make it with my selling my soul, you know. Did I tell you that idea? It's like I might call my collection my soul because every piece will be like a part of my soul that I'm selling off. Also, the whole like selling out
Yeah,
trope.
well, it's the Horcrux thing, like Harry Potter. I think that's kind of cool, man. Each one of my NFTs is actually part of my spirit. Collect them all, and maybe you can summon me in your bedroom. You know?
Okay, maybe not the bedroom part. Yeah. I was thinking, because of like, sort of what I was looking into, and this is just the concept that I have in my head, is exploring all the different experiences that made me who I am now, that led me to me selling my soul as well, right? And when I say that, it's like I already visioned myself as someone that sold their soul to the devil a long time ago, like a long ass fucking time ago, right? And you know, like maybe I got a piece of that back somehow, and that's why I've decided to push forward and express it through art or some shit like that. You know, like it's a bit of a conceptual thing. It's a bit of like a, you know, I went down a path of addictions and then got out of certain addictions. I mean, I still drink, so like it's not really necessarily gone, but you know, I'm not a hard stimulant addict anymore or anything like that. Um, and like, you know, just using those sort of experience for like certain art pieces that sort of tell this story of you know, they're very different, but they're part of the collective of quote unquote my soul or who I am as a person. And then I sell that off, and then you know if that even like say the idea of that even works, then I could even donate a certain part of that money to like mental health services and things like that for people who are struggling with the same kind of bullshit that I've had to live through and just figure my own way out about. Because God, like I've never had fucking access to mental health services that really helped me out. It would have probably been a godsend if I did, but I just kind of had to push through it and figure it out. And then on the other side of that is like a lot of people just succumb to it. They don't figure it out. They just go down the wrong path, and it either leads them to like suicide or incarceration because they just through a series of bad decisions end up doing things like theft or the armed robberies or they get involved in bad drug deals or something like that. Just whatever. Or it leads them to complete insanity. Like it fucking destroys their brain, so to speak. Leads them down a path of psychosis and leads them, being institutionalized and then struggling to re-come to terms with reality and that kind of thing. It's like, there's a lot of bad possible outcomes when you go down those kind of paths, when you sell yourself to the devil, so to speak, right? So it's like, so there's a little tagline. It's like, I've already sold my soul to the devil. I might as well sell parts of it to you, right? Like, is that so bad? Not necessarily that, but just toying with that kind of idea as well. And then, yeah, like it's this thing that I have in my head. But in the meantime, I just want to start getting like some kind of NFTs out there, which like some kind of art. I've already proved to myself that I can do it, but it's like now it's like, well, can I actually start making some kind of money off of it instead of just like a one-off thing? Because I don't want to be doing what I'm doing in 10 years, like work-wise, you know. I see people making fucking $780,000 in 90 minutes. It's like, come on. Like, what am I doing? There's got to be a way to tap into this market and sell my soul there instead of, selling myself to the construction industry. And that's, I don't know. Am I wrong for feeling that way? What do you reckon? Dan, I need your advice. All right, that's it. I'm out of here. You've heard my spiel.
All right. Good stuff.
What do you reckon, Mike? I don't know if you're even listening. What do you reckon?
What happened?
Ah, fuck off. I'm not repeating myself.
I found it later.
Nice. Let me know if this is like the audio quality is completely shit.
Sounds like it'd make a good house song, to be honest.
Thanks. It's I put together some demonstrations. So in the past, I haven't been. I had the phone with me, but Ali can tell you, I was recording the whole time. In the background, it's good.
Yeah, using my phone.
Yeah, using it. Look, the iPhone picks it up so good. So good.
Yeah, but that meant you had my phone all day.
Yeah, it's good.
You shut up.
Pause for the cause.
No. You're lucky I love you.
I know, right?
Oh, it doesn't work?
Um,
Oh, that's the
Michael. Michael. Where the fuck did Dan go? That's my question.
yeah.
I'm
Anyway,
still fucking
Michael, what do
here.
you think of the idea
What?
of
Of what? I do. There's. You want me to do an idea of what? What's it? What are we talking about? Hi, is this on here?
I think he's thinking about launching on Tezos.
Oh.
Hi, you've reached a topic that the following Dan could blank give a fuck. Press 1 if you'd like to find talk about something else.
Yeah, don't you know Tezos is the future of blockchains?
Again, you want to talk to Dan about something he could. Beep. I don't give a fuck about that. And it's
Oh,
unavailable right
so
now.
you only care about Matic, huh? You only
Yes.
care about Polygon and
Well,
Solana?
I have some Matic. I do have that in
Mhm.
my portfolio. It's 4% of my portfolio. No, actually, I think it's more than that. Probably 15% of my portfolio. Yep. Although I haven't looked at the market. How is the crypto market lately? Is it good or bad? Is
Well,
Bitcoin still up
Sam Bankman-Fried is out of jail.
on the 250 million?
Mm-hmm.
Impressive.
That's how much it costs everyone.
That's how much it costs to free your soul.
And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, I can't believe it. You know what? For $250 million, that's a good amount of restitution, I think, right? You could do a lot with $250 million.
Mm-hmm.
We got really disappointed today. You know when you bite into a cookie and you're hoping it's soft?
Well, wait. What does brownie cookie mean to you guys? Because maybe we misunderstood what a brownie cookie is. So I just would like to know.
So many things possible. I don't feel like I'm at liberty to say. Michael, what do you got on your side? Or Peter? Peter, do you know what we're talking about? You know,
Well, how would you describe a brownie cookie? Like if you saw that in the grocery store and you just picked it up, what's a brownie cookie to you?
Would you assume the texture gender of the cookie?
Not gender, just texture.
don't know. Again, at this time, I just want to thank everybody who was able to make it. I don't know. It just sounds like a sex act. There, I said it. I didn't want to say it, but you
The
forced
brownie
me.
cookie
It does. It sounds
is like
like a
the
sex
dirty
act.
Santa. After
Yeah, it
the,
does.
yeah, it's the Kama Sutra like instructional.
Totally.
After the brown Betty, you can
Yeah.
transition to the lazy Susan or the chocolate brownie.
Yeah. It also
Don't
sounds
get
like
any
something
in your
like
eye though.
it also sounds like something almost kind of like you're at a club and then someone walks in the door and you like nudge Allie and you're like brownie cookie or something like that. Like that person is and it's not their race, it's the fact that they actually maybe they deal in like black tar, right? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm thinking like, Yo, what's going on, my brownie cookie? Like, if somebody said that to me, I'd be like, I wouldn't be offended. Yo, what's going on, man? You know, I wouldn't be like, you know, I'm a brownie cookie.
No, because the brownie cookie's disappointed.
Uh,
You're not disappointed.
Maybe I'm what the brownie cookie could be.
That I would love.
No.
I think both of them failed.
Yeah, we got more of a Tezos reaction at a brownie cookie, to be
Well, what
honest
the
with you.
hell?
He doesn't give a shit about a brownie cookie. I think,
Yeah, it didn't really do anything for me, brownie cookie. It just
Not
doesn't.
the brownies?
I just,
are you
I,
talking about the cookie or the rice?
No, the actual brownie dessert.
Okay, the dessert, sorry.
I
Yeah.
just,
We don't know. When you say brownies, you have to clarify.
I'm sorry, the brownie dessert. Well, you're also my brownie dessert.
yeah, it's not doing anything for me, really.
You can't participate if you can't, like, see yourself eating that thing.
When's the last time you had a Lunchables?
Oof, it's been a long time. It's,
That was like Uber Eats before. You know what I mean? Like
that was
that was
Uber
that was a
Eats.
high class lunch.
Okay, that's a stretch, man. That's good. You might want to work on your homework. That was a little bit of a stretch there, but Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Gonna get some Scooby. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? That's right. Hey, America, it's the old 60s, and Scooby-Doo is back on deck. That's right. As you know, he's had a hard time with meth and alcohol, but Scooby-Doo, through corrective surgery by the Vantage Corporation, has provided yet another amazing experience for us all to learn about. Okay, that's cool. I like this one. Let's use these. Stop here.
I was talking to Manish, and he was. I was like, "Yo, did you ever get back to those like all those people who said that they wanted to learn Wardley mapping from you?" And he's like, "No." I'm like, "Dude, that's like a huge opportunity there. God knows what you're going to learn by just chatting with people and mapping out their shit."
Yeah. Well, he's probably got a lot of irons in the fire, though. You know what I mean? But I hear you. The dark chakra takes hold.
I was trying like, what is the brown version of that? Like, like, is that chickens in the tandoor? What is the equivalent?
Interesting.
A lot of rotis on the stove.
I don't know.
A lot of samosas in the paper bag.
I mean, at this point, everyone's trolling me, so just get in line. I don't know. I know.
A lot of papadums in the takeout.
Yeah. You got some Papa Dops there for me, Jimmy? What are you, like a sad tourist on a Sunday? Get over here. Here, try this bacon. No, this bacon. No, this bacon. What kind of bacon do you need? What kind of bacon? All right, so how many? Oh, this is 45 images. I can't have 45 images. No, so we have to like take out that one.
So now you like How to Train a Dragon with the models?
Yeah, man, it's totally
Uh-huh.
that. It's totally like game on, like Donkey Kong. Make a bunch of crazy fucking not all of them work. A lot of them it's like they won't. But dude, when they do work, they're fucking phenomenal because it's like your style is like what you've
Mm-hmm.
been working on. And then what's really cool is you render those out, and then you go back to Midjourney and use the blend function and take these new things from Runway and mash them with like more anime art you've been playing with, and you get like super fucking cool shit. And then you render 16 or whatever, or 30 of those. But you have to get the right like mixture of the set. That's the key. You sort of need a lot of different tastes of it, I think. And then, yeah, and you just keep going. And then,
Playing with the blend strength is
yeah,
like an art form
yeah, the
in the
blend
prompt.
and
Yeah.
Midjourney. Yeah, the blend and Midjourney alone is like a $1 billion product. And it's like a feature.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's really fucking cool. All right, we have a sound here. That one there. Duplicate. Do we have 30? I think we have 30. I just wish I could like buy a bunch of stuff in advance. That would be a lot better than the current way we're doing this, where I gotta buy every time we do a model. I hate that. I'd rather put money in like credits and then like go to it because I don't know. You're just hitting your credit card every 5 seconds. But I mean, I'm sure they don't mind. Though I'd
I
rather
noticed. I noticed that with some sites like Pavly, they were like, "Hey, you can pay us like $10 a month, but if you want to have a lifetime access because we're a relatively new product, give
yeah,
us $300."
I've done that. I do that anytime I can do that. I'll do that. Yeah.
Really, eh? You'd be like, "Fuck this subscription."
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's especially if you're into the piece that you're working on, like once you start to get a taste for like its true power and start to really see, yeah, just yeah. I mean, AppSumo is a good place to get those deals. So go to AppSumo and you can find a lot of these sort of lifetime deals. And actually, I got like this content management, set up your own online academy type thing on there. It's just sometimes I'll see things and they'll be like, it's almost like you see a domain, you're like, oh my god, good, and then you like forget about it. You're like, oh shit, oh yeah. Apparently, I did have these. I had these old plane tickets to Vegas, and then we moved there. Huh? That's funny. I mean, that would be my luck. I would have tickets to Vegas somewhere in the house, and then we'd end up moving there, and then I'd find those tickets. That would be funny. All right. Let's make sure.
Gotta say, Dan, I was hoping you would be more excited about Tezos.
I mean, I don't know what that means. Like,
It's the blockchain for
I mean, I have some Tezos,
photography. Yeah,
but which place where you putting the art on? Like, what's the marketplace? Is it just going to Tezos and putting it on Tezos marketplace, or is it?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, you did. Yeah, I don't know.
How do we know it's Tezos? Maybe it's Tezos.
Who's us? All right, so we're gonna do a Tokyo nightclub scene. Nightclub scene. It'll be DJ setup, close up. No, let's don't do close up just yet. It'll be like LSD trip, cool lamps,
and shares. And we're going to do this in the Lane EXP style that we just cranked out. Well, let's go ahead, but we'll do 16 by 9. I like to do that. We'll do the 2K rows. We'll do 4 batch and 1, 2, 3. There we go. 12. And there's our animation logo that says it just takes 3 to get one big dick in. That's what it says. I was sitting on that for too long. I really wanted to tell somebody. That's how it happened. No one gets it. It's okay. All right, so what's the result, Dan? Well, so far so good. It's pretty trippy, but it's also very neonish. Why is it neonish? We should do Stonehenge, balloons, sky. It's EXP style. Right. Next thing we do is we turn on advanced. We're gonna go to prompt weight. Yeah. We'll go down and take it to the famous 2.3, which is our favorite place to hang out. Right around 2.3. Yeah, see, it's not really doing it in the. That one wasn't really doing it. So what's going on there? Spell it wrong? Yeah. Oh, the unknownness of models. Now this, Dan, is not what you think. This is an error of context. It does not understand the context of the shot. And that's why I can't associate with the style. How much we want to bet that's true? Well, we'll do Tokyo city streets. Close up. Alley shot. Action. Ooh, let's do traffic light. Okay. Do some of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's that resolution, and we'll take it back up to 7. We'll do 1, 2, 3. We are doing some art. Meta baby. Previously on the Meta baby. Okay, so that one worked. Tokyo City Streets did work with the style. So what did we learn? We learned that if you train a style on a specific kind of look of your images, then your style and then your ask of the style has to be probably similar. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So it didn't understand Stonehenge because it didn't have a reference to the imagery. All right. So it's not just copying styles, folks. It looks at the image and goes, what the hell is this image about? Right. So we have to use that. It's not just a dumb artist. Now, here's the other cool thing. So we changed it to Tokyo City Streets, and what do we got? Lots of cool Tokyo City Streets, but it's in the style that we kind of like. So that's good. The lower number is more twistedly strange, while the higher number gives us more kind of like what we were looking for from the start. All right. I don't know if I like all of that. Let's do. We should go get the mid-journey prop to use that one. Ooh, that could be interesting. Grab that. It's a lot of text. Yeah, it is. I don't understand that code. Oh.
I feel like if you were screen sharing right now, that would be super dope.
Yeah, I need to do that on Discord or something. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Zoom. I should do that. Zoom with Dan on Sundays. Yeah, I am playing in Runway ML, and we are experimenting with an art style we just created that is basically images of like serial experiments, Elaine, an anime of fame.
I haven't played with Runway ML. I was doing a lot of like stable diffusion stuff, and like I was doing it in a Google Colab notebook, and I trained it on me. But I wasn't able to. I turned myself into a space monkey, and that was pretty cool. But then I wanted to do it outside of Google Colab, and so I got it on my PC. And I was trying to do like AI pornography, right? And yeah, and I had this big idea, and like my fucking hardware. Every time I was like wanted like one alien e-girl gangbang, and it was like the cutest out of memory. We can't. Oh my god, irk. And so I was like trying to like load different. I found all this kind of stuff about the models and the CKPT models and these hyper networks and like, but I haven't looked at Runway ML, so I'll have to look at that one. I'd be curious to see what you've
Yeah,
done.
definitely check it out. I've been jamming on it for the past 4 days and just been one massive binge fest of try every feature, play with everything. And it's totally becoming a key part of my workflow, just in terms of experimentation, all the other features it offers, video editor, the image upscaler, infinite image. Um, it's just a lot of cool different things. Hopefully it comes out with some dev tools here so we can start building on top of it. Yeah.
So riddle
But
me this. Can you tell me about how Runway ML is different? I
yep,
know Stable Diffusion, like it runs on like the clip thing that OpenAI does, right? Like it's kind of like the same,
yep,
right? So is Runway
yep.
ML, is it different than that, or what makes it different?
Yeah, well, a lot different.
Yeah, tell me.
Well, the first big thing is that it's really more of a sort of a workplace system that allows you to sort of, organize your generation. So first it's management, right? So that's kind of nice. And then it has two main components. One is the projects, which is the video editor. On the video editor side, you're doing everything from, removing green screens to text to super slow motion effects, all this that kind of stuff. And then they have the tool side. On the tool side, they have like say 30 different tools, and they all do different things. Like one is a frame to frame, inner what is it? Interpreter or whatever, interoperative or whatever, interpolator. And then another one is remove a background, or one is remove the noise from audio, or another is like the image generation one, or train a model. So then you can go and train a model and then create. That's what I do. Is I basically upload a bunch of images that represent an art style I'm trying to do, and I train a model, and then in a lot of ways, I get these crazy things out of the model, and then I actually take those back into Midjourney and using the blend function, which is just an amazing feature in itself. I refine the piece and sort of come back to Runway. So Runway, what I like about Runway is it has, I can tell it to, okay, batch me 100 of these, or like today I tried five. I was like, give me a set of 500 in this art style. I was like, yeah, okay, like goes away. Like, I love that. Come back, see it all sort of organized. I can import it over to the video side, work on rotoscoping there. I don't know. It's just interesting.
Wow,
It's
that's a lot. That adds a lot to the workflow. A lot of
yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, go play with it for sure. And then I got into the scenario GG one, which is kind of similar to Runway ML. It's definitely more amateur hour in terms of the UI and the way it feels. Like Runway feels polished and it's only going to get better. But Scenario GG has some cool things. It basically touts itself as an game asset builder that's like specific, where you sort of focus on making a specific type of game asset, and then you basically save that model and then you replicate.
So if
But
it
you don't
makes
have
game
to.
assets, does it have a way for you to like export to Unity and all that kind of stuff? Like,
I haven't seen that part. No, I haven't really seen that kind of focus piece of being able to do that. To me, it's been more of a runway ML sort of stable diffusion sort of kind of competitor or something like that. The other thing I like about runway ML is that you can go into the advanced prompts and get you can choose different art style mediums, like, okay, render that, but um, do it in pastel art, pastels against a white canvas, but collage style in pop art feet, vibes, or angry or close up. So there's more parameters, better UX, perfect UX for me that says I can just kind of get it going without thinking about what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
what do you want to do with all of your art, Dan? You've been making a lot here recently. Do you want to mint it, or do you just want to make it for yourself just to experiment, or?
No, I really want to get to anime. I'm really kind of trying to get to the point
Ooh,
where I can
waifu,
actually,
baby.
yeah. Well, I mean, I used to work in anime long, long
Of
ago.
course you did.
Yeah, I worked on Evangelion and at ADV Films back in the day, and so I kind of want to. I just right now I'm taking a go create a new company / sabbatical, focus on AI art or just AI in general for like a year. And
Well, you've built a company before. That's what you do. So if we don't focus on AI right now, we'll be severely disadvantaged to everyone else.
exactly, yeah, yeah. So I got to get in this space.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, I kind of want to build a platform. I would love to build my own mid journey. Like, I don't know how to do that. I could probably come up with the requirements of what I would want, and probably be a ripoff, or it would be a mix between what Runway gives me and all these other platforms, plus what I think is really cool to go after is frame
What
interpolation.
do you mean?
Um, you know, and I kind of want to do that I kind of want to build my own framework of understanding to teach the computer how and what we're doing. And so, for example, first fundamental is we're not doing art. The AI actually creates the whole world. And from there, we're taking a perspective and giving that back to the user. So we're saying, here's the camera view, and this is what you can currently see. But when you render that scene, you can say, walk me backwards, walk back 90 feet. What's the perspective? And it knows that. It said, okay. And it renders that view. And then I can go, all right, turn left,
So,
this kind of camera
are
shot and so
there,
forth. So you can navigate in the world, right? And
right?
but it's not a wholly, we're not trying to render the whole world, but we're trying to present the framework to the user that this is basically a window perspective viewer. And then we're trying to do that not necessarily because we care about still art so much. We don't. We want people to play with the notion of walking through a story and in a sort of animated way. They'll see it in their brain first. They'll imagine it, and they'll be sort of obsessed with the working with the software, walking through it. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, that was so just to like, re-articulate what
Yep.
you said. So we're looking for something because now I think of like AI generated worlds, like 3D worlds that you navigate in. And if you are able to make your picture immersive, right? I think that's really cool if that's what you're talking about. Um, no,
No,
that's not what you're talking
I'm
about. Tell me
actually
what you're
talking
talking about.
about.
What?
Yeah, so think about stable diffusion. So you go to stable diffusion now, you put in your prompt and it renders a piece of art, right?
Yeah.
But what if I told you that that's not really just a piece of art? That's just the current lens perspective view of the world that you just asked the computer to make.
So there's different perspective, like show you all of the generations that the AI could make on that.
Not just the generations of that picture, but it's essentially when you hit return and it made accepted your prompt, it generated a whole continuum world,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
Meaning, okay, and the mental and the meta. in the meta of the baby. You know what I'm talking about? In the meta,
Yeah.
right? It created that world, and then it's giving you that time and perspective of when in that particular world the car crash happened, and you wanted to capture the scene, right? So you can ask it, give me that view, but then you can say, "Oh, hey, by the way, can you back up like 20 minutes back? What happened?" And it'll extrapolate. Well, actually, anyway, before the car exploded, it was driving kind of radical and it had to skip over a fence. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It does that because yeah, that would be
that would be
wild.
very.
But I've already tested that. So I know that works from ChatGTP will do that. And that's if it can do it by thought or by expression, then I can do it by art because it's the same, right? Prompt is the
In what
image.
ways have you experimented with ChatGPT in that respect?
So I went to ChatGTP and I had it describe a scene for like a trailer. And it was like I was trying to play around with prompts and describe a scene. And I was like, that's kind of cool. And then like for the heck of it, I was like, back up 10 minutes, what do we got? Right. And it went backwards and described the scene from gave it more detail what was going on. And so I sort of played around with moving it up, move it up 5 minutes, slow it down. And I was like, did that, and then it gave me another descriptor. So it was changing the descriptor every time. If it can do that, now it might not be 100%. Like it's doing it by a story narrative. I haven't rendered out all those pieces, but I know that's there.
Well, I get curious with ChatGPT at times because I was
Mhm.
reading an article about I think it was a scientist or a lawyer, someone like that. I don't know, someone professional, and they were asking for supporting documentation, and ChatGPT came up with a paper, it just bullshitted its resources really well.
Right. Oh,
So
it'll do that. Yeah. Yeah.
I see what
Yeah.
you're
You'd have
saying, but
to.
I'm leery of the Chat GPT, especially now that they've done the modifications and they have the paid model. I still believe it's useful, but I'm just also kind of
Mm-hmm.
I gotta check you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Experimenting.
I think that's really cool.
Cool
Yeah,
though.
it's really cool. It's super fucking cool. I feel like the word latent space should be brought in here, right? Isn't there a way to view the latent space that the AI uses? Maybe you could talk about that for me. I don't know. My brain just thought of that here.
I don't know that one.
You don't know that one?
That's fine. Mm-mm. You just hit me up with some science. I mean, I'm familiar with the term, but I don't know. I wouldn't know how to bullshit about it right now.
My memory's I'm gonna go Google it really quick. My memory's really, really terrible. I'll remember big concepts and my brain will direct me somewhere and then I have to go look about it and then I'm like, oh, okay, that's why this, you know what I mean? Sometimes it doesn't work though. Sometimes I'm really off the
Mhm.
market, but I'm gonna go look and see why I thought about that one for a second. Hold on.
Mhm.
Okay, so I wish I could go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can go back to Google. Okay, can you still hear me? Yeah, okay,
Mhm.
cool. I had to go to my other thing. So yeah, so the aim of latent space visualization is to develop tools and algorithms to better understand the semantics of the latent features learned by deep networks. So it's like how they construct it. It's the mathematical space which maps what it has learned from, right? So it's like those, like you're talking about, it going back and like visualizing the steps it took, or like going backwards and like what came before. And I guess that's like where it's configured as latent space. That's where those calculations like take place, maybe. I feel like that Peter guy would be able to, but it's something to do with that. I guess that was a cool story, bro. Now make me a sandwich kind of moment. Like, okay, that didn't tell me anything, but
I'm with you.
hey, Mike, I haven't said hey to you since I came in your space. Is he gone?
What's going on? I'm just mixing some music. What? How do you feel about investing?
Yeah.
Did you read that and Jack Bogle
Yeah,
thing?
so that's what I actually came in here because because I noticed it was late and there wasn't a lot of people, and I really wanted to ask you a dumb question really quick, but I was like, oh well, there's not a lot of people.
Mhm.
I want
Yeah,
can you talk about something for me?
yeah, sure.
Okay, so I was reading the article that you wrote, like your
Mhm.
Substack one, and it was, I really need to understand something that you were referring to, and it was talking about, I understand Vanguard, I understand the VU and its index
Huh?
fund and everything like that, but the phrase you can't outperform the market, and I wanted to ask you to talk about that phrase, and also I think that means that I need to
Mm,
understand more of what the S&P is
Sure.
itself. And I really, because I'm
Sure.
trying to understand it in like the whole context. Yeah,
Yeah.
so
No, it's great. You're at the right place. So, you know how people complain about George Steinbrenner from the Yankees because all he does is spend a gajillion dollars to get the best people,
no, but I believe you. I
right?
believe you.
But you understand, right?
Right.
There's people that just say, look, whoever the best players are, I don't care what it costs, just have them play for us,
Right, and
and
that's what he
I'll
did
figure out the
with the
numbers.
Vanguard. He picked the top 100 or the top 500 performing stocks, etc.
So the S&P 500 represents a list of the top performing 500 companies.
And that's all it is. It's just a list of that.
That's all it is. It's the all-star team of stocks, essentially.
And so it's just a measurement of that. Like but you can buy into, can't you buy into SPX? And isn't that the S&P and SPY?
Well, yeah. So that's what Jack Bogle created. He was like, whatever day is it, I don't care what day it is. If we're going to buy companies, let's buy whoever today's top 500 is. That's going to be my only strategy. I'm just going to buy whoever's the best, assuming that the best companies are going to benefit from Bitcoin or Ditcoin or Zitcoin. You know what I mean? Like,
You can't outperform the market, i.e., if it's the top 500, why would you choose anything out of the top 500 to try and beat it?
it's further than that. The data shows that 96% of hedge funds don't outperform the S&P 500 over a time span of 15 years and longer.
As far as like when you say outperforming, that denotes like their profit margins, just like their money making in general.
Compared to investing in the S&P 500. So there's two forms of investing. One is to invest in an index of all the best companies, or to try to time the market. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Kiwi Dan. Dan, I want.
I think he's doing this now.
Hello.
Hey, there you
Hey.
go.
Sorry, I was just distracted by something else. Hey, you stop it. Oh, sorry. what is it? I was just gonna say a bit about the exchange traded funds. So the S&P 500. Okay, so here's my understanding. I might be a little bit wrong, but with these ETFs, how they set it up is they say, okay, we've got a bunch of money. Let's say, I don't know, $100 million, and we're gonna do like it might be the S&P 50, or it might be some other stock exchange, the London Stock Exchange top 100, let's say. So what they'll do is they'll look at the market capitalization of the top 100 companies. So the top the basically the 100 companies that have the highest market capitalization, and then they will take that, say, $100 million, and they'll divide it by the portion that their market cap represents out of that 100. So the market capitalization is simply the number of shares times the value of the shares at that point in time. So let's say you've got a company on the London Stock Exchange and they've got, like, I don't know, a market cap of $10 billion. And then when you look at what's the percentage when you're of that versus the other 99 companies in the top 100. And so often what happens is you might have the top company might be like 3% of your 100 million that you're going to invest in. And then what you need to do is every year you have to rebalance or at a certain frequency you have to rebalance. So what'll happen is, like, a year from now, because the market caps will differ, so they'll have to like rebalance it each year or on a certain frequency to make sure that it's representative of those top 100 companies by market cap, or however many companies you want to do. So when you see like S&P 500, that'll be the top 500 companies on the S&P stock exchange by market cap. But yeah, it's just designed to kind of follow the market. And there is, depending on how often they rebalance the fund, because there's there's a cost involved to that when you buy and sell shares. But because they only do it, like, I don't know, once a year or once every 6 months, it's not too bad. But that's my like rudimentary understanding from reading a couple of books. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I don't understand like the technical, like I didn't like exactly understand like your math when you were talking about like the dividing, but I do like as far as like concept of what the ETFs are and like how they like rotate out the like their portfolio of like the top ones. Like I feel like that's my understanding as well. Like I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on like what the ETFs are, like what they're made of. So money math is difficult for me. I'm not gonna lie, it is something that I've like really had to start practicing understanding, right? Like money has been something that's always been very difficult for me to understand why it exists, how it exists. I know that sounds silly, but it is. So, but that's what I
Okay. It's not too complicated, so maybe I'm just explaining it poorly. But what they would do is, so the market capitalization part of it, which is just your shares, number of shares in the company times the price of the share, each share,
Oh, that
and
makes
then
sense.
maybe
Okay,
that.
hold on. That makes
Yep.
sense.
Okay. So it's like the total value of the company, and that's changing from day to day,
Can you tell
basically.
me this? Can you tell me, so that number, right? This is going to be a very simplified, silly question probably, but you just said like it's the price of their shares times how many they have, and that's the value, right? That's what you said?
Yep,
Okay.
that's the market
The,
cap.
the
Yep.
market cap, that's where that word goes. That's the market cap. So where could you explain to me where that number is derived from? Like the value of the share? Is it like the valuation of the company? Is it their earnings? Where does that come from?
No, nothing like that. It's basically it's the price that you would have to pay to buy a
Right, but
share.
where does it come
So
from? Like, how does that number get there?
the number gets there just by people's expectations of what they're prepared to pay. It's kind of like if you're at an auction and you there's various people bidding on I don't know, a piece of artwork, right? And they put their pedal up and be like, I'll bid $100, I'll bid 110, and then it'll get to a point where it stops, right? And that's the value. So it's kind of just like that when it's a marketplace where people are buying, selling shares each day. If more people are selling than buying, then the price is going to go down, right?
Right, but if there's an
So
initial, there has to be an initial bidder that sets that base price, right? That sets that expectation.
yeah, I guess, well, that's the first person who trades on that day. Um, and I mean, there's a whole lot of other stuff that they'll look at to try and work out how much it's worth. So they'll look at the book value, they'll look at how much it's earning, what's the future. But all that goes into basically their expectations, what they're prepared to pay, what it's selling for. There's a whole host of factors. But at the end of the day, you've got that market price at any given time. And when the exchange traded fund buys the shares, it's just going to buy them on the day that it chooses. And yeah, anyway, so going back, you got your market capitalization, which is the total value of the company on the share market, right? And then what they do is, imagine you do your top 500. So you got a fund where you're going to invest in the top 500 companies. So you write down, let's say in a spreadsheet, you write down all the market capitalization numbers. So this one's worth 5 billion, this company's worth 10 billion, right? And then you add all those numbers up, and that's you're going to be like the total capitalization of all those 100 companies. And then you go each company's market capitalization divided by the total of those 100 companies. And that gives you a fraction. And then you just convert that to a percent. So you might say the top one company, that might be like 2%. And so for your exchange traded fund, you're going to invest 2% of whatever money you've got into the that company, and you do the same for all the other companies. So you end up with a pretty diversified fund, which represents kind of like a snapshot in time of value, relative value between those 100 companies. Or 500, I should say, 500 if you're doing the S&P 500. But yeah, that's kind of how it works, or that's my understanding of it anyway.
Do you still do any type of investing, or you seem like you have really good general knowledge about it? I feel like a lot of people gain knowledge, but is that something that you like actively participate in? Like,
No, I don't do any sort of day trading or anything. I just put my money into, well, I see I'm in a country where it's a little bit complicated for me to invest in these ETFs, but I'm basically investing in a passive fund, and I've kind of like, I think what you call them 401k, sort of like that. Yeah, so but even if you got your money all in the index fund, right? It's still not that safe because you're at the whims of the market, right?
right.
So yeah, and it all depends on like your time scale. So you kind of want some cash, some money in cash or fixed. Sorry, so it should say fixed income assets like term deposits and stuff. So yeah, basically the goal is not to lose money.
That's
But
always the goal. And I've been like, I set up a savings account that has my like investments. I told you I like wanted to trade separately with that. And if you leave it sitting, right, it can go up and down. But I was reading someone somewhere and they were like, they said something about like never take your eyes off your money. So they were like, if you hold it in a brokerage fund and you like pull it out appropriately or something like that. I don't know. I've seen there's so many different ways that people interact with the stock market, and there's so many different avenues that they take, and it's so manipulated, and that part is also very interesting to me, like the manipulation aspect, right? So I really enjoy hearing how people deal with this. Like I was the first person in my family to like buy a home. I was the first person to go to college. So I've never seen people until I got into like Twitter and stuff like that. I've never seen like how people interact and how people do this. So it's always really interesting to me. I've heard about the forex, is that the foreign exchange? I know people do that and they trade with currencies and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't traded with the Forex, but I've heard stories about it. It's pretty hard to make money off that.
It
You
makes
know,
no
because when you
sense.
think about any sort of trade you do, let's say you're buying a stock in the hope that it'll go up. You can also short a stock in the hope that it goes down. And you know, and there's options as well. You can do that sort of thing. So anyway, you're taking one side of the bet, but then someone else who, if yours, let's say you're buying some stock, the other person is betting that it's that it's going to go down basically, and you're betting that it's going to go up.
Right, it's
So
just a guessing.
you know yeah, like one of you is gonna come out better than the other, and there's like we talked about earlier, there's a ton of variables that go into that, and just random events can happen as well.
Oh gosh, Mike,
Floods,
Mike showed me the
wars.
by the way, Mike, I started reading that patent for that we were talking about the crypto swarm AI and the hive mind because they do like some predictions with the trading and things like that with it. And I was trying to read through that patent and I had to take a I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to really sit down with coffee to try to get through that patent." That was some next level shit. I don't know if Mike's still there, but he posted like the patent, the
Yeah.
original crypto swarm AI guy, and I was like, "Whoo, buddy, this patent don't make no sense." But I saw like the modeling, the modeling.
Yeah, sociobiology was so that stuff, the sociobiology, like hive mind shit, not using the human brain, not worshiping the human brain. It was very controversial
Really?
back in the day. Oh yeah, because people didn't want to be compared to ants and bees,
Oh, God forbid we be like
right?
other living organisms and lower mammals and lower animals.
No, you don't understand. We're different, don't you see?
I'm so
You,
different. Gosh,
you witch. Heresy.
burn me. Do it.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like an emo song.
I'll scream it. I'll do it. Sorry, Dan. Yeah, if you haven't, because Dan, I asked, you were talking about variables. I'm sorry, I went off on a tangent. You were talking about variables, and I asked Mike earlier. I was like, so how do you feel about using artificial intelligence to assist us in these? Because obviously there's so many unknown variables in the markets, right? There's manipulation from places that we can't see, that we don't know. So what about when you incorporate AI into the predictions of the trades, where the hedge pressures are going, and then CryptoSwarm uses hive mind for predictions like humans, so many guesses to lead you to the right answer, like things like that.
Okay, well, first of all, I mean, it's kind of like AI is on everyone's mind because of basically ChatGPT has come to the masses. But I'm pretty sure the people in the finance industry have been using AI and AI techniques in their models for quite a long
Yeah,
time now.
Web3.
I
Oh
mean,
my.
yeah, some of these people in the quantitative finance are like the smartest people on the planet, and that's who you're competing against. And, like I think Michael said earlier, like algorithmic trading, it's kind of like an extension of that. They're going to be using AI, they're going to be using models, they're going to be using algorithmic trading to execute the trades lightning fast. I mean, I'm not saying that, of course, anyone can make money, like, but the chances, the odds are kind of stacked against you if you're going to be trading. If you're investing, it's a different story because in the long run, it's investing. It actually becomes like a win-win situation. And someone who described that really well. There's a book, Day Trading for Dummies, and there was like the first chapter in that. You don't have to read the whole book, but he explains like the difference between how trading works and then how investing works. And it was kind of like a really good case for why you should invest rather than why you should trade. But it was kind of funny that it was in a trading book. But yeah, like if you invest, you're you know, you're going to be way better off. And most people can mention like some famous investors like Warren Buffett and a few others, but not many people can mention like famous traders. And a lot of these people like end up, you know, running seminars where they're not, you know, they're earning all their money from basically selling $10,000 trading
And
seminars.
everybody wants you to
Um,
pay to get in their
yeah,
private Discord. They're like, pay to get in my private Discord. I'm like, and so, yeah.
yeah, it's the biggest racket ever because they're not, you know, that's how they're making money. They're making money from selling their products or providing mentoring. They're not making it from the trading. Um, yeah, you know that the other thing is like with real estate, it's a bit different, right?
Oh yeah, those what is it? REITs. How do you feel about the real estate trust or real estate investment trust maybe?
I mean, that's a good way to get you like, you know, I guess your exposure to real estate if you haven't got enough money to actually buy real estate. But where I was going with about real estate is that people, in my sort of opinion, I've seen more people get rich from real estate. Definitely people can go bust, but because one of the reasons is that you have leverage. So the bank will lend you money. You know, the bank's not going to lend you money to like gamble on the stock market, right? But they are going to lend you some money if you can pay the loan to buy a house, right? So you can buy a house with leverage, and that's basically how people get rich by borrowing money,
So
and then
isn't there also a way when you're talking about getting into real estate too, is if you have like if you implement like an LLC, can't you access like business lines of credits and then have your LLC own your asset? Can't you do it that way?
probably you probably know more about it than me actually. Uh, you're a limited liability company. Yeah, I mean it's different countries, different rules. Over here, it's pretty
Yeah,
common
I
for people to
forget.
buy houses and trusts and stuff. To some advantages to that.
There's like some tax loopholes and things that you can exploit.
Yeah, I've heard of people if they got like their house in a company and something goes wrong, then maybe they might lose the house, but you know, I don't know. Like in a company, you know, if you can go bankrupt, the company can go bankrupt, but you can be okay because you're kind of separate from the company, stuff like
Is
that.
it as difficult to get into real estate in your country as it is? And like, is there like a really high barrier to entry? Because here, like it's kind of like you have to be fairly okay. Like you can't be, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's way worse here than it is for you.
Really?
Um, oh yeah, it's very expensive. Um, just crazy expensive. I think it's probably the same for Michael in Canada. Crazy
Would you say
expensive
that?
there too, I've
Yeah,
heard.
Michael, is it difficult for people in Canada to like own a home and get into real estate? He said he was listening to music, so he might have went away.
Yeah, but I mean, you said you own your own house, so that's pretty good. So are you're paying off a mortgage on that?
Yeah, and I got really lucky. I've been a server, like a waitress, right, for several years, because I was a housewife and then I went to college. But I've been a waitress and I had a really good few years and I really wanted to own a home, so I really worked on my credit score. And they have something here called an FHA loan, which is for first time home buyers, and they'll cover your down payment. But the caveat to that is that you can't sell the home for like I think it's like 10 or 13 years, or you have to repay like the $7,000 whatever down payment. And I was only approved for $130,000. So I got $127,000 home. It's now worth $157,000. Its value has went up, and I do plan on doing renovations. But I did make an LLC for myself last year, because I was hoping to like take out some type of loan to renovate my home under the LLC, right? That's kind of the game plan for that. But I kept trying to get into, like, I knew that you need to own a home, you need to own property and things like that.
Sorry, I've lost your audio.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you
I
hear me?
can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sorry. I'm getting close to my house and my signal gets bad.
Okay, I can see you're unmuted. Oh, I can see you're muted now,
Yeah.
but I couldn't hear you at all. So sorry, I'm ragging. I'm better go anyway. But I was just going to say before I go, like, yeah, that's cool that your house has gone up in value. Like, you know, I don't know what your interest rate is, but like generally, it's good to try and prioritize just paying that off, over investing, basically. But yeah, and like, you know, your own home they call bad debt because it's not generating any income
That's what I
unless of
found
course
out.
you're renting out a room or something, but you basically want to prioritize paying off that debt over investing. But yeah, I'll catch up with you later, but yeah, you're rigging, so I'll go. See ya.
Bye. I am almost at my house and I always lose signal really bad. Can anybody hear me?
You're listening to the Syndicate. What you see is not, in fact, all there is. We've been hearing from, well, we've been experiencing talk sick masculinity. Now, if you're from the hood, it's like, yo, dog, that's sick talk, yo. You know, in that case, it's good. Other cases, you gotta get that checked out. But we hope you enjoyed this episode of the Syndicate. What you see is not, in fact, all there is. Talk sick masculinity. Yes, we might as well go out with a song. That's it. Yeah, you get the idea. All right, take a this.